down there and I worked the hill right down from there.
Hello and welcome here to the Seafarers vs Hurricanes. It's the Pro Series brought to you by Fairtree. It's the third ODI that we're playing, but only the second one where they've been able to get on the park. Sorry for the delay, everybody out there as well. A few technical issues as we have actually added a couple of cameras and also a commentary cam, which is surprising. So it should be a good day of cricket as Clayton Floyd is bowling from the airport end. And well, there is your commentary cam, and isn't that a worry, as you'll have to either look at the cricket or look at us sitting here all day. Early, Ryan Klein with a great delivery through the gate and deciding to bowl first, paying off with the big wicket as Levitt works that around the corner. They could double back for two, but they'll settle for one. Good to have everybody with us once again. Sorry for that delay, and we'll get the live chat on YouTube connected as well, so you can interact and get your questions in. As Wesley Baracey on strike now to Clayton Floyd and just pushes that into the offside. So yeah, once again, little updates from today. Hurricanes won the toss, Max O'Dowd against his compatriot Scotty Edwards, and once again putting the Seafarers into bat. That's what happened exactly in the previous game as well. As Wesley Baracey plays a beautiful... Baracey made a 50 in the previous Pro Series match. He'll be looking forward to spending some time out there. Perfect day for cricket. 15, 16 degrees. Actually not perfect. Probably had another 5 degrees on top of that. A good start to this one. 6 overs gone. Score is 24 for 1. And maybe we can show the viewers a little bit of the double screenage we've got today. So this is our sort of straight camera. Adrian Van Dries sitting next to me has been able to figure out a way to give us a side camera as well. Double camera. Every day improving. I can see Per Mulder in the rooms and Kate Lisa as the scorers to my right. They're going to have to listen all day. It's going to be a long, a long Tuesday. Dinsdag. Ryan Klein to continue. As that is pushed straight to cover point. That's Musa Ahmed in the orange floppy doing the mopping up. But yeah, please do get your questions in and feel free to interact with us throughout the day. A few people already saying how many overs is this game. 50 overs each way. Old traditional ODI format. As that's well bowled hard into the wicket and well defended by young Levitt out there. But a lot of people asking what's the Pro Series for, and this is basically good preparation for the Netherlands 11, the Dutch team, who will be going to Zimbabwe, I believe, on June 6th. They've got the 50 over ODI qualifier. That's hit down into the turf and will be another dot ball. Good to see James Cantor in the chat as well, having a watch, and I know a lot of family and friends will be tuning in, and we're going to try and get that camera sorted out. It's a little bit laggy at the moment, but we'll get that sorted out as quickly as possible. A little bit of a slow start to this Tuesday. Ryan Klein, though, he's been fantastic. In the previous match, bowled exceptionally well. Right now, he has 3.2 overs, 6 for 1. Or 1 for 6, as you should say. Yeah, nice shot. What a drive that is. He's absolutely crunched that. He bounced it over cover. Musa Ahmed, that goes all the way for 4. So Michael Levitt, who hails from Cape Town, South Africa, holder of a Dutch passport, playing for VCC this year, obviously making a big push to try and get himself on that plane to Zimbabwe. Gorgeous shot and 4 runs to the total. But credit to all the ground staff and everybody to get this game up. We had a lot of rain here in Holland last week, and the square has been extremely wet of late, and a lot of hard work's gone in behind the scenes to get it up to speed. That should be a good day of cricket. I think if the batsmen get themselves in, anything over 250, 260 would be a pretty good score being sent into bat. A little bit of green, but pretty true wicket. Slight appeal, that's going well over the top of the stumps. So as I mentioned, this is game 3 of the series. Unfortunately, the very first one was rained out at PRA. Second one was in Kampong, and, well, the Hurricanes, very similar to this, put the Seafarers into bat and then fell short in the run chase by about 70 runs. So they'll be looking to improve today and maybe take this series to 1-1. That's well bowled from Ryan, once again hammering a heavy length, and well, he's bowled 4 very good overs for only 10 runs. It does take us to the end of the 8th, and the score at the end of 8 is 28 for 1. So Floyd to continue here. Interesting to see them opening with spin, considering they decided to bowl first. It's well bowled to Wesley Baracey, who respectfully plays that. Baracey playing his cricket at RBS this year. Also the captain of RBS, unfortunately. 0-5 to start the top class of season. Oh, he goes for a lavish sweep. It's going to be wide. Noah Cross do the mopping up. He hails from Melbourne, Australia. Also holder of a Dutch passport, playing his cricket here at VCC this year. It's well bowled. Athletic fielding as well. That's Roy there at 45. So Floyd, he's pretty effective with the new ball. I've seen him do it in the T10 format and Cardimer often as well. A talented 50 over bowler. As you can see, stump to stump. Actually interesting field. They've got 5 on the leg side. You've got a 45 backward square in the ring, tight mid wicket, mid on, and a deep square mid wicket. So only 4 on the offside, and that's where the ball's turning. So it just says that he's trying to slant it in and angle it in at the stumps. There's a lovely little late cut that time from Wesley Baracey. Ryan Klein will go do the mopping up. They'll get back for a quick 2. It's good running. It was Baracey and Vikramjit Singh in the previous match 2 weeks ago in Kampong that did the damage with a 100-run partnership. And he goes for the reverse sweep, and that's a gorgeous shot from Wesley Baracey, and that's probably going to go across to the boundary for 4. Yeah, it will. And we just touched on the fields. A little bit interesting to have 5 on the leg side and 4 on the offside for a left arm off spinner. And, well, Wesley Baracey reads that perfectly. Reverse Malachi gets it away for 4. And a nice little start this for the Seafarers. Respectfully played, so gets the boundary in the over. A nice start this, especially when you get sent into bat. Currently the Seafarers, they'll be the happier of the 2 sides, even though they lost Vikramjit Singh early. So we're just adjusting our cameras here and seeing what we can make work. Always looking to experiment here out in the Netherlands, and this is a little bit more of a scorer's view. We're in the VOC box at the moment. There's Maxwell O'Dowd, skipper today. Big burly Max O'Dowd, mid-off. Ryan Klein to continue to levitt. A slip and a, well, sort of a fly third slip. Arguably a gully for the one that he runs down. Only 2 men on the leg side. actually don't mind this view. A little bit lower. You can sort of see the action and the speed that Kleiny gets it through. Oh, it's a thick inside edge, and sometimes the game can be cruel because there's no fine leg in place. Only 2 on the leg side. It was deep backward square, mid on, and that goes away for 4. And you can see Ryan Klein pretty upset with that one. But as we did last game as well, we'll look to try and get a couple of guest commentators in for a little bit of cricket knowledge and see how their seasons are going here. The top classes into, I think, round 6 this weekend. A lot of cricket going on. Also talk to some of the players about the qualifiers that are coming up. Shot. Yeah. Oh, great fielding. Unbelievable fielding. I'll try to spot who that is. I think that's Ellenbass from Hermes there at cover. Very well done. Number 7 on his back. Dive to his right. Saves 3 runs as they scamper through just for a single. Levitt's looking good here this morning. He's been crunching his drives. Besides that little inside edge for 4, he's been pretty compact. He's raced away to 18. And Wesley Baracey just slowly building into his innings. Dare say he's probably the oldest player here out of the 2 teams. Can't think of anyone a little bit older than Wesley. He's been around the Dutch cricket circles for quite some time. Played many years with Peter Saylor, Peter Boren, Stefan Myberg, and he's sort of one of the older rear guards still to be around. So still operating with only 2 men on the leg side. Sort of a wideish mid-wicket and a deep backward square. Kleiny can't get too straight to Wesley, who loves a clip across his legs. He does get a little bit too straight, and, well, Wesley picks him out. I'll be disappointed with that. Kleiny playing his cricket at VCC this year after a couple of successful years at HBS, made the trip across. There goes the camera view. A little bit to the right. Now it's just on Kleiny. Yeah, today is an experimenting day. That's what I've been told. I'm going to try a couple of different things. And, well, any kids at home, that's how big a bowling run-up can be. Oh, here we go. Live camera action. Oh, and it's a seed as well. Good timing. A little bit of nip across, and this is how you make the young fellas work for their money. So Kleiny seems to be, once again, a bit of a metronome, getting it on a good spot and on a good length. And 4.4 overs. He's got 1 for 15. As the experimentation continues. Good long, strong run up from Ryan. Oh, up. Yep. Have a look at Adrian Van Dries next to me. He's also experimenting with about 5 or 6 cameras. It does take us to the end of another over. And I believe that's the end of the first power play. The score is 40 for 1. Isaac in the chat. Good morning, Isaac. Hope you're doing well. He's asking what's par on this pitch. I know VOC Rotterdam pretty well, and if you were to ask me, I would say that par might be around 250 today. There's some good batsmen out there. And there's no reason on a fast outfield why they can't get themselves up to that sort of total. You'd want 1 or 2 of these top 6 to get themselves in and go from there. Obviously, a good bowling attack for both teams, but I still think 50 over cricket, no reason why 250 isn't par. And if you bat super well, maybe push it on to 300. There's been a lot of rain and a lot of water in the Netherlands to start this season, more than usual, but overall, it's still pretty friendly batting conditions. Not much in this deck. Vikramjit Singh did get an early one while we were off air. He came nipping back in, but that's probably the only ball that's talked a bit. As it looks like there will be our first bowling change. I have a feeling that it might be Roy coming into the attack. So, first bowling change in this one. They started with Klein and Floyd. Now, looks like it's going to be Big Roy. Plays his cricket out in Kampong, I believe. First time we'll see him this morning. It's not a bad first delivery either. Making Levitt sort of reach for that one, who's looked pretty compact on his drive so far. As the camera angles keep on changing here. Hey, why not? You've got to try a little bit. Yeah, that's well bowled from the big man. A little bit of swing away that time. There goes O'Dowd. I reckon what Max O'Dowd's doing there, he's seen a little bit of that swing and he's thought, you know what? I'm going to go put myself into second slip. So, captain watching what the bowling offers. Big Roy, must be about 6'5", tall, hits the deck, swings it away. Oh, that's really well bowled. Nice start from him there. So a couple of dot balls to start for him. Andrew Fowle in the chat just saying Alex Roy is Kampong's first team captain. So a little bit of Paddy Cummins about him. Don't often get tall, fast bowlers being captain, but I'm sure he's doing a good job for Kampong, who are in the hoofed class of this year, unfortunately being relegated last year. And he beats the bat. Really nice start from the big man. So 4 dot balls. And bowling to a man who was looking pretty comfortable, Levitt. Been beaten a couple of times this over. Levitt's got 3 boundaries in his 18. Isaac asking if he's Dutch born. I believe he is. But don't count on me to know that specifically. I'm sure Andrew Fowle in the chat will answer that for you. Shot. Yeah, big fan of that. Little bit of width this time, and he puts his hands through the ball up and over. And he gets it away for 4. The first ball that strays a little bit. So, last ball of Roy's first over. He digs it in again. I don't mind that. If you're going to dig it in, get it at the right height. And that's what he does. So it does take us to the end of the 11th. And racing through their overs, which is probably thankful to Clayton Floyd, the spinner that opened the bowling. But after 11, the score is 44 for 1. So Ryan Klein to continue. Yeah, 4 ball, and well, it's sort of toe-ended through the gap. Wesley should think about 2 here, as well, mid-on was quite wide, and they will get back for 2. So we're still just experimenting with the cameras a little bit here. You can see there's the one fan in the background that's come out today. Why not? Sun's shining. Well bowled from Kleining. That's good. Good hard length there. And plenty of experience in Dutch cricket now. Played the Windies last year, also New Zealand, so up against some top tree players. It's a little bit fuller this time. You can see he's happy with that. It's a little bit of a better length with that new ball. Just trying to get him on that front foot, bring the slips into play. it's a great delivery this time. Just a little bit more pace and leaving the batsman. So a steady start in this one from both teams now. I think if I'm the Hurricanes, though, won the toss, elect to bowl again on what they might have felt is a pitch with a little bit of green in it. I'll be hoping for 2 or 3 before the first 15. Yeah, well bowled, but that's a gorgeous shot. That's probably shot of the morning from Wesley Barassi. Will that trickle away for 4? No, it'll probably be 3. Hit it well, and it was full, angling in, and he just punches it through mid-on. He's looking quite good. He was one of the key reasons in the previous match why they went on for victory. He made a pretty classy 50 with Vikram Jeet. Obviously, Vikram's out early today, but Wesley Barassi, the old statesman, still got it. That's left outside the off stump. A little bit of width on offer that time, but does take us to the end of yet another over. Kleiny's got 6 overs. Pretty good figures. 20 for 1 at the moment, and at the end of 12, the score is 49 for 1. I can see a lot of people in the chat, a lot of Kampong in the chat at the moment. Good to have you all tuning in. I'm sure there's quite a few people from Dutch cricket circles interested in seeing this match. Obviously, you've got the 22 best players in the Netherlands all going up against each other. Big qualifiers around the corner, 10 teams. I believe the group stages are... Well, there's a couple of whispers of how the groups are panning out. I think the Dutch might have the Windies in their group. I have to wait and confirm that and see if that's true. There's Big Roy to continue. Oh, bold. Been impressed with Roy so far. Just getting it in the right areas. Good challenge on his hand here, bowling to Wesley Barassi. The field's still tight. Deep backward square, deep fine leg. Once again, good length, a little bit of movement. Isaac in the chat saying, when do the Dutch announce their squad? Not too sure. I'll find that out a little bit later. But I imagine most of the World Cup squads are probably going to be announced soon. I believe the Windies have named their squad for the series. I think this Pro Series game also needs to be played, and a couple more formalities before the Dutch announce theirs. But it should be a good tournament. Some very good teams going out there to Zimbabwe this year. I think look out for UAE, look out for USA, obviously Sri Lanka and the Windies, Ireland and Scotland, Nepal on their day who got themselves there. Some very good 50 over sides, so going to be tough, but 2 spots available for the World Cup. Yeah, nice shot from Wesley. Comes down the ground but pinks out. That's Ollie Ellenbaas at mid-on. Good start this from Roy. Just in the right areas. Oh, spliced away. That's going to be just a single out to third man. And, well, they'll think about 2, but they won't get there. Just 1 run. So, last ball of Roy's over. Good figures so far, only 5. That was the 50 up with that sort of splice cut shot. Last ball, Levitt, and defended into the offside, and that would take us through to another over completed. That's 13 overs gone. That's 50 for 1. It looks like we're going to have our first guest commentator. I'm going to welcome Vikram Jeet Singh. Vikram, come sit close. Hey, look, we got a Comcam today, Vikram.
Wow.
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you?
Good to have you, mate.
Yes,
good to have you. Not your day today, but you made 100 on the weekend, so you must be in some good touch.
Yeah, I'm betting well at the moment. Seeing the ball well. Obviously, made a couple of 40s here and there, so I know So now I'm in a good touch. Just need to go on and obviously score big runs.
Yeah.
And that happened on Saturday, so yeah.
And it looked like today you got a good one. The viewers weren't on yet. We didn't have the cameras ready yet, but you looked like it was a good one today.
Rhino bowling well, obviously, nipping it both ways, and then just off the seam, hit the top of off.
Yeah,
That's the kind of ball you want to bowl, yeah.
Yeah, that's how it can be. And Kleiny wins this battle, but I'm sure you'll get him in another day. As it looks like Ollie Ellenbass is going to get his first ball today. The boy from Hermes, and he's a bit of a firebrand, Ollie. Let's see how he goes. Starts with a little bit of a loosener, but it's missed there by Wesley. But Vikram, look, you've had a pretty big 14 to 16 months with the Dutch. Tell us a little bit about how it was playing around the world against. You played against India at the SCG. Yep. You played Pakistan here. You played the Windies at VRA. Tell us a little bit about how it's felt playing these big teams and for your development.
Yeah, well, obviously as someone that's quite new into the Dutch team and going straight away going against a couple of big teams, kind of almost a dream come true for me.
Any personal highlight or any moment where you were standing in the field going, wow, this is crazy?
India against SCG, when 50, 60,000 people are screaming Virat Kohli, standing on third man, I just had to look at Max on point, we were just laughing. So yeah, that was one of the moments. That was one of my highlights, I reckon.
I can imagine that would have been very loud indeed as Ellen Bust to continue and well defended from Levitt. And how much do you think that playing those big teams over the last 14, 16, how much do you think it's helped yourself and the team?
Oh, huge. I think obviously playing good teams just helps. You got to execute all your balls as a batter, you got to be on it every single ball. And that just, getting used to the pace as well. Obviously guys bowling much quicker, guys hitting their areas consistently. Just everything is way consistent, and that you got to work on that, and that was pretty good.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it was great to watch you guys play against some of the biggest teams and biggest names in the world. And well, you're a bit more of a versatile player. I've seen you don the gloves now, and you're bowling. Tell us a little bit more about that, because I always thought you were just a batsman. Now you're doing everything.
Yeah, now I'm bowling as well. But a a year ago, I was keeping for the Netherlands in NZ. Kemba used to say I've got good hands, so one day he just chucked the gloves on and kept against New Zealand A, and that went quite well. And then from there on, I just kept, and now I'm bowling again. So yeah.
Hey, there's always good to add a few more strings to your bow.
Yeah.
There's no harm in that. There's Ellen Bass bowling pretty tidy over here at the moment. It's 51 for 1 after 13.4. As he starts his run up, that's Wesley Baracey dropping his bat at the non-striker's end. Levitt's looking good here at the moment. So that's pushed beautifully into through backward point. Musa Ahmed's been put out to the boundary, so just the one there. Yeah, Vikram, tell us a little bit about VRA this year, playing cricket out there. How's the season started in the top class for you guys?
Not too bad. We've got a quite young team.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, I think when we calculate our average age is 23.
Yep.
Yeah, and then obviously we got Tej over there as well, so quite good to have a bit of experience there. And then Leon as a captain. So we got two. I think these are the only two over 25 guys. So, but the atmosphere is nice. Obviously, everyone's young, everyone wants to learn, everyone's working hard. So yeah, we started off well, 3 wins out of the 5. So it's not too bad.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be close this year with a lot of teams in the middle. It's already going quickly as Roy to continue from the airport end. It's well bowled, jarred out to mid on there, and another dot ball. And so these Pro Series games, and I think obviously we want to be having the best cricket in the Netherlands. How much do they help the preparation, and how much do you value playing sort of Seafarers, Hurricanes to prepare you for qualifiers and things like that?
Oh, I think it's quite good. Obviously we've got 22 best Dutch cricketers here, so the standards are quite good. And just making sure you're executing your stuff,
Oh, and he's got him. It's a great delivery. Sorry to interrupt you, but Roy's bowled a really good spell here. He gets this one to lift just a little bit, and that's going to be Levitt gone for 23. A feather edge to Noah Crows, and that's a big wicket, Vikram.
That is a good wicket.
And he's bowled well, the big man.
Yeah.
He just kept it on the right spot. There's a little bit in this pitch if you bang it in, and well, Levitt, he'll be disappointed. He made a start. He was looking good, but the second wicket will go down, and Well, when you get sent into bat, you want to take a couple of early ones, and that is the second early one, it feels. But yeah, continue on a little bit more about why the Pro Series. Obviously, we missed the game of Vero, but why it means so much to,
Yeah,
to the cricketers.
just like I was saying, it's just 22 best Dutch cricketers, and obviously playing together just helps. Prepare yourself. Being consistent here just helps. Obviously, you're preparing for what you want to work on, what you want to do in Zimbabwe. So for me, I'm just trying to bat as long as I can. Obviously, heaps of guys are trying to execute their skills, and if they can do it here, no doubt they can do it in Zimbabwe either.
Oh, it's good prep, isn't it? Because so I was just saying before you came on air, some of the teams coming to Zimbabwe, I mean, USA are looking good.
Yeah.
But the Windies and Sri Lanka, who we know, but also UAE are playing good cricket. So it's going to be a tough competition, isn't it?
For sure. Yeah, these guys, like I said, every team is getting better and better, and so are we. So it's going to be a good comp.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how you boys will go as the new batsman striding out to the middle. Who's that? You got better eyes than me, Vikram. You're younger.
That's Boris Horley.
That is Boris Horley. And Boris playing his cricket out at HCC. Yeah, he's a good player, Boris. He's got a good opportunity today to make a big score. Is there anyone in the qualifiers who you want to avoid, or you like playing the big boys? You want to go up against the Windies or Sri Lanka?
Nah, I would love to go against them and then beat them as well. So, looking forward
well,
to
you've
that.
done it before. You beat South Africa at Adelaide, and I don't think many people would have thought you'd do that. So it's definitely possible. As
Exactly.
Roy, he's going to bring deep square leg in, does Max O'Dowd, and I like that. Nice and aggressive. And
Jeez,
tell you
that
what,
corner's
there's
looking
4
dangerous.
slips. You don't often see that. They obviously think there's a bit in this pitch. There's 4 slips in a 50-over game. And he must be getting that ball to go a bit, because that is aggressive captaincy.
That is,
Well, I know Max pretty well, and sometimes I'm not too sure what's going on upstairs, but he is an aggressive captain. I know that. He loves a tight field, and you've seen a little bit this morning. What do you think's par today, Vikram?
Not a bad wicket to bat on if you get in. So I'm saying 240.
Yeah,
We can
I
get-
said 250. Yeah,
240, 250.
I mean, it looks like there's a little bit in it, but still sort of feel if one batsman gets himself in,
Exactly.
it's going to be hard to get out.
Yeah.
So just to describe the field for you, there's a very wide, well, there's actually just a cover. There's no mid-off in place. There's a backward point, 4 slips. You got a forward square leg and a tight mid-on and a fine leg. So aggressive from the Hurricanes, who elected to bowl. And Roy started really well here, the captain of Kampong. And do you know much about Roy? Tell you a little bit of his history, or played much with him?
Well, I know he came last year, and then since then, obviously, we played cricket together for Pro Series, but not much.
He looks
actually.
good. He looks
He's
good.
batting well today.
Right, he's banging it in. If you do have any questions while I've got Vikram for a couple of more overs, do feel free. I'm sure that a lot of people will be tuning in to see how today goes. That's well bowled again, just on a heavy length, and another dot ball. Not often you see the 4 slips, but it does take us to the end of the over. And after 15 overs, the Seafarers are 52 for 2. But I've got a question for you, Vikram. When you hit Rabada and you hit him for 140 metre 6 over square leg, can you just tell me what was going through your mind?
I just saw it and I hit it, and I remember next ball, I went up to Max and I was like, oh, the next one's going to be quick.
Yeah.
Because I could just see it. He was fired up. He was not happy with
Is
it.
it the best shot you've ever played?
It is, I reckon. One
It
of
has
the
to be in
best
your
shots.
top 3.
Yeah. When it came off the bat, I was like, oh.
Yeah, I can imagine. And I do remember sitting at home and watching that as Ellen Bass is here to continue. And that's pushed beautifully from Wesley Baracey just into the leg side hole for a single. Was there any, out of all the grounds you got to play, was there any ground that you thought, oh, this is quite gorgeous, or enjoyed batting on the most? Because watching you in South Africa just looked like it was beautiful to bat.
Jeez, yeah, I reckon for SCG in the World Cup, that was quite special.
Yeah.
And then obviously the Pink Day.
Pink Day, of course.
That was,
Yeah, Pink Day at the Bull Ring.
at the Bull Ring, yep.
Yeah, always a traditional day in the South African cricket calendar. Max O'Dowd keeping the pressure on. 2 slips in for Boris Gourlay. And it's a short ball, so maybe a little bit of a double bluff as he gets himself off the mark with a pull out there to Big Roy, deep backward square. Yeah, not interesting start to this one. 53 for 2. I think if you won the toss, elect to bowl, 54 for 2 after 15. You think they're slightly ahead at this stage, or 50-50?
Yeah, I reckon if these guys stay in for a couple of overs,
Yeah,
it's 50-50, yeah.
Oh, that's a
good ball.
good delivery. Very good delivery. Well, we were saying last game it was this time where you and Barassi put on a 100-run plus partnership that sort of swayed the game. Tell us about batting with Barassi a bit. It always seems quite calm.
Yeah, obviously he's got so much experience, so I normally don't talk a lot when I'm batting.
No?
But Wes is someone who, yeah,
Does he love a chat?
he loves to chat.
Does he?
He loves to chat, yeah.
Ah, okay. It's always funny how every batsman has something different about themselves.
Yeah.
Actually, I've got a question for you. You went and played a year in WA,
I
my
did.
neck of the woods. Tell us about that, because you were in the country area of WA, weren't you?
I was in Bunbury.
What a place! What a
Yeah.
Bunbury, beautiful.
It is, I reckon, one of the most beautiful places I've ever been.
Yeah.
We played on this amazing ground next to the beach as well.
What ground was it called?
Colts Cricket Club.
I think I know that one.
Yeah. That's where Sam Whiteman played.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the
Yeah.
keeper in the WA, and Sam Whiteman's making some county runs at the moment as well. So that is a glorious shot from Barassi. Should be able to get 2, and they will get 2. And he's the one thing that I really enjoyed about you and him last week when you put on 2 weeks ago, put on 100, was the running between the wickets.
Yeah.
Always seemed like you two had a good relationship.
Yeah.
It's good.
Definitely made me run.
Yeah, that's the key in this 50 over format. I think that it shows if you're quick between the wickets, you can always steal a few extra runs. Ellen Bass once again. Yeah, good shot again, no doubt. Who, for a big man, a little bit of a fumble, but he makes up for it for another dot ball. So what's on the horizon for you, Vikram? Tell us a little bit about what you do outside of cricket, because everyone knows you love hitting. I remember coming here 6 years ago and everyone's like, see that young fella, he hits 1,000 balls a day. What do you do outside of cricket? Is it only cricket?
Outside of cricket, I think I'm always doing cricket, always
Yeah,
doing
that's
coaching.
what I mean.
I don't do much outside cricket. Maybe I should.
Yeah, I think I'm,
Yeah.
how old are you now?
20.
Oh, okay, no, you're
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
You can just keep going till you burn yourself out at 30.
Exactly.
No, well, cricket is your life, and I can understand because the program these days is much bigger. As we get a wife from, oh, there's Ryan Klein giving you a little bit of chirp from deep fine leg, and Adrian Van Dries on the co-ground. But we'll keep you for one more over, Vikram, as Roy again, and well defended from Boris Gourlay. But yeah, playing over in the Netherlands and seeing it grow so much.
Yeah.
I think the big thing for you guys now is how do we stay at that level and trying to get those big fixtures, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think obviously we've quite improved in the last 2 years. Obviously playing against these big nations, so if we can just keep building, getting 1% better every day, I think, in a couple of years we'll be just as good or even better than some of the big names.
Well, I think that when you guys are beating teams like South Africa and pushing some of those big nations close and knowing that, well, it's difficult with the amount of funding and preparation we get compared to them, it's a good sign, isn't it?
Yeah.
So things are definitely growing in the right direction, and just this Fairtree Pro Series is another step in the right direction,
Exactly,
I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shot from Boris Gourlay. Well, Roy's bowled a very good spell, and that's the first one that's been short at the body. And I tell you what, he got every piece of that. Boris is a talented player, isn't he?
Very good.
Yeah, it's good batting. I've seen a lot of him over the years, and also in Spain at the T10. I haven't seen you in the T10 yet. I wouldn't mind seeing you in the T10. I reckon you'd enjoy it.
Yeah, looks fun.
Yeah, it's
Looks fun.
chaos. It's chaos, but a much needed boundary there just to steady the nerves after the wicket of Levitt. And it's tucked away on the leg side. Ryan Klein will do the mopping up. So will we see you with the ball a little bit later today? Expecting to bowl a few under Scotty Edwards' captaincy?
Yeah, I've got a few niggles. Let's see if George Dunlop lets me have a ball.
Yeah, you got George Dunlop and Dino, aren't you? They're the two men that look after your
That's
bodies.
That's it.
Yeah, fantastic little coaching stuff. But yeah, that's the thing, when you start bowling more, mate, that's when the body starts to struggle that little bit more as well. So a couple balls left here in the 17th over for Roy. It's full, well driven, and pretty good mopping up. I think that's Secunda or Saqib Zulfikar?
That's Saqib.
Yep, Saqib knew that. Yep, thank you very much. That's why we got the pro comments of Vikramjeet Singh. Nice day out there for some cricket. Wickets looking all right. Steady start. 2 wickets early. Any final thoughts for us, Vikram? What's your guess today? What's going to be your prediction? How much are you going to win by? You have to say you're going to win.
Obviously, we're going to win. I'm going to say we're going to get 242, and we're going to get them all out at 191.
Well, you heard it here first. They're saying
There you go.
you're saying you're going to win by 49 runs. Thanks,
Perfect.
Vikram.
Thank you.
Have a good day. Good luck with the ball later, and we'll
Cheers.
see you later.
Cheers.
Good to have Vikramjeet Singh, the opening batsman for the Netherlands, come up and spend a couple of overs with us up here. And well, he's saying that they're going to win by 49 runs, so that's good confidence. And well, if they can get themselves to that 250 mark and bowl like they did 2 weeks ago, there's no reason why not. Thank you very much. It's Adrian Van Dries once again. Brings me a lovely little coffee chair. Ollie Ellenbaas to continue. That's well bowled and, well, inside edge. Well, thickest inside edge. I won't say that was just an inside edge from Boris Gourlay. They've scampered through for a single. My gut feel says there must be 1 or 2 overs left till drinks. The over rate's fantastic. 17 overs already bowled. Racing through. Short ball munched on by Barassi. Picks out Saqib Zulfikar. Good arm out there, straight to Noah Cross. Just a single. Barassi's looking good again. He looked good in the first game, and he's looking good here today. He's getting himself in. I think he'll be thinking of a big score. Playing his cricket at RBS, who having a difficult start to the top class yet. Nice looking shot from Boris Gourlay, who was just on the A tour as well. So he made a 40 off 38 versus Kent's second 11. And Boris, talented player, can also get a bit funky at times. Enjoys a ramp and a scoop. Seen him play a lot of that. He's got a good slog sweep on him, but I think after 18 overs, he's just trying to get himself settled in at the moment. Shot. Good shot, that's 4. Yeah, you can go chase that. Straying on middle and leg stump, he catches up with it. 4 runs to Boris, and that's his second boundary. Powerful pull shot earlier, and this time just a little tuck off his legs. Ellenbaas, who plays his cricket out at Hermes. They're in the hoofed classer. 4 wins and 1 loss so far to start their year, looking to get promoted back into top class cricket. It's well bowled, and I just have a feeling this pitch is going to get better to bat on throughout the day. Might be a little bit slow at the start, but just think that sideways movement might have gone away now. You've still got Scott Edwards in the lineup. I assume he'll come next. Shariz Ahmed, Kyle Klein, Sebastian Brutt, Vivian Kingma, Daniel Dorham and Rafael Fons. I think Rafael Fons will be up there as well. Can't imagine he'll be too low in the order. Well bowled. That's better from Ellenbaas. Heavy length, gets it to sail through, and they are racing through the overs. We're going to get another over in before drinks. I reckon this will be the last one, otherwise I'll be surprised. The score after 18 overs is 67 for 2. Looks like Roy's going to earn himself another over, and I can understand why. 4 overs, 1 for 10 so far with a maiden in there. Bowling figures so far, Clayton Floyd, 5 overs, none for 23. Kleiny, Ryan Klein that is, his brother's also playing. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. And Roy has 1 for 10, Ellenbaas none for 12 off his 3. So, last over for drinks. Full and well played by Wesley Bracey, who just tucks that into the leg side for a single. He's moved himself into the 20s as Wesley Bracey, who feels like he's been around Dutch cricket for quite some time. Roy, who's bowling here at the moment, this year has 9 wickets at a bowling average of 10.8. It's pretty good. Base bowling of 3 for 29, so taking them in small bunches, but he's taking them. And that's really nice. He's got a little bit of pace about him as well. Noah Kroos, the keeper, is standing deepish. Good to see another fast bowler in the Dutch cricket traps. There's plenty of them around. There's plenty on the county circuit as well. Paul van Makeren, Freddie Klaassen, Tim van der Kutten, Logan van Beeks in New Zealand. So plenty of fast bowlers around. Shane Snader. Well bowled again. This time he beats the bat. Big Roy just putting it in a dangerous spot on that pitch. He's looked at probably the most dangerous of the lot with the ball in hand. And now the skipper, who won the toss and elected to bowl first, will be ecstatic with this spell. Again, really nice bowling and really nice carry through to Noah Kroos, who's taking those balls, a little bit of venom on it. And 2 balls left. 19 overs before the before the drinks, I should say. It's a toe ender, and it's going to roll out to third man. Well, it'll just be a single to Ellenbar, so Gourlay just catching up with that one. He's trickling himself along. He's moved on to 12 not out. Barasi's on 21 not out. Strike rate's only at 46.6, but it does seem like it's one of those wickets you've got to get yourself in before you can maybe start to explode a little bit later. And that's one of Barasi's favourite little shots, a little dink into the leg side. He'll think about 2. But he'll have to settle for 1. Will they get through for another over? Surely 20 overs before drinks? No, they won't get through. So that will take us through to drinks. After 19 overs, after being sent into bat, the Seafarers, they've trickled their way to 70 for 2. We'll be back in 5 minutes to continue on this third match of the Fairtree Pro Series. So welcome back. We're back after the drinks break. Ellen Bass to Barassi, who pulls that one down to backward square leg, and he'll get himself a single to kickstart us into what sort of feels like the second session of play here. And Barassi, he's got himself in. He'll be looking for maybe a little bit of an acceleration here now. Well, Max O'Dowd's Hurricanes will also be looking to take a couple of wickets and peg themselves back into this and get themselves ahead even. It's well bowled full. Trying to sneak it under that blade. Another dot bowl. And Alan Barr's got probably some genuine raw pace. He'll be looking to get his first wicket of the day. Plenty of time to go in this one. Sun shining, and I think this wicket's going to get better and better to bat on. Oh, again, a little under edge. Noah Cross gets to that quickly and heaves it in, but it's a bit of a keeper's throw at it. That's why he's got the gloves on. Missed the stumps by quite some margin there. Just the one. Look to see Philip Bossavane warming up out the corner of my eye. I think might see a little bit more spin coming to it soon. Maybe from Roy's end, the airport end. A bit of Bossavane. You still got Floyd there as well. He's already bowled 5 at the top. It's a back foot punch. Gorgeous looking shot as he breaks the inner ring, and O'Dowd does the mopping up. So another single. While Barassi's there, you'll feel the Seafarers think they can get themselves up to a good score. Some similar traits to the very first game we saw 2 weeks ago. But this likely is the last Pro Series game we'll have before the qualifiers. I know there's a coach's 11 blessing the Dutch team as well soon, and plenty other little things on the horizon. Short. Gourlay does love a pull shot, as that's been pulled away for 1. Boris looking good off the back stool at the moment. One thing I do like about Ellen Bass, he's not afraid to get it in and dig it in. And especially with this field set, 2 men out there for the pull basically. And he goes full, and that is beautiful. Shot of the day from Wesley Barassi. That's going to go away for 4. Traditional on drive. It's a half V, but you still got to hit it, and that is gorgeous from the man they call Peppy. 4 runs to end that over, and after 20 overs, the score now 78 for 2. So it does look like we're going to get that change in the bowling now. It looks like Philip Bossavane. And he's going to come on to the attack. Leg spin. Traditional leg spinner. Got a good wrong-in. Quick through the air. Doesn't get it to turn. Probably gets it to turn the most out of nearly all the spinners in the Netherlands. I'd say Shariz Ahmed's more a leg spinner that skids it on. And you've got the finger spin of Floyd and Pringle and Dutt, but Philip Bossavane, he turns it. He really does spin it. So I know Boris Gourlay would have faced him many times before. So would have Wesley. The last time these 2 teams played, Philip got Wesley out with an absolute jaffer. Slip in place, deep mid off, deep cover point, deep square leg, 3 boundary riders. So, will it turn? That's the question. Can he get himself into a bit of rhythm and bowl a good spell here? That's not bad. Pretty quick through the air for his first one. Just loading himself into it. If he bowls well, he'll probably have an extended spell, you'd imagine. Maybe bowl from the airport end for quite some time. A little bit flat as well. Boris just playing it off the back foot to start. bit of bounce there this time. So it looks like he's getting his wrist and top spin over the ball there. He'll probably want to flight one up, I think, in a little bit. Make him press forward, try to spin it past the edge, bring that slip into play. Teja did a manoeuvre at first slip. That's the one that's a little bit flighted, but a tad full, but still 4 dot balls to start for Busavane. Dragged down this time, and it's tucked nicely around the corner, but that's Ellen Bass there who does the mopping up. Looking to start with a maiden. I know Boris does love a sweep, but probably wants to have a look at a few first. Yeah, well, there's the sweep. Called it, and it's going to land in no man's land. It's the old Bermuda triangle between 3 fielders, and he'll get back for 2. So it takes the risk. It's a good over from Flippy. That easily could have been out, but lands in no man's land, and he'll get 2 for his trouble at the end of yet another over. 21 overs gone, and the score is 80 for 2. Looks like we might have another change in the bowling. There's Max O'Dowd looking to bring the changes straight after drinks and see what he can do and try and break this partnership and get a 3rd and 4th. As the umpires seem to be having a discussion with Max, and not too sure what this would be over. The over rate's good. What could this be about? Tough to tell from 60 metres away. All seems sorted out now. And they've got a few smiles on their faces, so nothing serious. So we'll start with the wide in this one, just losing the line a little bit there, spraying it down the leg side. Barassi on 28 at the moment. As it's Gert Swanepoel who is coming to bowl. Sorry for the delay, wasn't on my list here, so I was just doing a little bit of research, but he's been brought on to bowl and has a bit of a job to do here. Him and Philip Bossavane coming on straight after drinks. They'll be looking to get themselves into a good spell of bowling here. Punched straight to Ryan Klein at cover. A good bit of fielding there as he has a shot at the non-striker's end. Swanepoel looks like he's a hit the deck sort of bowler, decent pace as well. It's his opportunity today. Again, well bowled into the deck, asking the right questions. I guess one thing for the Hurricanes, they've maybe had to talk about their lengths. They seem to be more back of a length than slightly full, and probably tells me that they think it's an easy pace pitch when it's full. No need to float it up there and trying to hit that deck and see if they can hurry the batsman up a little bit. That's well played from Wesley Barassi, and they should scamper through for an easy single, and they do. Good bit of running as he cops that one in the thigh, thanks to Ryan Klein. Gets himself off strike. Partnership starting to grow pretty nicely. These two have put on plus 30 now. Just ticking along. And this is that sort of middle stage of a 50 over fixture where if you can take 1 or 2 more, really dent the opposition and making a big score. It's well bowled. Really well bowled and well played from Boris Corley. Sure his father Patrick's watching from somewhere. Probably taking photos from somewhere also. Well, the sun is shining now. Nice day out here. Swanpole plays his cricket out at Kampong as well with his compatriot Roy. That's a loose ball and that's crunched. Can't be bowling a little bit over pitched. It's a full ball. It's a 4 through the leg side. That low full toss. Nice shot from Boris Corley, who maybe didn't get out the meat of the bat, but strong enough. Through mid wicket, 4 runs. He's looking good today. Besides one sort of slog sweep that went a little bit aerial. He's played some lovely shots at the end of 22 overs. The score's 86 for 2. So Boss of Vane to continue, and Phenom struck in the chat. A little bit happy about the 2 Kampong boys getting to go here today, and I can understand why. Kampong, very proud traditional cricket club, and we were there 2 weeks ago. Thank you very much for hosting us. Right now this partnership probably ringing a few alarm bells for the Hurricanes. Deep long on in place here. Wesley Barassi on strike to Boss of Vane. Yeah, well bowled. Bowled from young Flippy. He's bowled 7 deliveries and he's produced 1 false stroke off Boris, but everything else has been pretty tight, pretty straight. Oh, I'll put the kibosh on him. That's probably the first loose ball he's bowled as it's hit hard to deep cover. And well, good mopping up out there by Roy. They'll only get 1 in the end. Nice shot from Barassi. Boris Corley on strike. I mentioned before he loves a sweep shot. He's just looking at that leg side again. They bring mid on up. Really fancy his arm playing that slog sweep style shot. Will he stay a little bit more compact? Well, he gets a loose nut, and the last 2 balls he's had were low full tosses, and good batsmen put them away. Good intent from Boris. He gets himself another boundary, and right now the Seafarers, almost a carbon copy of the previous game 2 weeks ago at Kampong. 2 early wickets, but a partnership growing, and overall very impressive indeed. So Boris Corley getting himself tucking along now. He's moved himself into the 20s, Barassi into the 30s. And pretty excited to let the viewers know we're going to have a special guest join us at the end of this over. Another loose snare and Boris Corley goes bang bang. Well, all that pressure that was building from a couple of tight overs before drinks seems to release, and this just feels a carbon copy of 2 weeks ago after the drinks break. They have been able to find runs at ease, the Seafarers, and well, they're closing in on that 100 mark. Nice batting from young Boris. It's a little bit fuller, slightly down the leg side, as it's not a real appeal. With Barassi on 30 and Gourlay on 24 now, you'd definitely be hoping, if you're a Seafarers fan, one of them go big. Better length, better from young Flippy. It does take us to the end of another over, and well, after 23 overs, it's 95 for 2. As I get to welcome good friend, co-commentator, coach,
wow,
Piers Fletcher.
Oh, mate, that's unbelievable.
Well,
the production quality's gone through the roof here.
The production
Can't even spell commentators right, but at the same time, it's great to have the comcam on running.
Yeah, it's great to have you here, Piers. Obviously, we've got a long history in Dutch cricket, and you must be a happy coach at the moment.
Yeah, no, look, we've put a nice little partnership together after drinks. I think The Hurricanes have struggled a touch, just with line length with the change bowlers coming in, but nonetheless, really pleased to see the way that the boys have gone about it.
It sort of feels for me a little bit of a carbon copy of the other week. It's Barassi touch and go on the misfield. He'll get to good aggressive running. Where after drinks, the boys seem to have found a few boundaries, and it's almost it feels similar to 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I thought actually, to be fair, they bowled really nicely up until drinks, and Alex Roy coming in, making the late trade.
5 overs, 1 for 13.
Yeah, what were your thoughts? Do you like him?
Hits the deck, got it to go. There was 4 slips at one stage. That's well defended.
I can give you an exclusive. He's been called into the A squad for the Italy series next week, Corey.
Well, that's very exciting indeed. As the Italian side will be coming over. What are they coming over for? How many games?
We've got 3 T20s, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week.
Plucky team,
Yeah,
Italy.
yeah.
Any squad announcements for them?
I haven't seen anything on their socials yet. I'm maybe actually looking at you to have a word to Bergie later.
I actually messaged him yesterday. I'd be curious to know if who they're bringing, because Italy have actually some decent depth, and some of their players, if they've got the man called Caligigame, he is very talented.
Yes, I like it. I won't try to go with that last name. It is nice to see Gerrit Swanepoel play though. Corey, he was brought into the Seafarers earlier this week as our 12th man, and got the call up, got the late trade to the Hurricanes this morning at about 10:24, I think, just before the toss. So
yes, it's cut for one. I'm a big fan of the late trade. Another misfield, and Ellen Bass, he'll be cursing himself. That'll be an easy 2. Good running.
Need to back up the young bowler here. I mean, again, it's only 18 years old, so had a good weekend. Got 30 odd with the bat against green and white, and got 3 wickets. So
big fan of the late trade. It's almost the American style sports.
Yeah,
you could be on a bus about to enter the NBA stadium in Miami, and you're off to the Seattle Seahawks in the NFL.
Yeah, I walked up to him, and I'll give it after this ball.
Well, bold young man.
Went up to him. He was literally marking his run-up out, just have a few run-throughs, and it was like, "Congratulations, Kurt, you've been traded to the Hurricanes. Pack your bags."
Pack your bags. You're changing change rooms, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
He's got a bit about him. Looks like a good strong run-up.
Yeah, really good young cricketer. Very, very talented young man. So yeah, he's part of our under-19 setup. He'll be leading our attack at the qualifier later on in the summer. So good experience for him as well, just to be out there and testing himself against 2 Dutch internationals.
Well, he's got a good test on his hands at the moment. After 24 overs, the Seafarers have cruised themselves to 99 for 2, and the Hurricanes look to bowl first again, Pearce. And this wicket, to me, I reckon it's going to get better and better to battle. And I think it's playing a lot better than what some people would have expected 72 hours ago. Yeah,
Corey. I mean, you were here with our VOC seconds over the weekend, and you guys couldn't get on because of the
a deluge.
The soaked square. So look, I think Renee Van Esch has done an excellent job. He always provides really, really high quality facilities. I mean, the outfield and the playing surface itself look very good. Very pleased that we've had the opportunity to get out here and like I say, have quite another good competitive Pro Series game. Yeah,
the wicket looks good. The sun's shining and the commentary cam's working. As Flippy comes again, well played from Boris, picks out O'Dowd at mid-wicket. Well, obviously being sent in to bat, 250 plus, you'd be happy?
Yeah, look, I think so. I think 250 is always competitive here at VOC if you bowl well. I think a big focus for us is just making sure that we're looking to score against them. Like that's what I want to see.
Good batting.
A big focus, for us as a group is as we take over the 100 mark in the 25th over.
Yeah, it's okay. 2 wickets down, you got a good platform.
Yeah, and got some really good batters coming in. I mean, Scott Edwards, Shariz Rasul is on the other team. I've got Shariz Ahmed in my team. Wes goes for the reverse. We've brought Rata Alphonse in. He's got some runs for...
He's a bit of a live wire, Rafa.
Yeah, he's coming. He's got some runs for Haas. He's probably, probably needed to prove a point, I think. And so got an opportunity today. So exciting for him as Wes cuts away. Be looking for 2.
Just the 1 this time. Look, it's good to see some new names get their go in this probably final Pro Series game. But I'm sure a lot of these guys will be playing Italy next week as well. Yeah, we've got a number of these guys here. I think everyone that's playing in that series is playing here today. So, where are those games being hosted?
Yeah, we've got VRA on the Tuesday. These are all 2 o'clock starts. and then we got VCC Wednesday, Thursday. So yeah, exciting. Really high quality facilities. As the boys clap for the 101, or maybe they're clapping for the 50 partnership.
No, I've got it as 100 and...
It might be 102, so it might be the 50
I
partnership.
believe that is the 50 partnership. So 102 for 2 after 25, and 50-run partnership, 2 men in the 30s. You'd want one of these two to go deep, and then you've got the likes of Scotty Edwards, Shareers, Sebastian Brutt's there as well. Here's Kyle Klein can bat. It's actually quite a lot of batting to come.
Yeah, 100%. Very, very. I think quite balanced, two balanced teams. And personally, I think the addition of Saqib Zulfikar, who traded over from the Seafarers after game 1.
How many under the table trades were there this morning?
Look, Heino Kun
Loves a trade.
He came to me looking for some batters, some bowlers, and some fielders.
Well,
and we were able to vie that as.
I actually don't mind that. I was looking at the field. There's no real fine leg. It's sort of a backward square leg, and there's no 45. So Boris goes for a shot he's actually quite good at, and he misses out. Now they make the adjustment in the field.
Quite interesting to see the way Maxi manoeuvres as bowlers. Obviously, Clayton on limited workloads, Ollie Allenbass on limited workloads. So, haven't seen Saqib Zulfikar come to the crease yet. In terms of from a bowling perspective, so he's still got 10 overs of high quality leg spin coming in later on. So it'll be interesting to see how they manoeuvre that.
Absolutely, a good platform, plenty of good batting to come. Sun shining. Feels like it's time to cash in here for the Seafarers, who will look to win the series 2-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think that was our focus this morning, was trying to erase what happened in the last game and really make a conscious effort to start from 0 today and build a good partnership and do basically what we did in the last game, which was put a competitive score on the board and then force them to try and go a little bit harder than they need to. And we bowled very well in that last game. So, the challenge for the Hurricanes today is if they can put a partnership together. I think a lot will rest on Max O'Dowd. So, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we'll wait and see another dot ball. And you mentioned a few times there, Pierce, limited workloads and that. And I imagine that's because it's a pretty heavy start to the year. We've had a lot of top class up, a lot of these, a lot of cricket for some of these bowlers.
Yeah, look, definitely. I think Clay's just carrying a little bit of a shoulder niggle. So he, like I say, the thought from the S&C guys and the physio guys was just to sort of just manage him today. He's still able to bowl, but just not be able to bowl a lot of overs. And then likewise with Ollie. Ollie actually wasn't going to play today. Mace Van Vliet was going to play, but he's come down unwell. So instead we've had Ollie on a sort of limited workload and Geert sort of gone across to sort of fill in his other overs. So like I say, it's a little bit chaotic from time to time. But the idea of it is to try and provide as much high quality cricket as possible, and I think this is the best way we could do it today.
Yeah, fair enough, and that's well bowled from young Gerber. Good aggressive running as they'll sneak through for one, and they'll get two with a loose throw there from Ellen Bass. And well, it's the little inches that count.
Yeah, really good and aware running between the wickets, and your young up and coming quick probably needs a little bit more backing there. So it was actually a nice little finish to the over, just deflates your opposition a little bit, when those sort of things go wrong. So nice for us, because it was actually quite a good over from Geert.
Yeah, he's bowled all right so far. I've been impressed with Gourlay out there. He's actually striking at 79, and Baresi in 53s. Levitt could only get at 54s, but Gourlay's been the bit of the barometer for the tempo here. He's hit 5 boundaries in his 39 balls, and he's on strike now. He just seems to have some good intent today.
Yeah, liking the way he's going about it. He's obviously struggled for runs up front in the top class, so
hasn't had the year he's looking for.
No, and also hard to say, probably struggled as a team also. So I think there's that sort of balance, and obviously as captain, there's a lot of expectation on the young player, and to try and take your team to go back to back. That's always we've had that same issue at VOC. We struggled that year to back up the following season. So it's that conversation now around. For him personally, how can he get runs? Be the most effective player at for Haas to say for the Pro Series here for the Hurricanes and then for the A team. Mm-hmm. He captained the A team last week in England, so there's a lot of pressure on the young guys. So nice today that he can sort of just play as a batter. The A Series next week against Italy, he'll play as a batter only and not have to worry about the captaincy, which is cool as well. And just let him sort of be a bit freer. which can, sometimes be a real positive.
Possibly to continue. Well, Barassi there looking for a boundary. A little skewed underneath edge for a single. Heard you mention top class there. I looked at the table the other day. I'm starting to get a bit of a log jam. It's going to be tight. It just sort of feels that you've got one team at the very bottom, one team at the very top. It just feels it's going to be tight, Pierce.
Yeah, I think it is quite interesting. So the table. I was speaking to Bertus de Jong early on, sort of just having a look at what sort of score or what sort of points you reckon are needed to get into that sort of top 6. I reckon 9 and a good positive net run rate will probably get you into that top 6 at the moment. Just go into the match centre, mate, on your screen there, and I'll help you out.
Oh no. Well, that is not what you want. It's a short long hop, the worst ball he's bowled so far. We just put big raps on Gourlay, who was looking the goods and setting the tempo and being the barometer for his team, and somehow he's picked out Max O'Dowd at mid-wicket. Yeah,
it's about the way Boris's season has gone, unfortunately. He's sort of got himself in at points and just sort of got himself out in the weirdest of ways. So, yeah, gutted for him, to be fair. That was looking ominous. And again, that score of around 30 and getting out is always difficult. So, look, at the same time, good opportunity for Scott Edwards to sort of come in and get busy. I think it's a period of the game that he really wants to dominate as those middle overs. I'm sure show his players how he wants to go about it. So yeah, we have to wait and see.
Cricket's a funny game. So that's probably the loosest ball Flippy's bowled by a country mile, and he picks up a wicket.
Yeah, and that's the game of cricket, isn't it? You can bowl really well and not get any reward, and then you can bowl poorly and get a couple. So it's the way that the cookie crumbles. Also interesting to note that Scott Edwards has gone out there with the Wesley Barassi jumper on, so just to make it nice and difficult for the scorers. But I think
also a good team, man. That if I was Barassi, I'd be. Oh, thank you very much, Scotty.
Yeah, look, I've got to be honest. It is quite cool downstairs. So
nothing. Well, I can keep you up here, nice and warm in the comm box if you like. As we look at the top class ladder, just in the background, and you and I were talking about, it's the log jam. You got Sparta and VCC 8. You got 3 teams on 6. VOC, VRA, Punjab. HEC, Salon and ACC all on 4, and then a big surprise for me is the Rangers Ingrams Excelsior 20 on 2, and RBS obviously we thought might be different, but it feels like it could be a logjam. That is extremely tight.
It is, and there's only 4 games left.
Wow.
So 4 games left, so there's a possible total of 8 points to get. So, look, if we look at the bottom, very unlikely to see RBS sort of make it out of that bottom 4, as we see Scott Edwards get a nice low full toss and just knock it back.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and plenty on the line, as that does take us to the end of yet another over. A successful over this time for Bossavane, and the score after 27 is 107 for 3.
Yeah, I do notice that the scoreboard at the far end is still stuck on 99.
Yeah, we'll get that sorted out.
It's always the way.
We've snuck back onto commentary cam.
Commentary cam. Hello, mate.
It's good to have you here. Good to see you. Do you like we've got the little VOC logo in the background? Obviously, we're at the home of cricket, Hazelaweg, our old stomping ground. Or current.
Well, I don't really know. Yeah. You're playing in the 2s, I'm hardly playing in the 1s.
I'm retired. We're retired, mate.
We've had good careers, though.
Oh, jeez. Still cramping a little bit from fielding.
I know we're back.
We're back. Gert Swanepoel to continue, and Barassi pushes that into the offside for a dot.
I see.
And great to see Bertus de Jong jump in the chat. ACC are actually on 6 points. The KNCB table is behind, so that means there's 4 teams on 6, and that is what you call a log jam.
It's a log jam. Okay, so what do you reckon?
This is our other view today as well. Have a look. We've got 2 cameras live and a comm cam.
Wow.
We have.
You've gone above and beyond today.
This one's a little bit slower on the frame rate, so most viewers have asked for the other camera, but good to see that we're trying a couple of little different things.
Yeah, Adrian Vandendries just likes cameras, so that's fair enough.
Yeah.
He likes to normally be in front of them, but today behind it.
Yeah, and good on him for trying something a little bit different, as Barassi on strike, who's nerdled his way into a cheeky little 38 not out at the moment.
Yeah, I'd say it's a big day for Wes. I know that big focus for him is to try and nail down that spot in the top order for the World Cup qualifiers. So,
Well, he's putting his foot in the right direction. That 55 he made the other week, before I think Bossavane got him with a goodie, was good. He just seems calm. He just seems calm. He had a couple of nice on drives. Came out early today. The ball was doing a bit, and he's got himself through. You're right. Here's the time you want to go big. Shot. Nice little shot off his legs for one. And one thing we know that with Scott Edwards out there now, the running's probably going to be extremely quick.
Yeah, Wiz is going to have to get his skates on. That's for sure. The way Scotty likes to go about it, but nonetheless, it'll be interesting to see what sort of mood and mode Scott Edwards brings today. The consummate professional, both on and off the field.
He was in bed early last night, I can confirm that, and ate a healthy dinner and was doing yoga in the living room again, and he's pretty keen for a big performance here. So he'll be looking to get himself off the mark firstly, which he doesn't. Little play and miss. A nice ball from Gert Swanepoel.
Yeah, what are your thoughts about Noah Cruz behind the stumps as well? Have you liked her?
Clean.
Yeah.
Clean. You don't notice him, which means he's a good keeper. You know what I mean? I don't see anything that you would say, oh, he's made a few clangers. Just very clean, very calm. Up to the stumps, to a seamer. Yeah. I'm a big fan of the black gloves.
And the full black kit as well, yeah.
As that's a short ball, and God, Scotty Edwards has crunched that. That might be his first boundary, and it is. Well, Mr. Edwards missed out in the top class of weekend, which is a rarity, but he gets off the mark in the Pro Series match here for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot. Probably just not wanting to be too full and just be floaty, so he's sort of dragged down a little bit, but nonetheless, not the worst delivery I've seen bowled today, but really, really nicely played. And Scotty has got so much time, and he's played at the highest level now for a few years, so that sort of ball is never going to scare him or to set him back as such.
I always say VOC is actually quite a nice wicket to pull on because it doesn't get up high. It sort of always sits a bit, and it's 112 for 3 after.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Yeah, I think
never
that's a great
VOC
point.
never. I can never really remember it really coming through above shot. It really just sits up well for the pull strokes. Barasi back on strike, and he pushes Bossavane straight. And there could be a good 2 if Scotty's quick, and this is the example of his running. A lot of other players there would have just sat on the 1, but he turns quickly for 2.
Yeah, it's a massive point for us as a Netherlands squad, is just around our attitude towards running between the wickets. And we have to try and eke every single run out of every possible option. You can't afford to just jog ones here. We need every run for our bowling attack to be able to defend. So, like I say, these are little things, but if you do the little things well enough for a longer period of time, actually the amount of it is far greater.
Yep, completely agree. As that's pushed into the leg side, and another good little attacking single. This actually feels like a huge moment in the game. You got Bracey on 41, Edwards early. If you can get Edwards early and maybe get Shariz early, or go bang bang 5 for 120, 5 for 130, you're well ahead. This is big. If you let Edwards get in here, and Barasi keeps ticking along as he is, before you know it, they could easily be on 180 with 10 to go.
Yeah, but spot on, Corey. I mean, look, you read the game as well as anyone. I think you've got quite a good cricket brain when it comes to those sort of things. But it is a moment, and sort of Max is going to have to be really on with the way he uses his bowlers, to try and maximise this chime. So, I wouldn't be surprised if Max sort of looks to bring Ryan Klein back in for a little 2-over stint just to try and pluck another wicket here.
Yeah.
I'm also quite surprised that I haven't seen Saqib Zulfikar bowl yet. I also think he would be quite an attacking option in this sort of circumstance.
That's short, and Edwards I think misses out on that. He wanted to get that over mid wicket, but he'll get himself back for 2 with this aggressive running. Pepe Barasi supporting him, and this is a moment in the game. These 2 are dangerous players, the 2 most experienced in the lineup for Seafarers. What can Max O'Dowd's Hurricanes do? I do like they've got a slip in still, saying let's go, cover in mid wicket extremely tight, so his backward point. It's going to be one, to be honest, I don't know if I'd be bowling too much spin while Edwards is out there. Maybe you go pace, but let's see.
Yeah, look, I think they're in a situation as the over comes to an end where they're probably taken to by the circumstances. We are going to see Ryan Klein back into the attack, Corey.
Yeah, I like it. Ryan Klein at the moment being the leader of this attack has 6 overs, 20 for 1. And, 6 overs, 20 for 1. Being the spearhead, it's good captaincy from O'Dowd because you want him maybe 2 over spell here. And if he can go bang, bang, game shifts.
Yeah, even 1 wicket here.
Yeah.
Corey. Shariz Ahmed, very talented batter, but, still quite inexperienced. Only 19 years old. So there's a lot on his shoulders, regardless of which of the 2 batters would to fall.
Where will Rather Alphonse?
He'll slot in at 7 behind Shariz. So...
Okay.
I think quite a nice opportunity for him. But yeah, like I say, Corey, this next 2 overs, 3 overs is quite critical.
Yeah, and you can see with the slip still in that Mr. O'Dowd's the captain, he feels there is a chance to maybe get Edwards edging early. If he can get that catch or get that little edge, could be the big fish. Bracey sort of setting himself to bat through this innings. 4 boundary riders. A little plain miss, and that's why you bring Ryan Klein back. Bit of a loose shot from Scotty, comes down the wicket and throws his hands at it. It's not usually him.
No, look, I also know that Scotty's quite keen to put pressure back on the Hurricanes. Big focus for us is how we can put pressure back on the bowlers. So the intent straight off the bat is nice, but yeah, maybe a touch loose. I'm sure he'll warm to the task though.
It's a little bit more compact this time. He punches it out to Ollie Ellenbast, who's going to do the sweeping at common point. Yeah, is there anywhere online where the Italians have released their squad?
I'll have another look, but I haven't seen so far. I haven't seen the Italian Twitter.
That'll be a good little series, that. I'm especially keen to see who the 14 or 15 man squad they'll be bringing over. Plenty of cricket on the horizon for Dutch national players. Kleinig to Barassi now. Well bowled, well played, and I've been pretty impressed with Ryan Klein these 2 Pro Series games that we've been able to get on the park. Just seems to be hitting his length quite easily.
Yeah, he's stepped into a position of a senior seamer in this sort of Netherlands-based squad. So for him, it's critical, building towards those World Cup qualifiers that he's fit, rearing to go, being able to bowl with a new ball, being able to come here, bowl some overs through the middle, and potentially even do a job at the death.
Lovely looking stroke as that pings off. I think that's Gert Swanepoel there potentially at cover, but pings off him, and another dot ball. There's a couple of dots here from Klein. They just took a wicket 7 runs ago, and they got Philip Ossovane out.
No, Corey, can't find you anything.
No, that's okay. I'm sure we'll find out a little bit more about that series in the coming days. Klein again to Barassi. Barassi, probably his most favoured shot, the little tuck of his legs, he's so good at that.
Look, if you ever want a way to get off strike, just a little tuck on the hip is always enjoyable. Seeing down Aryan Dutt to our side there, Corey.
Yeah, so Aryan Dutt not playing today. What's the
slight hamstring tear is the word that
slight hamstring tear.
It's slight.
Oof.
Is the word it was used, but he's back running already. So it was picked it up in the UK last week.
Yeah, it can happen.
So he's just here for some rehab with George Dunlop, our physio. So yeah, always good to have him on board.
At the end of 30 overs, the score's now bang on 120 for 3. So I usually say W score after 30. These days it's usually W score after 35, but with this sort of wicket, if they can get 240, 250, which we said at the start of the day, I think they'll be pretty happy with that. Ossovane to continue. Wesley Barassi, he's moseyed himself up to 43, looking at back-to-back Pro Series 50s.
Is this Bossavane's 6th over here, Corey?
Let me just take a quick look as he comes in. Get down the ground, and well, just another one. Edwards runs that first one extremely hard, but no 2 this time. Bossavane's figures, yeah, this is his 6th and currently has 1 for 23 off 5.1.
He's bowled alright. He bowled really well last week in the UK, actually. I don't know if you've noticed this, Corey, but he's bowling slightly flatter. So he's not really throwing the ball up as much.
I did notice, I'd said that in his first. I was surprised not to see as much air, because I do think, obviously you do have a lot of spinners like that, but he does spin it the most out of any spinner in Holland. It is one of his small X factors.
Also quite interesting looking at that England Test squad. No Ben Folkes, Corey.
Yeah, rough. As Edward punches it down the ground for one. If Barasi's quick, not quick enough, they'll just settle for the one this time. Yeah, it's a tough.
Rasul, quite a quick guy to the ball, can sometimes fumble it because of that energy, but at the same time he gets quickly to the ball. So
looking forward to watching him bat as well.
I honestly think he's such a talent. He's another one that's been selected for this A series.
Nice.
And again, he scored quite a few runs in the top class, got quite a few hundreds. He gets the odd low score, but I think for me it's trying to see match winners. That guy's a match winner. He'll go out there, and if he's going to get runs, he gets big runs. So I think that's always great to watch. So big point for us is Barasi on the reverse. What a shot!
Brilliant batting. They actually moved backward point out and put him at tight mid on. And so Barasi goes, well, if you're going to do that, I'm playing the reverse Malash, and he picks himself up too.
Yeah, very good piece of fielding as well there. Geert Sonpool in support of Musarami there. So good to see the way that Geert's putting in the yards off the ball as well. So
good batting though from Brace. You can see Tajan Manuru on your screens just move straight there from mid on from slip, meaning that reverse sweep is on if you want to back yourself. And Wesley does like the stroke. He's on 46 now. Make that 46.
Yep, very good commentary from you there, Corey.
I think we'll keep you on until he gets to 50, and then we can. I know you've probably got a lot of coaching duties you need to get back to.
Look, I'll pop away, but are you going to
come back as much as you want?
I'll pop back in, maybe for the last 5 overs or so.
Oh yeah, bring us home later today.
Yeah, I can bring you home before the end of the innings. I'll come for a stint in the second innings for you as well, Corey. But look, I know that you like a little bit of support from time to time from
in every format,
in all facets of life. But yeah, nonetheless, on that note, good to see you.
No, you'll be staying till Barasi brings up his 50. Well, I think that'd be a nice touch. Could take 3 balls, could take 2 overs.
Look.
And with this commentary cam and the evolution that we've taken on in the last 2 weeks, I feel that your support here just helps us get through that sort of middle overs. You feel in 50 over cricket.
Comment errors.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a step in the right direction.
100%. I can't fault it. And I think the support from the KNCB and also from Fairtree for this series has been awesome. We can't you can't underestimate that. I mean, it's hard enough to pull off. So to Roland and to Adrian with all the effort he's put in with the stuff is taking a run to your house, mate.
Well, yeah, that's Scotty Edwards hitting it to the left of O'Dowd, and well, Scott wins this battle, just the one. Barasi on strike. I'm 46, and hey, look, we had the first Pro Series game washed out, and this is going to likely be our last one.
I think we're back-to-back 50s. Aiming for some T20s later in the summer, though.
Oh, that's good. But back-to-back 50s, if he can do that, Barasi, it sets the standard, doesn't it?
Yeah, look, I think 50's one thing. But for Wes especially, he's probably struggled for runs for Harvey S this year. He's got a tough job as coach and captain of Harvey S. In a very much a changing period of their cricketing history. I mean, they've lost, basically all their experience.
They've lost a lot of experience, but they must be a little bit worried about going down.
Yeah, look, at the same time, you sort of sit there and go, can they come good? Warburton's got hundreds, but they're not winning games, and that's quite tough.
Yeah.
When your pro is trying to dig you out a hole and your other pro...
And Scotty Edwards' lavish cut shot splices away, and just the one.
Yeah, quite like that.
Scotty looks like he's going to ask for the vest to come off now. It's been a good little burst from Kleiny, who's come back with the instructions, get me another wicket, and he's got 7.3 overs, 25 for 1. Fantastic figures again. Barasi staring down the barrel of a 50. Big little contest this. Contest in a contest.
Is it a big little contest?
It's a big little contest.
Okay.
Nice looking shot, and they should get one as it beats mid wicket, and Bossamane does the mopping up, and they will get to one.
It's good running.
It is. It's aggressive running.
Feel like Taja might have to do a little bit better there. Sort of just, and it's tough because you've got the mat there, but at the same time, he's just let that go past.
While these two stay at the crease, it gives more of a license to that lower order to come in and really accelerate. And pressure moments here for the Hurricanes, who were elected to bowl first again. Well, not O'Dowd, sorry. Edwards pushes that into the leg side. Another one. I'm just ticking it over, and this is what you expect from these two.
Yeah, I mean, both quite experienced international cricketers now, Corey, and Wes obviously far more elder in years, but in terms of cricketing experience, I think both of them are on quite an even keel. So nice to be able to sort of see the way they're going about it. And they'll have like the team goal in their mind as well about the way we want to go about our cricket for this series. So yeah, very, very pleased.
Yeah,
very good running.
That's a perfect example of dead batting the ball between point and cover, and having a good partner that can read the game as well. So Barassi moves to 49, Edwards is on 12 at the end of yet another over. 32 overs gone, the score is 130 for 3.
Yeah, look, quite a lot of people up here, Corey. I mean, you've got quite a good spot today. You've come inside. I mean, whilst I say the sun, it looks warm, I can tell you on the sideline it's definitely not. It is still quite bitterly cold. That wind always has such a bite here at VOC.
Well, here's a change that you were calling for maybe 20 minutes ago, saying you're surprised you hadn't seen Saqib Zulfikar. We're going to see him now.
Yeah, really, really like Saqib as a cricketer. I think such a talented individual, and obviously he sort of struggled to balance cricket and work. He's in full-time work now, has been for the last few years, and I think that's, also quite understandable for a lot of these guys. You can hold on to the cricket dream for a period, but at some point, sometimes a bit of life and reality hits. So nice that he's been able to juggle it and be part of the Pro Series. Like I say, he's going to be part of our squad for the games as well, for those Italy games. So yeah, nice to have him involved. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he gets on in this next little period.
Well, he's bowling to a set player and probably the best player against spin in the country. So good contest for him. Barassi on 49. Make that 50. Back-to-back 50s. And we'll think about two. Probably not on this time. And well, I'm sure he'll get a warm round of applause from his players and his coach. As Piers Fletcher, my co-commentator, lets the players know. And yeah, there comes the delayed round of applause. 50 up. And that will probably be the end of Piers Fletcher in the commentary box. I want to say, Piers, thank you for your time, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
I'm going to go shout at my players for not clapping 50.
Yeah, thank you very much, Piers. And I'm sure we'll see him a little bit later in the day. Happy Barassi, 50 runs off 86 deliveries, 2 boundaries, a solid little knock, and well supported of late by Edwards. As his partnership has grown, and these two looking pretty set at the moment. Barassi now, well, maybe after getting to his 50, opening up bare, and here comes the round of applause, 1 run late. So I think obviously not noticing too much there on the thing, but Barassi celebrates, and there's his 50 already. So 51 now, but it doesn't matter when you celebrate, as long as you get your celebration in. As that's pushed into the offside. Good batting from Edwards, and wild throw on, it dings him in the head. Well, and thankfully he had a helmet on Scotty Edwards as he has a look at Musa Ahmed, and Musa might have ridden off his cricket career there as he hits the captain in the back of the head, but thankfully he's got the helmet on and he is okay. What a shot that is from Pepe Barassi. Well, he's gotten to his 50 and it's time to cash in, isn't it? And he gets a ball that he can work with and he gets it over mid-wicket for boundary. He moves to 55 and this is now starting to grow. So danger signs here for the Seafarers. Sorry for the Hurricanes. They desperately need a wicket or two. And now defended. So a nice over there for the Seafarers. Edwards being a good little support here to Barassi. And Barassi bringing up his 50 in that over. 3 boundaries now and he's 55. overall, I think the Seafarers will be the happier of the two teams. Hurricanes winning the toss, electing to bowl. When you elect to bowl, you want a little bit more action at the top. They just didn't pick up the 2 or 3 wickets they would have liked. As it looks like yet another bowling change. So Roy will come back into the attack, and Roy's bowled really well so far today. He has outstanding figures, 5 overs, 1 for 13. Him and Ryan Klein have been the 2 standout bowlers. And I think O'Dowd realising the situation, knowing this game can't just creep away from them. So the platform is set, the hard work's been done. As Roy comes back in for his second spell today. And well, Edwards, a little tuck on the hip. He'll think 2 here. He's aggressive, but not that aggressive this time. It would have been suicidal, so he'll just settle for the 1. And Barasi's on the score that I believe he got out for in the first Pro Series match, 55, if my memory serves me correctly. And still on that 57, sorry. I was just off. He made 57 in the previous game. And it was our LBW in the end. They ended up making 272, made 57 off 69. A little bit slower today. He's currently 55 off 90. Oh, no. Oh, and that sums it up. Unfortunately, it's almost a carbon copy of a player getting in and getting out. It felt like a softish dismissal. Maybe it stopped in the wicket and put the kibosh on him a little bit. He was looking so good, so comfortable, but yet another score in the mid-50s. And Roy, well, he gets a bit of reward for his first spell, I feel. He's bowled exceptionally well here today. He picks up his second. And it's a big, big wicket. The Seafarers, they were looking pretty comfortable. A man on 55. And well, Roy hits it on a good length. Little leading edge. And another wicket will go down. Plenty of parallels in this game compared to the very first game we watched with these two teams. As the new man coming out to the crease will be Shariz Ahmed. So a warm round of applause for Wesley Barassi as he leaves the pitch and the field. He'll be disappointed though. I think he did a lot of hard work and got himself into a position that he could have made a score of plus 80 quite comfortably, but cricket's not an easy sport and only takes one delivery. So, new man coming to the crease, Shariz Ahmed, and this was the partnership, I think, in the previous game. After the platform was set, these two really took it away. Shariz Ahmed and Scott Edwards are both exceptionally quick between the wickets, and also dangerous batsmen in their own right. They hit it to peculiar areas. And they're very talented indeed. Can Roy, the big man from Kampong, go bang, 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 get himself an arm. He's got 2 for 14 or 5.3. Here he comes. Shariz's first ball. And Shariz does what Shariz does. He tips it off his leg for 1 and runs extremely hard, but just the 1 this time. I think the Hurricanes will be saying if we can get Edwards now, it could be the difference between 250 to 200 even. Shariz Ahmed having a fantastic season. Bowling has been exceptional, 19 wickets, but also with the bat averaging 31 in the top classer. For a man that comes down lower in the order, I'm pretty happy with that. As Edwards on strike to Roy, no across up at the stumps as well. Short ball pulled away easily, and will it be into a big pocket of space? Just the one in the end. That's good mopping up. I think that's Philip Bossavane maybe out there, maybe not. Maybe it's Saqib Zulfikar. Just the one in the end. So Edwards has gotten himself to 16 now. Can Roy get himself another wicket? Slip goes in. I like it. Good aggressive captaincy. Well bowled and defended. And, well, I think the Hurricanes will be quick learners. Cover and point are extremely tight. They won't be wanting these two to block and run like they did in the previous game. And that does take us to the end of yet another over. The score is after 34 overs, 141 for 4. So it looks like Saqib Zulfikar to continue. Plenty of people have come down today to have a watch. Plenty of people, members of the KNCB and some family friends and other people sitting up at the clubhouse. A few fitness tests on the side for Ari and Dutt. And Saqib Zulfikar going to be bowling to Edwards here. Interesting to see when he does potentially bring out his favoured sweep shot, or looks to be a little bit more aggressive, but maybe with the fall of Wesley Baraisley, just gives himself a couple more overs before trying to get a bit expansive. Mid-on comes into the ring, so Maxwell O'Dowd protecting the square boundaries, and that's blocked into the leg side. Straight to the field. They'll think about two, just the one. So Shahriz Ahmed now facing Saqib, who looks to come around the wicket. Interesting to see that start. Probably wants to spin it right through that gate, pitch it out wide and see if he can get some spin in. Difficult to tell, but I don't think it's spun too much today. Mid-on comes in. I wouldn't mind seeing mid-off come in as well. Not too sure Shariz is going to go over the top to start. Oh, and you can see around the wicket, trying to spin it through the gate. Dot ball. Big moments in this game. Can they go bang bang the Hurricanes? Can they take two in quick succession? Well bowled. And Saqib Zulfikar just coming wide of the crease. The slip's in place. So that's cut down, just a little bit dragged down that time. And well, the fielders are on high alert at the moment because they know very well these two are going to run extremely hard between the wickets. There's Edwards back on strike. An easy one for Edwards, who is just going about his work at the moment, setting himself a nice little platform to maybe go hard a little bit later. Hard looking drive, great fielding from Max O'Dowd at cover. That's spectacular. He saves two at least, maybe even four at the end of yet another little over as they're racing through their overs today. 35 overs bowled. The score's 144 for 4. So they're going to continue with the big man from Kampong, Roy, who's bowled exceptionally well. 6 overs, 2 for 16 so far. Been effective. I've enjoyed his height. He's hit the deck really hard and done a good job. Done a really good job. Good to see Patrick Delata here as well, and he's enjoying the cricket. I'm sure he is after a nice little holiday. Roy to continue. Oh, and it's a little under edge from Edwards, who just tried to run it down to third man and goes into Noel Crosa's foot. Can they get Edwards out? I feel if they can get Edwards out, the Hurricanes will be ahead in this. He is the key. The Dutch captain. Short, hit hard. They'll push hard for 2, but not this time. I think the Hurricanes, to their credit, overall the fielding's been a little bit cleaner than the very first game in Kampong. They made a lot of missed fields and struggled along. So Shariz Ahmed back on strike. Deep cover point, deep third man, 2 boundary riders. Oh, there's a play and miss, and Roy almost had a third. Shariz, a little bit of a slower start for him in this one. You can see tight on your screen there how tight Musa Ahmed and I think that's Ryan Klein there at cover are really, really coming in tight here. They do not want them to give away easy singles, and they want to squeeze. That's well defended, the third man. And even the boundary riders seem to be maybe 5 metres off the boundary for these two. So just another one. Roy, probably pick of the bowlers at the moment. Change in the field, and interesting to see this. Dean Wong On goes back and third man comes up. I'm not so sure on that. I don't think Scott was going to go over mid-on, but obviously Roy has a bit of a gut feel. As it's a slow ball and well fielded. Brilliant fielding, great aggressive running though as well. Good cricket all round. That's fantastic running and great effort from Ryan Klein there at mid-wicket. Big dive but can't save the single. A couple of people in the chat saying 240 they think is what they'll end up on. Yeah, I do believe if these two keep batting an extended period, I think they will get there. Edwards is the key. Dug in, and well, that's why they're tight. Musa Ahmed knows his little brother quite well, I imagine, and keeps it to a dot. So they've got the squeeze on a little bit at the moment. At the end of 36 overs, Seafarers 147 for 4. So Shariz Ahmed, he's come out, he's 3 off 9, hasn't got ticking along as quickly as he usually does. Edwards is going almost around a ball, 19 off 22 with the 1 boundary. Saqib Zulfikar to continue from the airport end. And that's a nice shot from Edwards. This should be 2. He'll touch and go, and he'll get it comfortably. It's good running. Just a tad short and a tad outside the off stump, and he leans on that beautifully for 2. He must be getting close to that second drinks break as well. The over 8's been fantastic today. So that's pushed again into the leg side and well, straight to deep backward square. This time they'll settle for the 1. This is starting to just tick along the way the Seafarers don't mind. They've brought the 150 up with that. 150 for 4. They've got a platform. Plenty of batting to come still as well. Rafael Alphonse is there. Sebastian Bratt. Kyle Klein. Plenty of batting to come. Hit hard down the ground and 1 bounce to deep mid-off. Could they have kept mid-off in? Maybe, maybe not. Just the 1. And you can see the lefty-righty partnership just making those fielders run those extra yards. I'm sure there's some tired bodies out there. As Edwards, just a little push to cover that time. Good little bowling this from Saqib Zulfikar. He's keeping it as tight as possible. Oh, slight appeal. And now the dot ball that was flighted a tad more. Oh, well bowled. I reckon that's the wrong, and Edwards picked it late but couldn't get it away. So 3 dot balls in the over. Good over from Saqib Zulfikar. Hurricanes, they're fighting harder than they did in the previous game in these middle overs. Just better lengths, better lines, and the fielding group's working with them. At the end of the 37th over, the score's 151 for 4. No, 13 overs remaining in this very first innings. 151 for 4. Pick of the bowlers so far has been Roy, and he's earned himself yet another over. Not surprised about that. Short, pulled, doesn't pick out the man, 1 bounce. Mr. Ahmed, I think, is a little bit frustrated with himself that time. Sort of feels maybe he could have got it over mid-wicket. That's the 1. Edwards back on strike. That's one thing Roy's been good at today. His length's been fantastic. He's barely pitched a ball too short. When does Edwards get maybe a little bit funky, pull out a ramp or something a bit cheeky? Not right now. Well bowled and, well, good running. Underneath edge through the legs just for a single. Edwards averaging 65 in top class of this year. I know that because he tells me daily. He's got himself to 24 here. That's what he does. He's good at just getting himself off strike and always getting that score ticking over. Oh, well bowled. Really well bowled. Beats the bat. Good keeping as well from Noah Cruz. That could have been Roy's 3rd, just beating Shriz Ahmed's outside edge. They've been able to limit Shriz today. Yeah, it just hasn't been able to get going just yet by his standards. A little bit too straight that time. He'll get the 1 to deep square leg, who is definitely in a little bit. Keeps it 2-1. So Shriz has got 6 singles off his first 11 balls. I think overall the Hurricanes, though, they'll be happy that their fielding's improved. I think at Kampong they said as a team that their fielding part of the game probably could see an extra 20 runs. Not today. Slightly short, cut away this time, and there won't be 2 as that's hit quite hard out to the man at deep cover point. That's Ollie Ellenbass doing the mopping up. And just ticking along. Just ticking along. You sort of feel that something's going to give here. A loose stroke or one hit in the air or a boundary. Just has brewed up to that point. A lot of singles, a lot of pressure. Straight to mid-wicket, another dot ball, and you can see the squeeze that they're putting on Shriz today. Much better from the Hurricanes. Another over goes, another good over by Roy. Fantastic figures. At the end of 38 overs, the score's 155 for 4, and we're going to take a drink. We'll be back in the next 5 minutes for the last 12 overs of the first innings. So we're back here, and the Seafarers Hurricanes, 12 overs to go. Seafarers have gotten themselves to 155 for 4. Umpires just getting back into position after the second drinks break. Important 12 overs in the context of the game. So Keeb Zulfka to Scotty Edwards. Scotty cuts that one straight to cover, so a dot ball. But no, big 71 balls left here. Seafarers, perfect world. They hit 90 I think, off those 71 deliveries and get themselves to around that 245 mark. For the Hurricanes, they'll be desperate to try and get Scotty Edwards out in the fields, and while he's there, they're in a little bit of strife, it always feels like, as he gets himself a single after the drinks break. Scott's the type of player that if he faces 40 out of those 70 balls, he can make 60 and he can try and take it away. Shariz Ahmed, he's got himself to 6 not out. Probably hasn't got going as quickly as he would have liked, but it's through good bowling and good fielding so far. There's another well-flighted delivery from Keeb Zulfka. Just outside the off stump and well defended through to slip there. When does Shariz take a risk and maybe try go over long on? Not now, as he's hit that hard on the half volley to O'Dowd. Burst through his hands. Now it's done well to stop that. He's hit that extremely hard. And he'll just get the single. Shariz, he's got himself to 7 in singles so far. Edwards, 1 boundary in his 25. So that's hit to the left of cover, and they'll get 2, I think. That's into a big pocket of space, and no, not this time. Good fielding from Bossavane, and overall some exceptional fielding so far from the Hurricanes. So plenty of pressure's been built. The bowling's been tight, the fielding's been good. They've kept that run rate in check. Question mark will be, when Seafarers look to attack, will they take the opportunity? That's hit down to long on this time for a single. You definitely see Keeb Zulfka's flighting it a little bit more to Shariz, and that's an over that I reckon's been bowled in 3 minutes. They are getting through these overs quickly, and it's good for everyone involved. The score at the end of 39 overs is 159 for 4. As it looks like we'll probably get a bowling change. I might have been tempted to keep Roy on. Roy had 8 overs, 2 for 23, but obviously we need to get through the 50 overs somehow. And it looks like Ollie Ellenbass is going to be brought back on. He has 4 overs done for 20. Interesting to see. It looks like Noah Croce will stay up to the stumps. Ollie's probably one of the sharper bowlers in this team, and the only reason I find that he does have this ability to dig it in short, but also can spray it a little bit. So this will test out the keeper up to the stumps, I'm sure. Let's see how he goes. 5 men in the ring, all pretty straight. You cover your mid wicket, your mid off, your mid on, and then the 1 man square, your tight point. He hits that hard, big pocket of space. Bossavane's off the rope though. He'll keep it to 1. Fantastic fielding again. I don't think these two have just managed to get any 2s so far, and that's what they're always looking for. Can Ellenbass break this partnership? When does Edwards get a little bit funky and try pop one over the top? I'll bat it again. Runs it down to short, well, to deep third man, I should say, just past short point. Still plenty of batting to come. Seafarers have Alphonse and a few more in that lineup that I think we'll see quite soon if required. Sebastian Brutt to look out for as that's dug in, cut extremely hard. Bossavane's been good out there sweeping, and he's good again. Keeps it to 1 more. People selling and getting a little nudge from my co-director, telling me we've cracked over 100 live viewers. I'll tell you what a way to spend your Tuesday. As this game, I'm going to say, pretty evenly poised at the moment. Tough to tell who's ahead. Always difficult to tell the pitch until both teams bat on it. Edwards looking to drive straight. That bottom hand probably coming through a little bit too much there. He'll be tempted, I think, Edwards, to go over the top. I just feel mid-off and mid-on are in the ring. If he can get one out the screw straight, I know he's been trying to add it to his game. If he gets one out the screw straight, maybe they change the field a bit and takes initiative. Does he take the risk? Doesn't need to. It's short. Cut. One. Another one. Fielded out there by Roy. The fielding's been exceptional. Much better from the Hurricanes. I've said it a few times, but in the previous Pro Series game, they must have let 20 runs slide by from being a little bit on the back foot. Shariz Ahmed's on 10. Hasn't been able to get a 2, just 10 singles. And there's the release shot, and what a shot it is. We were calling for it. Which one of these two is going to go over mid-off and mid-on and take the initiative? It's Shariz Ahmed. Glorious shot. 4 runs to end the over. And it's starting to look like Seafarers are building a dangerous partnership. At the end of 40, it's 167 for 4. So 167 for 4, 10 overs left, 2 set batsmen now. Perfect world, let's say, perfect world you get 9 and over, let's say that. Perfect world would take you up around that 257 mark. More realistic, I think maybe 8 and over. But that's if those two stay most of the time. They are the most experienced batsmen left in this lineup. If you go 8 and over, get yourself to that 247, 250. We said at the start of the day we think 250 would be a good score. I think this pitch is pretty good at the moment to bat on. Mid-on's gone back now. Huge holes in the leg side. I wouldn't be surprised here if we see Scotty Edwards pull out his first sweep of the day.
Yeah.
I know he loves it. He's definitely brewing for it. Let's have a look. No need as he just pushes it to point. Let me see if I can try guess when he sweeps. I can always tell he's got this little tell with his bat. He'll be thinking about it. It's a good go-to shot. You've got 2 backward points in. He might go the reverse, or does he go the normal Malachi? And bat is high, so he won't. And he gets into the leg side for 1. They'll think about 2, but I don't think so. Just the 1. So Keeb Zulfik is bowling quite well as well. He's got 4.2 overs, none for 20. Left-handed, Shariz in on strike. 5 men in the ring, surprisingly. Aggressive. 2 backward points. Tight mid-wicket. He doesn't time the drive, but he gets into a big pocket of space. He'll get himself an easy single. Sort of got into that stage where the Seafarers have gone through that maybe tricky little period where it felt if another wicket fell, Hurricanes would be on top. Now these two have gone through that and they can sort of release a little bit. Let's have a look at what Scotty's doing here. Is that bat going to stay down? Will he get the sweep out? There it is. And there's his sweep. And I tell you what, when he sweeps, it's 4. There's 3 things you can guarantee in life. Taxes, death, and when Scotty Edwards plays a sweep shot, it goes for 4. And his first sweep a day does result in that. What a shot. Knew it was going to come. Spent too much time with this man in the last 5 years, and what a nice shot that is.
Took him 40 balls. Plays first.
So he moves himself to 34. And we go again. Death, taxes, and if this man sweeps the cricket ball, it goes for 4. My word. I don't think there's a human out there that's ever been better at one shot than what Scotty Edwards is at a sweep shot. It's ridiculous. And the weird thing is everyone knows it, but no one can stop it. Back-to-back boundaries for Edwards. And those two boundaries are just an injection of pace that the Seafarers will love. Does he go for the trifecta and pull the reverse one out now? He's gone behind square, in front of square. No, he's happy with one. Maybe even two if they run hard. They'll settle on the one. Good batting though. As these two looking to steal every run possible. At the end, it's a very good over for the Seafarers. After 41 overs, it's 178 for 4. So Alan Bass will continue from the pavilion end. Danger signs here for the Hurricanes. Need to get a wicket. Edwards is now raced to 38 of 41. Shariz with the one boundary, 15 of 20. How funky does Edwards get now? Long on has gone back. I wouldn't be surprised if you, with the keeper up to the stumps, I wouldn't be surprised if you see him play a little ramp shot here. Loves to go over the keeper, and the keeper's up at the stumps. Well, this time cuts it hard to Musa Ahmed. Great fielding, good throw. Oh, I tell you, that would have been a fantastic run out. That's the one run. I reckon he saves 3 actually. That could easily have gone through backward point for 4. Ollie Ellenbass. Quick from Hermes Cricket Club. Trying his best here to pick up a wicket. A few messages in the chat saying, where's Aryan Dutt? Well, he's on the left of where I'm sitting doing a fitness test. He's got a slight hamstring strain, so he's doing some fitness testing today and some work with the strength and conditioning coach and physiotherapist, but won't see him in action today as that's a slower bouncer and just blocked out to the offside. And these two now, as they did in the previous game, and they're looking at a 2. There's no 2 there. The stumps are broken. Oh, Edwards a little bit overly keen maybe. They might have got back for 2, but they'll just settle on the 1. There's a couple of messages coming in. James Cantor saying, why is Shariz in the extra large shirt? Well, the answer to that is, he's not the tallest of humans. He's batting well. Remco asking why Scotty's in the blue. That is the colours of the blue of Seafarers. Oh, that's a shocker. That's a no ball, and you don't want to run because you want the free hit, but he takes it. Now that's going to be a free hit to Shariz Ahmed. It was a back of the hand slower ball that just goes all wrong. And that can happen. He'll get one official warning for that. It was purely an accident. And it means Shariz Ahmed's got a free hit. This is just starting to get away from the Hurricanes, unfortunately. Very similar to the game up in Kampong 2 weeks ago. As O'Down rings the changes. Third man in the ring. Fine leg in the ring. Mid-off goes back. Mid-on goes back. Noah Kroos moves back, obviously. Free hit. Keeper doesn't need to be up to the stump. So, looking at this field, it's probably going to be dug in. And it's going to be a slower ball. There it is. Dug in slower ball. And it's pulled out just for a single. It's good bowling from Ellen Buss. Very good bowling. There's a message coming in from James Jabez in the chat. Oh, James. Let us know where you're watching from, James. Do you still commentate ECS score? Have you been fired? Well, there is a grey area, I believe, that I might be in, and I'm off to Switzerland for some meetings. Let's see how constructive they will be. Ellen Buss to continue. Cut extremely hard. That could be 4, you know. He's crunched that. It is 4. Edwards shows he's not a one-trick pony. He doesn't just sweep. He can hit it through backward point. That's his V. He doesn't hit it through the straight traditional V. He loves it through the backward V, and that's 4 runs. He moves to 44 or 45. And if he brings up a 50, I dare say he's done his team a very good job here. Slow ball, and he opens up and punches that dead straight, and that might go for another boundary. It will. He read that perfectly. He's not the most natural looking player straight, but he picked the slow ball. He hits it past O'Dowd at mid off, and he moves to 48 now, 46. good batting from Edwards, the captain of the Netherlands, showing why he is one of the main leaders. Can he get himself to a 50? Yeah, it will take one there to max it mid-off and goes to 49. Brilliant over again. These two are starting to open up, aren't they? Partnership racing along. And by my account, at the end of 42, Seafarers have moved on to 192 for 4. And that 250 total looks pretty assured they should be getting there now. Looks like a slight delay. I think Edwards has asked for something from the dugout. A little bit of neck pain. Look, another bowling change. Dowd trying his best to get a wicket. So Gert Swanpole is going to come back in from the airport end, where I see a plane coming over the top. And quite situated close to Rotterdam Airport. Isaac asking me a long question about Jack Cooper. The answer I haven't heard is no. I haven't heard anything about that. And that usually is a small Dutch community that would have said that, but I haven't heard about Jack Cooper playing here. As Edwards on 49, and make that 49. Crunches it to O'Dowd. Left or right of him by a couple of metres would have brought up that 50. Good to have so many different viewers tuning in at the moment. Remco, Harv and asks how's Max feeling at the moment. Knowing Max, pretty chilled, standing there at mid-off, 192 for 4. Yeah, he'd be pretty relaxed, I think, at the moment. Just another day at the office. As Edwards times that, but times it to backward point, so he's going to stay on 49. He's on 49. Little Shariz 17. 46 balls left in this innings. Now, because of those last good few overs, if you can go... They're looking to go at 10s, really. You could blow this up to 260, 270. Oh, he goes for a big hit over mid-off, but sort of skews it down to long on. Well, warm round of applause. That'll be his 50, and I'm sure we'll see the captain, the Seafarers, captain of the Netherlands, celebrate there. And I'm sure he'll put on his favourite movie tonight, The Magic Flute. He always watches it after he makes a good score, and well done to him. Gets himself to another 50, and I'm going to hear about it all week, I'm sure. James asking if I played any cricket on the weekend. The answer is no, I did not, thankfully. My time's done. Just enjoy commentating. A little bit of coaching here and there. Shariz on strike, and well, I wouldn't be surprised if Shariz gets a little bit funky here. Yeah, there's the funkiness, and it goes all the way over 45 for 4. You could tell he was going to do that from a long way away with the way he used his hands on the bat, and he just ramps it over 45. What a shot that is, and it's time for these two to show us their prowess. Remco saying that Max is getting butchered out there. Not really, it's only 200 off 42. I think if getting butchered's in the 300s, I don't think they're going to get to 300. Slower ball from Gert Swanpole, and that's pulled away to the leg side. So boundaries are just coming every over now, the 1 or 2 boundaries. Isaac with a question. Is Shariz the most exciting young talent at the moment in my eyes in Dutch cricket? Good question. Young talent in Dutch cricket. There's a few. Oh, shot from Scott. Oh, he might have picked out third man. Oh, he's shelled a sitter. Oh, no. Oh, Ollie Ellenbach's going to have his head in his hands. It was short and wide. I thought he hit it over backward point, but he picked out deep third man, and he's dropped an absolute sitter. And you can't do that to good players. Scotty Edwards should have been caught. And with so many good players on the field, you can't make mistakes like that. Unfortunately, it is a mistake. Edwards gets a life at the end of 43 overs. It's 199 for 4. And isn't cricket a funny game? If that's caught and it's 199 for 5 with 7 overs left, you'd say the game's actually pretty even. So small margins go a long way. And Ellen Barsi, you can see he's going to come on to bowl, and he'll be a bit angry at the moment. I think probably the young, Shariz would be up there as one of the most exciting young talents. Let me think who else is out there young. I mean, Vikramjit Singh, who we had commentating before, is very exciting. He's still very young. Aryan Dutt. There's 3 very young talents. And there's a young boy playing in the hoofed class, so Daniel Doyle KA. Now, I'll tell you, he's a very good talent. Plays for Spain though. He's mine, so no one else can touch him. He's off to America this week. He's been picked up in a franchise. Good luck to Daniel if you're listening. I'm sure you are. But what a big miss that is. In the 43rd, put that down in the notes. Edwards should have been out. Honestly, 200 for 5 with the new bat. And the game's back to even. Small margins. So Ellen Bass, who did drop the catch, gets an opportunity. Gets an opportunity to correct his wrongs and see if he can get Scott out. James Jabbers in the chat says, yeah, getting butchered is 498. I think we'll never forget that day. Edwards on strike to Ellen Barson. Slow ball bouncer into the pitch. He loves that ball out the back of the hand. But yeah, I was there when England made the 498. Pretty special day for everyone. I don't even think the Dutch boys were that upset. It was just amazing batting from Josh Butler and many others. As the 200 has been brought up. Well, they've got this fine leg in the ring. I just think with Shariz, they'll be having fine leg back and maybe even bring square leg up. He loves the ramp over 45. He's very good at getting under the ball. Wristy sort of flick. I'll settle for 1. Shariz doing very well as well at just ticking it over. He maybe didn't get the boundaries or the 2s at the start that he would have wanted, but he's got himself now to 23 of 25. So almost a run a ball. Nice shot from Edwards as he backs away and works it down a 3rd man for 1. And still with the Hurricanes, besides that one big missed opportunity, I think they've fielded quite well today. They've bowled it in tight areas. And they're just doing enough, asking the right questions. So O'Dowd keeps mid-off in the ring. Shariz might be looking for that. Well bowled. Slow again into the leg side. They'll think about 2 this time, but no, still the 1. And that's where the fielding's improved from 2 weeks ago. Just steady. Steady in the field, not letting there be too many 2s. Doing a good job. Can they get a wicket? 1 wicket just feels like it shifts all this momentum. Partnership's blown out to 64. Edwards tries to go big. Bottom half of the bat. He'll get himself another single. Good innings from the skip. He's 54 or 53. He's come in and followed up Barasi's 55 of 91. Gourlay with 32 of 43 earlier. Levitt 23 of 42. So plenty of people chipping in. Well bowled, extremely good creeping from Noah Cross as well, up at the stumps. Keeping up to Ollie Ellenbass isn't easy, and he took that extremely well. It takes us to the end of the over, and the score is 204 for 4, 6 overs to go. They'll be wanting 10 and over if they can. That'll get them to 264. I think a little bit more realistic, it's about 8.5 and over. All depends If Edwards faced most of the balls, he can really explode. Looks like Gert Swanepoel's going to be given yet another over. He's bowled okay today. 5 overs, none for 25. Probably a little bit expensive for what he's liking. It's not awful though. Can he pick himself up a wicket? It'll be interesting to see, do they keep Fine Leg in the ring? Fine Leg's in the ring with the keeper up. So the ramp could be on. Or maybe over mid-off. Scotty's shots here. Ramp. Called it. Missed it. Oh, he's taken it in. He's taken it in the nether regions. Well, he's down. And there's a certain female viewer in Australia, Des, is probably watching. She'll be upset. That's hit him hard. But I'm glad to see him get a little bit of action. It's been a while. I told you he's going to ramp. Will he ramp again? The answer is no. He hammers it to Max. He goes on the hit and they'll get one. As slight fumble, but it was always going to be one. James Chavez says Corey is like some kind of an oracle. That is because it's called reading the game and understanding batsmanship, and also living with someone for 5 years. I know everything they're thinking. Isaac, do you think that Dutch will go back-to-back in the ECC this year, and will they have any international cricket around the same time that could limit their squad like last year? No, they should be full strength. They're in the finals week, which is the last week of October for the ECC. Shariz cuts it very hard. They'll think about 2, and good fielding. They'll have to settle for 1. I think that they will go pretty close to going back-to-back. Them and England are the 2 sort of front runners, and then you've got maybe Spain, ourselves, Italy, that will hopefully push, and look out for Scotland and Ireland and Jersey and plenty of other teams this year. It'll be interesting. Let's have a look. What's Scotty going to do this time? Straight. Yep, and there he goes dead straight. So, hits the sight screen. The Oracle comes back again once more. And it's a nice looking shot. Slow ball into the pitch. He goes dead straight. And it's good batsmanship. He knew it would be slow. And he stays completely still. Keeps his bat high up and hits it straight for 4. That dropped catch could haunt them.
Who bowls the next over? Considering Roy and Lane both have 2 left.
Probably Roy. Anyway, where does Scott go now? Tries to go straight again. I'm surprised that time, but didn't want to guess it, wasn't sure. Gets himself a 1. James Job is asking me what my thoughts are on the ECC groups. Good fun. I reckon there's a couple of real corking groups there. Group B, Jersey and Guernsey will play each other. I think Scotland and Ireland have pretty tough groups as well. Spain has Isle of Man. That's tough. So plenty to look forward to later in the year, in October, September. Oh, it's going to be out. It gets big on him, and a simple catch, and Shariz Ahmed will have to go. Gert Swanepoel picks himself up a wicket, just a little bit big. He tried to run it down the leg side. He'll have to go for 25, a good innings, but unfortunately, he doesn't get to cash in right at the back end, little Shariz. I think he's batted exceptionally well here today. Another good partnership with his skipper. And another one goes. A bonus wicket for Gert, who has figures of 6 overs, 32 for 1 now. And the score at the end of 45 overs, I believe. I think that's the end of the overs. 211 for 5. 4. 5. So it looks like they're going to continue with Ellen Bass. Edwards will be on strike. Yep, Edwards will be on strike. They can't cross anymore. new playing conditions as of 2 years ago. Now let's have a look at this field. Third man's back. Mid-on's going to go back. Well, there's fine leg in the ring. Now, if you've got fine leg in the ring, I know he's bowling slow balls, but you keep the keeper up, he's going to be tempted to ramp here. And he's going to be very tempted to ramp. But if you're televising that you're going to bowl a slow ball into the pitch, you can also stay still and then just try clatter it over mid-off and over the bowler's head. So there'll be his two options. If it's pace on, he'll look to go over the keeper here. And watch his bat. If his bat stays low, no, he's going to go straight. Hits it hard through cover. Good fielding. Keeps it to 1. So new man coming out to the crease. I believe that's Rafael Fons. We've seen him at the T10s in Spain. Also plays his cricket here at HCC this year after moving from Kampong. It's his go today, batting at number 7. Averaging 24 this year in the top classer. It's not bad. He is someone that does enjoy a little ramp and playing some deflection shots. First ball for Rafa. Nice, good punch down the ground. Edwards might be a little bit tired. He'll think about the 2, but he'll settle for the 1. As it looks like I'm going to get one more special guest. It's going to come flying in just for the last few overs before we bring it home. And I want to get the last name correct right now. Mr. Van Niekerk.
Van Niekerk.
Van Niekerk.
There you go.
There we go. Well, Alton Bust. Oh, it looks like it's a no ball. And I'm having a look. No, he's gone wide. I thought he kept one of his arms in. But how are you? How are you enjoying the day? And how are you enjoying the Pro Series?
No, it's absolutely fantastic. I think another really good partnership. I think the last time you and I were online, we had the partnership between Scotty and Cherise, and they've gone and done it again.
Look at mate, and it's only been 2 weeks, but we've added about 3 cameras. That's how quickly look. You're looking good there.
Very impressive. Thank you. No, but you know, from our point of view, just you know, watching that middle order again excel. Scotty's in some fantastic form. Cherise has really expanded his game. He's worked so hard on certain elements, playing spin and as well as his power game down the ground, and taking on sort of those options. So it was great again to see them kind of executing certain skills that they've upgraded, and then also just their running between the wickets, putting pressure on fielders. It was just a kind of a hallmark of that partnership again. So great to see.
Yeah, it's been good cricket. Rafael Fons gets his second delivery. Punches it straight to point. The parallels of game 1 and game 2 are quite there, but I will give the Hurricanes credit. They squeezed Cherise and Scott as much as they physically could, but still the partnership ended up breaking through in the last few overs.
Yeah, and again, I think that's you know, a large part is kind of the intent they had with their shot making. So not necessarily scoring as freely as they did necessarily in the first game, but the intent that they batted with, I think eventually kind of shone through as the partnership progressed, and the bowlers sort of started going a little bit more to their variations, which was good to see, but the guys had an answer for it, which was nice.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a bit more of a tussle this game, fighting back and forth. And Bush into the pitch and the leg cutting roller that he likes to do. And I guess we should touch on Baresi again. I know he probably didn't get the 3 figures or something like that, but back-to-back 50s are back-to-back 50s, aren't they?
Absolutely. He's also been working tremendously hard in the nets, just trying to understand sort of a clearer game plan, and it was great to see him come out and execute again. You know, knowing him and how hard he is on himself, he'll be irritated with that soft dismissal, chipping one back to the bowler, but such is the nature of these wickets, slow surfaces. You got to try and make sure you take care of every single shot that you have. But great to see him kind of finding that flow again. He's had a couple of low scores in the top class,
yeah.
So you know, confidence always a big thing, especially with the amount of cricket coming up.
Yeah, and that takes us to a 216 for 5 after 46, so 4 overs to go. And Well, for people that don't know, Ryan's obviously the bowling coach of the Netherlands, and also you're helping out while Cookie's away, probably doing a bit extra as well. But you're a bowling coach. I'm super impressed. This man today, Roy from Kampong, 8 overs, 1 man, 2 for 23. Outstanding.
He's it was great to see him really perform. He's one of those players and bowlers that when you watch him, you really want him to do well. He puts in the time. He's just a great kid. He's been putting a lot of one-on-one time with myself in the nets, and he's certainly putting in the kilometres on the road to try and get to every training session he possibly can, mixing that with his studies. So to see him come out today, he was 12th man in the last Pro Series game. So to see him come out and perform the way he has today, with his consistency, was really, really good. So yeah, looking forward to debriefing that one with him.
Yeah, and I think he's probably going to get 2 more overs from the pavilion end, so he might be thinking of a little 3-for or 4-for and a couple more dot balls. And Ryan Klein, who's coming on from the airport end now, probably close off from that end. He's been good again, hasn't he?
He has. It's good to see him bowl these a couple of longer spells. First spell was 6 overs today, which was really good to see. He's he's been working all.
Oh no! Oh well, a little bit of a yes, no, maybe. It went to the left of cover. I think that's Gert Swanepoel there. Edwards said yes. Rafa was a bit hesitant, and in the end, Rafa Alphonse sacrifices himself, and that's probably the right decision.
Yeah, no, with Scotty in, it's always a tough one, but with Scotty in, it's a correct decision made there. So, look, again, like the intent, but also just from a fielding point of view, that was good to see. Clean pickup, just doing the basics really, really well and getting it through. So, good cricket all round, good intent, but also good fielding. So, we'll take that.
Getting excited? How long is it now till you're on that plane to Zimbabwe? Big qualifiers coming up.
Yeah, not long now, 2 weeks. We leave on the 6th, so roughly 2 and a bit weeks to go. Lots of cricket coming up still, which is great.
What's the rumour on the groups? Has that been sorted? What group you'll be in? Do you know? Can you give us an insight?
Not 100%. As I understand it, there's still a few things to sort out, but 2 groups. I think at the moment we've got the West Indies, Ireland, UAE and Oman in our groups. I think look, there are 10 quality teams, as I mentioned on air last time. So from our point of view, it's you just got to play consistent cricket throughout the tournament, and try and make sure you do the small things really well, which is what we've been focusing on. But a lot of excitement around the groups and the squads. Guys, club scene, everyone's been working really hard in making sure that they're consistent in their performances. It's good to see guys individually putting their hands up week in and week out. We had Vic score 100 on the
we
weekend.
had him on the air earlier. His first in the commentary box. I'm sure he'll be listening to that later today.
No, he does like the bright lights, Vic does. So I'm sure he would have been very good on the commentary. But good to see him getting 100 the other day. So all round, I think players starting to really kind of find some consistency. Weather's improving in Holland, so the surfaces are getting a little bit better to play on, and guys are adjusting nicely.
Well, there's no harm in the amount of cricket they're playing. A couple of Pro Series, about 9 top-class 50 overs scheduled. You've got the coaches 11. You were telling me this off air before. They've got Italy coming for the Netherlands next year. So the boys will have volume.
Yep.
Before the qualifiers. As Kleiny digs this one in, and Scotty hits it high but doesn't get it. Should be caught. Good catch. And well, I think that's Roy. What a perfect time.
Having a great game.
I know that's not on screen, but he has run a good 10 to 20 metres and taken it over his left shot. That's a 10 out of 10 catch.
Absolutely fantastic. That is, again, I'll give props to Heino Kun, our fielding coach and batting coach. He's done some work with the boys last week on catching over the shoulder, so that's good to see coming in there in terms of execution of skill.
Yeah, fantastic, and that will end actually as exceptional innings as well. The skipper of the Netherlands, skipper of the Seafarers, Scotty Edwards, has ended up with 62 off 62, 6 fours in that, and he's just given this batting innings a bit of an injection coming in after Barassi was dismissed. He'll be disappointed to get out, but a good innings from the Dutch skipper.
Great innings again. In the last few weeks, he's played some fantastic knocks at club level as well. He had a great knock in the last Pro Series game too, so good to see him add that injection of energy, scores runs all around the wicket. But again, just a really good knock, and also good to see him in terms of things that he's been working on, hitting more up the ground, and getting those executions right as well. Fantastic.
He's looking more straight than ever, that is for sure. And a good reward there for Ryan Klein. Smart bowling. He got about a 65 to 70 metre boundary square of the wicket. He got a big piece of that, but just not enough.
But like Zim, we've tried to replicate as much as possible the conditions. So nice big boundary square, and something that Ryan has kind of been working on, making use of his bouncer. He's got good cutters and things like that, but good use of the bouncer there, and something probably not expected by Scotty.
Well, tell us. I've got a question for you. VOC, Rotterdam, what a ground. Nice, isn't it? You get comfy here.
Looking absolutely stunning as ever. I was here watching a club game probably 2 weeks ago, and it is it's certainly looking absolutely showroom today in terms of condition. Outfield's looking fantastic. The clubs are so proud of their facilities everywhere you go. Everyone's kind of trying to make sure that the best conditions are available. So again, we're out here for a great game, and looking amazing. Good wicket too.
Yeah, big credit to Renee Van Isha. I was here Saturday when there was underwater. We had so much rain here, and to get it up like this in 72 hours, he's done very well. And thank you very much, Chowdhury, for your comments. We enjoy all our suggestions from our viewers. And that takes us to the end of another over, and a couple overs to go here. It's 2:17 for 7 off 47. What are you thinking? Are they a little bit under, a little bit over, or right on par?
Yeah, I'd sort of at the halfway stage, I said 230, 240 was going to be sort of competitive. 250, 260 would be fairly tough to chase. But I think Max's side they're on the charge. They're looking to make a huge comeback after that first game. So I think anywhere sort of around 235, 245 is going to be really competitive, and going to take some batting to get.
Well, you got Musa Ahmed, you've got Nida Manuru, Razul, a young fella, very good player. Max, obviously, as well. There's some pretty big names. Floyd's handy with the bat.
Noah Crows.
Noah Crows. He's a big one. I like. He looked very good until he strangled in the previous game. So
good keeper too.
Saqib Zulfikar. They bat deep. I think this could be a close one.
Yeah, no, I like the look of this side, and looking forward to seeing a couple of the boys bat a little bit later, because they've certainly put in the work in the last few weeks. So good to see just the small things that they're getting right in terms of their games.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the Hurricanes, even though this game has parallels to the first one, they've fielded a lot better. They look like they've been on it today. In the previous game, there's a couple of byes and a couple of dropped catches. There's been one clanger, but besides that, they've applied themselves well.
Yeah, no, it's been a huge improvement in that area, and we've sort of certainly asked the players to make sure that they get those small things right. Hard running, yeah, always going to be good fielding. Yeah. Flippy's been very good on the boundary out there, hasn't he?
Flippy's been unbelievable covering that. Roy's been covering that area very well as well, square of the wicket. I just think overall, especially their point cover in mid-wicket, the boxmen in, they've been tight today. Yeah. The other day there was too many drops and runs, and they've been good, the Hurricanes. Max is pretty proactive as captain. There was 4 slips at one stage before. I don't know if that brought the game into disrepute, because I've not seen that in an ODI in a long time.
No, it was a very interesting move. It is something that Coach Heine Kuhn was very excited about. He felt like he had a bit of Brendan McCullum about him in his approach to today's game. He wanted a bit of something different. Wanted to put the Seafarers under some pressure. So it was good to see up front.
I like it. And there's Ellen Bass, a young firebrand, coming in once more. Slight appeal, bowling to Sebastian Bra, who's actually his captain for Hermes. And Ryan Cook, he's back soon. He's back in the country soon. Looking forward to catching up with him again.
He is indeed. He's
tuning in today.
I hope so. No, not I hope so. I know so. He's very much been sharing a lot with us along the way. It's been fantastic to have him, obviously being so far away, just to have him around, and connecting in with his team as much as possible. And we're very much looking at great running.
Yeah, brilliant.
We're really looking forward to having him back, and and he'll be back next week Wednesday, I hope. Hasn't had a great time with the Sunrisers.
How did they go
in terms of results? I'll say he's had a great time, but results-wise hasn't really been gone their way. But they're currently at the bottom of the log. Had another loss last night, so we'll leave it at that.
Yeah, moving on. Can happen. Right, well, he gets under it. 45, short fine legs in the ring, and well, maybe mid-off could have been brought up if that was the intention to bowl it back. I think good shot. He ended up ducking his head away, but he sort of went with it.
Yeah, it would have been interesting. I thought a slow ball bouncer probably would have been your better option there.
Yeah, is that a miscommunication between captain and bowler? Because with mid-off in, I know you don't want to televise it, but to bowl that sort of ball with that field?
Yeah, sometimes you kind of get a feeling as a bowler of something that might be sort of a surprise or something different, and he obviously thought that, but his captain's one step ahead of him.
That one's a bit slower and he pulls it hard. Yep, that's the one we were expecting. They should go 2 here if they're good enough. It's a long throw to Noah Cross there, and they'll go back for a 2. Good aggressive running. Ellen Bass probably hasn't been his day with the ball, and sometimes that can happen. Takes us to the end of another over. 226 for 7. 2 to go.
Yeah, it's Ollie's just come back from the A tour in England, and he had a bit of a side strain, so probably lacking a little bit of rhythm.
Everything okay with Duddy as well? Saw him doing some fitness tests. Is there a couple little niggles around?
Yeah, I think the boys look. It's been an interesting start to the summer. We've had a lot of cricket, which is great, and I think a lot of the guys are just getting used to the fact that there are more fixtures available, which is fantastic for Dutch cricket as a whole. But with that comes obviously small little niggles here and there. So he had a precautionary hamstring niggle that just needed probably an extra weekend of rest. So Duddy is raring to go. He'll be back for Thursday's club game, which is great. And I think as the season moves on, with Italy coming in and a lot of A fixtures, as well as the national side heading off to qualifiers, it's just with all the young guys, we've just got to keep managing workloads.
Yeah,
just trying to understand where the guys are. But it is great to have this much cricket happening in Holland, and guys kind of getting opportunities to put their hands up.
And how many, just off the top of your head, just a rough guesstimate, as Kleiny comes in again, and well played, just to short them out. How many of these members, 22 men out there, will probably play in those A tours and things like that? Is 70% of them will probably get a run, or are you using most of them, or less? What do you sort of...
No, I'd say almost probably around about 70%.
Yep.
So not all of the national players, so it'll be a bit of a mix depending on where guys feel like their games are at.
Yep. So if someone puts their hand up and goes, you know what, I'm not hitting the ball too well, I'd like a game, I'd like to be out there,
absolutely.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's well bowled again. Unlucky.
Well bowled, and good adjustment on the shot. And that's a little bit of Kyle Klein versus Ryan Klein, brotherly love.
Good running too.
Yeah, and I
Very
reckon,
good
well,
running.
if you're the younger brother here and you've just run past him, you're just saying, well, you dig it in, I can hit you through extra cover.
Yeah, no, these two, they'll definitely be having a full crack at each other, and you can bet later on when Ryan Klein is batting, his brother will be asking for the ball. But so 70% of these players will certainly be playing in the A side, playing up against Italy soon. So it'll be good again for guys to get opportunities, and then maybe one or two of the national guys to feel like they can sort of get some consistency and some confidence going in that regard.
Oh, that's good. You know, that reminded me a little bit of Mark War, Steve War. They always niggled each other a little bit. My favourite brother pairing in world cricket, Andy and Grant Flower. I loved Andy Flower as a batsman. My word, what a player.
Absolutely. I've always followed those two.
Yeah.
Also, as a young player, something that interested me, and Zim cricket was also very strong back then.
In the middle of the 90s, wasn't it, when Zim cricket was... They were doing very well. They had some serious players. Old Heath Street, he's been in the news a little bit lately, but unfortunately, but with his health. But yeah, they had a serious team. The Irvines, the Bligno. Who else? Remember Stewie Carlisle?
Street Kalongo, Henry Alongo.
What a team!
Tommy
90s.
Mbangwa.
Yep.
He was in there.
The 90s Zimbabwe cricket was a cult figure. They were a popular team in ODI format. That's a kid extremely hard, but should just be the one. They will settle for the one. So 6 balls to go in this at the end of 49 overs. The over rate's been exceptional. The score is 232 for 7. What's your prediction? What are they going to end up on? Well, if you go to...
I'm going to go 10 off the last over.
Just the normal 10. Such a coach's answer.
242. 242 finish.
For 8 or 7?
Will
they lose
they're going to lose a wicket in the last over, so I'm going to go 242 for 8.
Okay, expert comments here. As Ellen Bass will earn the last. And I'll tell you what, if I'm Roy, I might be putting O'Dowd up against the wall for a little conversation later. I reckon he might have wanted to at the end, but he's missed out on this occasion.
I'm sure that the skill set of Ollie Ellenbos, knowing him and the variations that he does possess on a fairly slow track, he's probably asked for that ball. It's been good to see him get through 10 overs.
Yeah.
I probably expected him to bowl half that amount of overs, but...
Cricket question for you here.
Yeah.
What's your thoughts on the keeper being up so late? Is there a necessity for it, or does it run the risk of an edge or a ramp just getting... Oh, well, that's the greatest delivery in the history of cricket. It's the slower ball into the deck that doesn't get up at all, and you can't get much power on that. I'll let you talk us through that. That's an amazing dismissal.
Not the greatest of cricket that we wanted to see there, but my comments before that interesting delivery and dismissal was going to be around you talk about the keeper being up. It just that's probably one of the reasons, is that it doesn't allow a batter to use his feet and generate any power on the ball in a slow surface. And if the bowlers are smart, which they are being, they're trying to get the batters to hit to the square boundaries, which are a bit longer. That's always a tough one, but nonetheless, probably not quite the execution he wanted, but certainly probably went where he needed it to go, square of the wicket.
Yeah, it was almost a 2003 World Cup Andre Adams to Andy Bickle. That was almost the double bouncer, but you got to feel for Sebastian, but pretty hard to get power on that, isn't it? It's not the worst. No pace.
I'll tell you, if you had bowled that to most players, they'd probably hit it in the same area with as much inconsistency as that.
Yeah.
So it's really difficult, and he's hitting straight into the wind too. So not an easy one, but it brings the big man to the crease.
Oh yeah.
He's you would think he's the typical West Indian fast bowler. But gentle left arm spin.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of Suleiman Ben about Big Dorum,
but he does hit the ball a long way.
I haven't seen him actually bat too much in my time, but I'm going to call you Nostradamus, because you said there'd be 1 wicket and 10 runs. So now I'm expecting 10 runs off 5 balls. If it's 242, you are going to be Nostradamus. Ellen Buss here to Dorum. Quicker one. Miscues it. They should be turning and going. Kyle Klein's reading the situation. Nida Manuru with a good pick-up and a decent-ish throw, but good running.
Good running. There's 2 of my 10.
All right, well.
The pressure's on now.
Ellen Buss keeping that one fast and full. Now will he revert back to the slower into the pitch? Dare say Saqib Zulfikar and Nida Manuru out here at deep long on and deep mid-wicket. Even Max O'Dowd at deep mid-off need to be pretty alert here. There's the slower ball, and he's chipped it straight back to him. Well, a couple of wickets right at the tail end here, and that ruins your guess. But Ellen Buss, you mentioned just before, he probably asked for the ball. He's got good traits of slower balls and variations, and it's paying off.
Yeah, I think guys with your different variations, he's bowled well into the wicket. He's changed his pace often, so I think certainly here towards the end of the innings, it's worked really well. I think. Early on in his spell, he probably tried too many things, but coming back really nicely here. But it does bring Viv Kingmar to the crease, and Viv's coming off a fresh 39 not out for VCC on the weekend. It was some of the better cleaner hitting that I've seen.
39.
Viv Kingmar. 39. He top scored. Top scored for his team.
Really?
On the weekend. And so this could be a fiery finish. I still could give my 10 runs, but it might be a wicket short.
You might be a wicket short. I've known Viv for a long time, good friend, and 39. He would have been ecstatic with that.
he still hasn't stopped talking about it. So no, he is fairly ecstatic about that. I think the last time he got more than 20 was a while ago. So something that he's excited about.
Well, he's off the mark here. Do you risk the 2 with your potential being bowled out? They do. It's a good arm, and that's close. Not out from the umpire. Good aggressive running. They pick up another 2.
Yeah, again, good bowling from Ollie there into the pitch. No pace to work with, and just trying to, but good running nonetheless as well. So if you're not hitting boundaries, getting your 2 is so important.
And for me, I just have a feeling the Hurricanes would be happy with this. There was a stage here, it could have been 260, 270. They didn't get the wickets up top they would have liked besides Vikram. I think that with that batting lineup, anything under 250, they'll fancy themselves.
Oh, absolutely. I think good batting wicket. We know it tends to generally flatten out here a little bit in the afternoon, hopefully. So, yeah, I think guys would be very happy with their comeback. Good delivery there again. Good bowling to his field. But I think they'll be really happy with where this is now.
Yeah, it should be interesting. I think those first 10 overs with the ball, just my gut feel from this beautiful view here at VSC, the pitch just seems to be a little bit flatter. As Jacobus Nell has come in, and well, I must be a big fan of you. My word, I'm not sure I can say that on air. Who's Jacobus?
That is Quibus Nell's
okay.
son, who I happen to be staying with.
Yeah, and well, you're going to see a little bit of a comical run about. Hey, they're trying to get every run possible. Old Kingmar, and they will be 1 and run out, I believe, which should take us to the end. So in the end, it's going to be a 238 all out, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, 238 all out. Pretty good innings overall. The standouts with the bat, Wesley Bracey, 55-91. Scotty, 62 of 62. And with the ball, a couple of men there that you want to mention.
Yeah, Ryan Klein and Alex Roy. I think they those 2 stood out for me. Kind of really bowled well in their different spells. And then Ollie Ellenbos towards the end, last 3 overs was outstanding.
So pretty evenly poised. We'll be back in 40 minutes. I think you're going to join me for another 5 or 6. So I hope you do.
I will do.
In the back end. But yeah, join us back in about 40 minutes for the run chase in the Hurricanes versus Seafarers. It's the 3rd match Pro Series brought to you by Fairtree. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. We're at the halfway stage. Well, we were at the halfway stage. Sorry for my tardiness. I was, into my second serving of lunch, and didn't realise the cricket was back on. 40 minutes is never enough, but we're back now, and we've got Vivian Kingma who is charging in. A few people in the chat saying not like me to be late. Yeah, it was late. I was eating Razul and O'Dowd. It's well bowled from Vivian Kingma. Good pace as he gets it through, hitting the gloves of Rafael Fons. No Scotty Edwards behind the sticks today. But thank you to everyone at VOC Rotterdam for that lunch. It was very nice indeed. That's the scorers to my right also agree. So 239 required, 238 required. 239, 238. Someone will tell me. 238 is the total, and that's a great delivery from Vivian Kingma. So 239 required, and you do feel Max O'Dowd probably holds the key for the Hurricanes, but also some very talented batsmen in that lineup. Nidamanuru, Ahmed, Kroos, Floyd, Klein, Zulfikar. There's a strong batting lineup. Should be a good game. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch out there and their 40-minute break. That's well defended to start us off with the maiden in this run chase. Vivian Kingma, the talented Dutch bowler. And the score at the end of one is none for none. So how will they go about this run chase, the Hurricanes? They'll be looking for a good power play. It's going to be Kyle Klein from the airport end now, bowling to Max O'Dowd. The sun shining through. I think this pitch is going to get better and better to bat on as well. And he's sporting the old VOC jumper over his kit today. So Max O'Dowd's first ball. He's probably the more predominant batsman. Let's have a look at this camera view just to see how it looks from this angle. Oh, well bowled from Kyle Klein. Hits the deck extremely hard, gets it to go away. Welcome back to all our viewers out there as well. Hope everyone's good. So 239, you're looking at two batsmen trying to go big. So we'll go back to our other camera angle quickly. That's really well bowled again. Hitting the deck hard and just leaving O'Dowd. So 8 dot balls to start the run chase. And the highlights of the first innings for the Seafarers were Barassi and Edwards both passing the 50 mark. 62 for Edwards, 55 for Barassi. A couple of chip-ins there. Levitt with 23, Gourlay with 32, Ahmed 25. So 238 on the board. Speaking to a few of the players at lunch, they think maybe 10 under par. Once again, gets it to go big past the outside edge. So 3 good deliveries in a row from Kyle Klein. 9 dot balls to start this run chase. That's well bowled again. Squaring up O'Dowd, so hitting the pitch hard. Another dot ball, but a good start from the 2 opening bowlers here. As Barassi knocks the ball on the wicket, has to go pick it up. So Max O'Dowd a couple of weeks ago hit a big 100, has missed out on his last few at-bats. And we're looking for a good score today. The captain of the Hurricanes. Oh, and again, really good bowling from Kyle Klein. Just putting it on that third, fourth stump, getting it to go away, and squaring Max up just a little bit. Seems to have picked up a yard here as well. So it's Scott Edwards there at mid-off, the captain. Don't often see him roaming around in the field, but fielding in this second innings. And again, O'Dowd this time throws the hands at it and misses it. What a sensational over that is from Kyle Klein. He starts with the maiden as well. And after 2 overs, the score quite remarkably is none for none. Don't often see too many ODI matches where the chase starts with a double maiden, but that's the way it is here. And credit to the bowlers. No loose deliveries, bit of movement, asking the right questions. A reminder that the Seafarers won the first game. The second match it was of the series. The first one was rained out, unfortunately. Well, this is probably the third and final match of this little mini-series, and I'm sure the Hurricanes will want to finish 1-1, not 0-2. Kingma. Full, swinging, play and miss. Probably misses out on that one. That was a little bit over pitched and given some width on offer. So 13 dot balls to start the run chase. We go to 14. It looks like slight change in the field. Whereas Barati's going to run across from mid-wicket into covers as well. So 7-2 field. Edged away and, well, goes into that big space between backward point and second slip. So that'll be the first run off the bat. This will bring on a pretty good contest. Max O'Dowd facing Vivian Kingma now. Kingma looks like he's got some pretty good rhythm up at the moment. Good pace, good movement. Yeah, the question will be, does O'Dowd try to take him on or just gets himself in, takes a bit of time. Sometimes he can go pretty sedately at the start and then once he's in, cash in near the end. Well, there's the first shot of conviction, but picks out Barati, who just moved to that position. So another dot ball. Could start from the Seafarers this. They'll know if they can get Max out early. They just put a little bit of pressure on that middle order. There's a little bit more width, and this time a toe ender from O'Dowd, who just hasn't been able to get going just yet. He's 0 off 8. He's got plenty of cricket experience, though. He'll know that if he can get himself in, get one out the middle, that can turn very quickly. Two slips in. This time squares him up just a little bit. And bat's spinning in his hands and another dot ball. So 0 off 9 now. Plenty of pressure building here on the Hurricanes. Sometimes you go out there to bat and it's not easy to get away right at the top end, especially when the opening bowlers aren't giving anything too loose, and Kingma and Klein have started on the money here. Oh, that is crunched so hard. That is just rolling. If it doesn't hit that fence out there, they would have rolled about 300 metres from the square. And that's what he can do. It took him 9 balls to finally get one that he liked. He gets it out the middle of the bat. Then O'Dowd, he moves to 4 not out, and the score's 5 not out at the end of 3 overs. So these two looking to build a good partnership early, but also probably get above the scoring rate. You don't want to fall too far behind. I think we'll see plenty of options though for Scotty Edwards and the Seafarers in their bowling lineup. I think you might see Vikramjit Singh actually have a bowl again as well, and wouldn't be surprised if you see Shariz Ahmed quite early. Daniel Dorham, the tall left arm off spinner, Sebastian Bratt. There's plenty of bowling options for Scott Edwards to have a look out throughout the innings. Kyle Klein back for his second. Decent swing there, and another dot ball for him, so no runs off his bowling just yet. That might be the first run off his bowling, and it will be, as it's tucked by Shiraz Razul to the right of Wesley Barasi, and they'll get the single. So first run from Kyle Klein, younger brother of Ryan's, bowled exceptionally well here to start this one. Back to Max O'Dowd, and well, if this was a boxing match, I'd say Kyle won the first round. 10-9 on points. This would be the second round versus O'Dowd. Oh no, what a good start to the second round. Comes out swinging. Another very good delivery. Two slips, sort of a windish gully in position just for that. So, how does O'Dowd combat this nipping sort of movement? Oh, he doesn't. That pins him. There's a bit of a slight appeal, but not with too much conviction in it. Sliding down the leg and extremely high. And Kyle Klein's come out here with a little bit of venom in his bowling spell. Seems to be getting in the right spot. A little bit of movement and hitting a good length more than anything. Once again, dug in hard. Respectfully played. Another dot ball. Just a little bit of pressure on these two openers at the moment. I understand they need to get themselves in, and the asking rate's not crazy. It's manageable. But in these power plays, you want to be able to get yourself off to a little bit of a flyer if you can. Take the pressure off the middle order. Well bowled again, and Kyle's going to go 2-0 in this little boxing bout versus O'Dowd's exceptional bowling. He'll be pretty happy with this as he watches it back later tonight, which I'm sure he will. Hello Kyle for when you watch it. At the end of another over, 4 overs gone now, and the Hurricanes sedately are on 6 for none. So it'll be King Mart to continue, and I dare say these two opening bowlers won't be wanting to give the ball to anybody else while they're bowling this well. it's a loose drive from Shiraz Razul, who's just trying to find some rhythm and counter attack here. But Kingma has got it on a string with his partner Kyle Klein. Only the one real loose delivery has been hit away for 4. Again, a good length delivery, another dot ball. And 26 deliveries bowled so far in the run chase, only 6 runs conceded, not much width, and just a little bit of movement on the SBOC surface. Kingma does have a happy knack of taking early wickets. Be looking for one here. Well bowled again, and all they can do is just pat him away as that pressure builds and builds and builds. And well, I think we're going to see a shot of anger in a moment. Might see a run down the wicket or a loose sort of drive. No need to try a bumper or anything else from the bowlers. They've built the pressure now. Will the opportunity come? Well, there's your loose sort of drive. Is it going to be a wide? No. Maybe a little underneath edge, I'm not sure, but another dot ball nonetheless. And yeah, this is an amazing amount of pressure being built by the Seafarers, who've had the wood over the Hurricanes so far in this series in all departments. Both opening batsmen only striking at 15 and 28. There's a loose sort of drive, and well, they'll scamper through for a quick single. Kingma has a shy, no one's backing up. Is this going to go for 5? Well, Edwards with a bit of foot fielding. That brings the game into disrepute, and he'll get brought up with that later. The captain of the Netherlands using his foot to field the ball. Scotty Edwards. Well, that's why he's a keeper. And he does save it in the end. That's the one. Kingma right in the middle of a good spell here. Last ball he bowled to O'Dowd though did get hit for a pretty violent 4. Once again, a little inside edge onto the leg, and great bowling from Kingma, great bowling from Klein. The two in tandem have control of this. It's only 7 off 5 overs. Remarkable start. And I think Scotty Edwards, the captain, will be happy with this. He doesn't have to change anything. So pretty sedate start to this one in the back half. A couple of people in the chat asking which team's winning or who's ahead. You have to say Seafarers have got their noses ahead at the moment. They'll want a wicket though to capitalise on this good start with the ball. There's the loose shot. We've been waiting for a break of pressure. And big wild swing. He's in a dot. And Shiraz Razul, he's under the pump right now. He's only on a couple of runs. Kyle Klein, he's been fantastic so far. Well, there's a little bit of a thickish edge, but that should just go away for a single. Bring Max O'Dowd back on strike.
set things up the order today.
Well, you might have heard some mumblings in the background then, and that's because we've got guest commentator, friend and all-round good guy Piers Fletcher to talk us through this opening bowling spell, which can only be best described as phenomenal.
Yeah, Kyle Klein's been on an absolute heater for the first 2 and a bit overs that he's been bowling. It just, he's not the tallest, but the energy he gets off the wicket.
I don't think I've seen him bowl this well. He's got this on a string right now.
Yeah, he sort of mentioned to me, I sort of gave him a call yesterday, sort of just one discussing about the Italy series, but two, his own fitness, because he was complaining of a bit of soreness, during the A tour, but he's said to me yesterday, I don't feel sore at all, I'm just looking forward to tomorrow, so I'm glad he sort of stepped up, and like I say, he's got a big job to do.
Well, we might have put the kibosh on him, because that's the first sort of half V he's thrown up, and I guess the one thing is with Max O'Dowd, when he gets it, he will get it, as I do welcome you back into the commentator's box. Hello, Piers.
Commentator Aurora.
It's good to have you here, Piers.
Yeah, no, it's good, mate. Look, happy to sort of come up here. It's quite windy still down there, but it's definitely warming up.
Yeah.
I think it'd be quite an interesting little chase. 240 is, I
It's
reckon,
there,
it's there or
thereabouts.
thereabouts. It's a competitive score.
Yeah.
Get O'Dowd early, and it puts a lot of pressure on the Hurricanes.
Kyle Klein once again. This time a little bit too straight. No doubt tucks it around off his hip. Kingmar wants to keep this to 1. Oh, this could be tight with a good arm. It will be tight. Stumps are off, but he'll be back for 2. Piers Fletcher takes his jumper off as he realises that the heat coming through the glass panel is astounding up here. And Piers, overall though, it's just good to see some good cricket, high level cricket at the moment.
Yeah, it was actually quite an interesting sort of first inning. Sort of ebbed and flowed. Losing Scotty, I think, is always one of those challenges at the back end. Really good catch, actually, in the deep by Alex Roy.
Fantastic catch, actually. We had a great view of it from up here. I thought he was exceptional with the ball today, Roy. He was my pick of the bowlers. I'm surprised he didn't get the last 2.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him bowl a bit more as well from an A coach perspective also, but nonetheless, that's another absolute seed. He's properly getting that ball to zip and talk. So beautiful over by Klein.
Yeah.
5 off it.
Yeah, it's sensational bowling. I'll split the points off that as the scorers yell out at us and say 7 off the over. And when you were lifting your jumper, there was an extra 2.
Oh, that's right. Correct.
Yeah. So I'll split the points in that over. I think Kyle Klein's first 2 overs, he beat Max O'Dowd, but that over I'll give the points to Maxi in their little head-to-head battle. And you're right, there's plenty of weight on what O'Dowd does, but I just want to go through this batting lineup. A bit of Musa Ahmed, Nida Manuru, you've got Kroos there. I mean, they're very good players. Shiraz Rasul's still out there, hasn't got going just yet. Saqib Zulfikar. I got a feeling today this batting group's going to go very close.
Look, if they're on, I think they're ahead, but not easy to sort of chase any score here at VOC, I'd say.
Oh, he's crunched that, and Shiraz Rasul needed a confidence builder, and that will be the confidence builder. It's palmed down a little bit from extra cover, but more importantly, it's a much-needed boundary for Shiraz Rasul.
Yeah, exciting young prospect, still only 20 years old, and I think it's 4 top-class 100s. And like what I was saying to the guys downstairs, it's top-class 100s for Dutch players are not easy to come by. So by having 4 by the age of 20, there has to be something about you.
Yeah.
From my perspective, and so I think as an A coach, really pleased to sort of get him back in the setup and give him the opportunity.
Well, he's gone.
But an absolute ripper from Viv Kingmar.
Well, we've put the kibosh on him as well. 4 top-class 100s are only going to equate to 8 here in the Pro Series match. It's a seed, and to be fair, Kyle Klein and Vivian Kingmar deserved 1, at least.
Oh, I think they've bowled exceptionally up front, and it's just the rewards. I don't think Shiraz did much wrong with that, to be fair, Corey. You've got to play that ball. And I think almost bringing the left-hander in is probably a positive for the Hurricanes.
Yeah, I think so as well. Kingmar getting it right. He has this happy knack of picking up an early wicket, and he does exactly that. Shiraz Rasul's gone for 8 off 18. Only the 1 boundary right at the back end of his innings there, and the score currently is 1 for 18.
I tell you what, Corey, you want me to say something really inspirational right now, but I can only say that the bowling has just been absolutely spot on. Scott Edwards just and a bit of an update because he normally would be keeping, but a bit of a stiff neck halfway through that sort of batting innings.
Oh, yeah, and I can imagine that it must be difficult for Scott because he does have an extended neck. So it's quite a tall man and lanky.
Well, generally quite good with his posture. I mean, he's worked really hard on that over the last few years. I mean, he bought a thing to help with his posture.
Yeah, he did. He used to wear this strap around his shoulder blades that to help with his posture, but unfortunately his neck has succumbed to the weight of his head. So hopefully he'll be okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's going to feel the whole innings. Poor old Hertz Honopols had to pull on the Blues, and he might have to field in the second innings. So Scotty said he'd be able to do a few overs out in the field, but I think Hertz got a close to 90 overs in the park today, so I'm sure he'll enjoy those.
Musa Ahmed comes out at the all-important number 3 position. This will be a good contest because he's versing Vivian Kingma, who right now is at the top of his power. He's getting the ball to talk, he's hitting a good length, and he's taken an early wicket. This will be a good little matchup.
I'm really, really intrigued to see how Musa goes. It's probably quite an important innings for him. In terms of sort of proving the point of him as a top order batter. I mean, you know, he's quite versatile, but opportunity today at number 3.
Yeah, forward and defends that one. So if Edwards doesn't make it through the 50 overs in the field, which, well, understandable with his injury, who's the stand-in captain for the Seafarers?
Viv Kingma is actually our vice captain for this series.
So
yeah, we've got quite a lot of leadership on the park. Sebastian Braat is captain the Netherlands T10 side. Boris Gourlay captained the A side last week as well. You know, Vikram Singh has done bits and pieces for VRA. So yeah, we've got quite a lot. Obviously, Wes Baresi also. So you've got plenty of leadership out on the park.
Yeah, good point actually. Wes Baresi, captain of Harbour, yes. You've got Boris Gourlay. Is he the captain of HCC at the moment, Boris?
He is indeed.
So you got 2 club captains. Any other club captains? Scotty's not really with VOC, but he does the Seafarers and the Dutch.
Yeah, so you got Boris, you've got Sebastian Braat at Hermes.
Wow, you actually have an extreme amount of leadership out there. So I'm sure if they do lose the captain, Scotty Edwards, the Seafarers, someone will step up and support Kingma, because it's not always easy to skip when you bowl.
No, 100%. But also, you know, from a positive perspective, it's great that Rutter gets an opportunity behind the stumps. I know he's really craved that opportunity. So good to get him behind the stumps. And it was a nice early dismissal for him behind as well.
Yeah, as Musa Ahmed respectfully plays that into the offside. And that might be the noise of my...
That's your pen gone, Corey.
That's my pen just blowing off the table. It's another dot ball. And the sun really starting to beat down at this VOC Hazelaweg ground. What a venue this is, it must be said. Maybe the number 1 venue in the Netherlands. I know a lot of other grounds will argue, but look, I might be a little bit biased in saying this. My heart just feels right here.
No, look, probably here in Harsasay are probably the 2 better grounds in the country. You know, the sort of the mat and the history of a club like that. You know, it's you know, I'm sure all the Harsasay people will be thinking that.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. And there's Kingma again. Oh, nice looking drive, and well, Gourlay can't get down to it, so they should be able to double back for an easy 2, no doubt. Well, he's a burly young man, but he's quicker than you think, and they'll get back for the 2, which will take us through to the end of the 7th. The score is 20-1.
Yeah, good first 7 overs. I really like the field set there by Scotty, sort of put mid on and mid off quite wide, so allowing Musa to look straight, which also brings that outside edge, and also the sort of nip back ball there as well. So
good to see some comments in the chat. Yaswanth Yash saying, who will win? I think Hurricanes will win. What's your opinion? Just answering his own question there. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, look, you can't be wrong if you sort of state the obvious or if you answer your own question. So, Yashwanth, I'm not going to bother answering because you've done it yourself.
Here we go. Round 4, Kyle Klein versus Max O'Dowd. Kyle's up 2-1. No doubt comes out with a little jab to the solar plexus. Doesn't get it though, but yeah, I'm doing this as a little boxing bout, and Kyle came out, went round 1 won at 10-9, he ran round 2 10-9, and then Max won round 3 10-9. So it's turning into a good little battle this.
So what would you class as a 10-8 round? Would that be the knockout, or would that be...
A 10-8 would be if O'Dowd was to hit maybe 2 boundaries in and over.
Ooh, okay.
And if Kyle maybe forced an opportunity that was spilt.
Okay, yeah. Fair enough.
Maybe more boxing analogies need to be used on the cricket world. As O'Dowd, well, he just lands an uppercut because that is a glorious shot. Not the worst ball you ever seen, but he uses his wrist gorgeously.
Yeah, it's just that typical VOC thing where the ball just sort of sticks in the wicket. just slightly back of a length, and he's got a
Always.
little bit of time just to be able to get his hands through the ball. So beautiful shot by O'Dowd. It's probably a tendency of Kyle as a bowler is probably to drag down, whereas Ryan's more of a sort of be a bit floaty and go up. So it's that's probably one of his tendencies. I would be surprised if he wasn't back on the money after that delivery.
Well, he's going to have to be, because O'Dowd might be starting to get some momentum in this mini battle inside a bigger battle. Well bowled, good little comeback from Kyle Klein, and yeah, you're right, I do like his energy. He's, from all reports, having a half-decent season at RBS.
Yeah, look, I think from a batting front, he's been exceptional. He's sort of
Who's his
batting,
batting?
batting in that sort of 6-7 position, and I think with the way that RBS have gone this year, he's had a lot of time to bat. So I think in terms of just for batting practice and batting runs, he's batting 60, 70 balls a game at the moment.
Yeah, that's handy.
Which is quite nice from a bowling all-rounders perspective.
Yeah, back of a length again, and another defensive shot. We've got a couple of messages coming in. Kukobus Nell, PJ Fletch, are you going to play top class this weekend? Because I want to pick you for my cricket fantasy 11. Now, if you were to tell the viewers if you're playing or not, would that not be colluding to the fantasy 11 people out there?
Yeah, look, I'm not sure I can state whether I am or aren't playing, because I am looking at the match referee in the eye as well, and he's looking at me.
I can tell you right now, I have been selected for VOC 1's Thursday, so put me into your top class 11, fantasy 11, because it might be a smoky for you. As that is gorgeously played from O'Dowd, who goes bang, bang, and on drive, back-to-back boundaries in this fourth over from Kyle. And, well, the first two rounds went to Mr. KK, but O'Dowd, he's fought back well.
Yeah, MOD's looking good. And I think the great thing with Max is he's generally quite an unflustered character.
Yeah.
So these plays and misses, he'll just shrug off and
There's
go,
a lot of
fair enough, you're allowed to bowl well.
There's a lot of people out there that would have played and missed those first day and panicked, and he's just stayed there as a rock, and now it's time to bat. And the thing is with Maxi, I was saying before you came on air, I think he was 2 off 12. He's probably the one guy you just know he'll catch up. He's got himself to 18 off 24. And starting to tick along, as it looks like that is the end of another over. And the score currently is 9 overs bowled, 28 for 1. Do you play the top class fantasy 11?
Look, I have in previous seasons, Corey, but this season as a KNCB employee, I've decided that,
Is there money on it?
no, I think you just win a hat.
What type of hat?
I don't know.
Like a fez?
But Ryan Campbell currently has the hat in Durham.
Really?
Yeah, he won it last year.
That's actually pretty phenomenal that he won it. What type of hat is it? Sombrero, or is it?
I don't know.
I want a
Whatever.
fez from Morocco, like a Moroccan fez.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, because I don't think we're getting the hat back.
Oh, okay.
So Burtis, I think, is taking some thoughts as to what sort of hat we could take forward. So
Surely it's got to be a traditional floppy hat. There's a couple of people in the chat talking about some of the batters come out. Tasia Nimanuru probably slotting in there at 4 maybe. We'll have to see. There's a note just passed on from our statistician. Well, Musa Ahmed plays his favourite square drive, and
work that one out for me.
Smurf hat. As Adrian Van Dries passes us a note. Not too sure what it says on it, but we'll figure out what the TK.
This is Dutch people writing, and it's just like maybe or sideways, or maybe close your eyes and try and read it.
Not too sure what note's been passed to us, but we'll figure it out. Anyway, back to the action. Kingma at the top of his powers digs it in a little bit, and Musa Ahmed, nice little wrist on that. He should go back, I think. Is he quick enough? No. Dorham is a man mountain. He cuts it to 1. The Smurfing hat. Oh, okay.
From the Smurfs. Yeah,
the Smurf hat. Okay, yeah.
I like it. The idea of that is good.
Yeah, I can run that for a while. I watched a cartoon movie recently, actually. Super Mario Bros. Just want to say, fantastic.
What's that?
Yeah, it was good. I watched it the other day. That's a little bit of a side note of what we get up to in our social time. And it looks like O'Dowd will be trying to take on Kingma here, and O'Dowd starting to find his natural groove. Shot. Gets a little bit finer than maybe he'd hoped, considering there's only 2 men on the leg side. He picks out deep backward square leg.
Yeah, it sort of got really inside that from Max.
He flicked it. A lot of wrist on that.
Yeah, normally that ball should probably go through like a backward square leg or even forward square leg. So, yeah, Viv must have his tail up if he's sort of being able to hit that behind square at this stage of the game.
Well, Viv's a good bowler. We know, we've seen him for many years. He loves 50 over cricket. He loves some early poles. He always I swear he always gets 2 at the top. So I wouldn't be surprised if he gets 1 more before this spell ends.
Vikram Singh's lurking in there at first slip.
Shot. Oh, and I reckon Max O'Dowd's holding his crease just in case, but just the 1 run. I had a little conversation with Gareth Berg about 20 minutes ago, actually.
Yeah, talk to me.
Just a little chat with the Italian coach, just about what they're doing later in the year for Spanish cricket, but also tried to find out a little bit about their squad, and he didn't divulge much. The Italians being sneaky.
I do thank you for trying. It's,
I was pretty keen to get some news hot off the press.
It would have been nice. This would have been nice from a perspective of at least just knowing who's coming. Otherwise, we might have to ask Roland, who might have booked their flights.
Oh, yeah.
That might be the next option.
That's how you do it. O'Dowd facing Kingma. O'Dowd punches to the offside. And good scrambling from Shiraz Ahmed, one of the more live wire fielders. Scotty Edwards at mid-off. Big round of applause from him. It's odd seeing the captain of the Netherlands in the field. Often, so we do see it sometimes for VC, but more in representative games, you always see him with the gloves.
Yeah, like I say, that the neck... He tried to keep in the warm-ups and he literally had kept 2 balls and goes, nah, this isn't going to happen.
Well, some people might be amazed to know that Scott Edwards does in fact bowl left arm off spin and has some pretty decent scalps to his name.
Yeah, look, he took 3 wickets last year against ACC, didn't he? So it's
ridiculous. I remember him bowling at VRA, and I think he got Peter Boren and Ben Cooper in one day.
Yes, I do remember that. That was actually after we won the championship, if I'm right.
Which one?
Oh, doesn't matter. There's so many of them now.
6 flags in 5 years and counting. Kingma tucks him up for a little bit of room here, and that'd probably be a leg by. Looking at the umpire signal, nope, going to be runs to Max O'Dowd. So an extra run for him. Another over complete. 9 overs bowled. 10 overs bowled, sorry. And the score is 32 for 1. Power play over. Who are you giving the points to? Power play?
It's 9 overs gone.
Oh, well, I've been informed from the scorers the app has an extra over in it.
Wow. Well,
how does that happen?
So we're now playing 51 overs cricket.
Well, that's thrown me. So that means there's one
over
left.
Who's bowled the random over? No one. It's just imaginary over in the scoring. This is, Corey, this is what we call KNCB live app greatness.
I don't even know how that's possible. Elon Musk, if you're listening, please help us out.
Yeah.
Any donations?
All right, here you go, Corey. This is round 5.
Whoever wins this round wins the battle. This is my round to decide. It's 2-2 in my books. Kyle Klein went bang, bang, couple of uppercuts and round hooks. Max O'Dowd came back after his coaches gave him a spray in the 3rd and came back in the 4th. This over from Kyle to Max determines the battle winner.
Yeah, it's a fair point.
I know you're a boxing fan. It'd be good if we bring more boxing analogies into the cricket sphere.
Yeah, would tell you what, it could be something that we add, another string to the bow as such.
How many strings do you need?
No, plenty at the moment.
Well, Dowd just deflects it. Good start to round number 5 from Kyle, and he's standing there, and they both know the winner of the next 4 balls wins the bout. Because once that field spreads, it's a different sort of game.
Yeah, and to be fair, the great thing that Kyle has, he doesn't have that sort of that real white line fever, but he really loves to get into the contest. And I think, knowing that he's trying to prove himself against, a proven international player is a challenge that he'll relish. So, yeah, exciting to see him go up against probably the country's best batter.
Oh, and it's a little edge that goes through Vikramjeet's hands. It bounced in front of him, so it's not an opportunity, but it's another sign. Right now on points, Kyle just ahead.
Yeah, I really like that delivery from him. Could Ratha Alphonse have maybe dived across? I mean, it was never going to carry to Vikram Singh, but it's probably just one of those balls that is just sort of that no man's land.
Yeah, I say no man's land. I agree. I completely agree. Just landed in an awkward spot for keeper and slip fielder. And O'Dowd, innocuously enough, has actually got himself to 24. Probably looking at half his powers at the moment. Big 3 balls coming up. Power play. Or thickish. 1 run. Oh, yeah, I think this might be a split round at this rate. It's good bowling.
But you see, this is where it comes into what you sort of like. This is that interpretation as a judge on the side of
This
the
is why
boxing ring. This
boxing-
is that one where these are the pick'em rounds. So this is the difference between someone that wins the bout by 1 or loses the bout by 1.
If you had to call me on those 4 balls, Kyle's got just ahead.
Oh, he's ahead. He's definitely ahead. And I don't think Max is going to be able to fight back.
Oh, let's
Well, you
hope,
almost want a single here.
yeah, let's hope Musa joins the party with a 1.
But if Kyle gets a wicket here, does that sort of...
No, doesn't count. Oh, doesn't take it in the end. What a good spell this is from Kyle Klein, though. I have to admit, I'm very impressed. He's bowled well. Yeah, he's going to have... Not going to have the reward on the scorecard that he would like. He's got 4.5 overs, none for 21, but has definitely felt like he could have had a wicket.
Yeah, and again, we talked about our seamers setting the tone, Corey, and really making sure that they're really switched on and onto it up front, and allow our fielders to back up as Scotty Edwards sets an even squarer field.
Well, this is a remarkable field right now. You have... if this is Damien Martin-esque from back in the day. I'll try to describe it to you after this ball that's defended. There is a short point, a fly backward point, another backward point, and then probably the most square cover you could imagine. 4 men in one zone. If there's an over-the-top field, I've just seen it, and he defends the last ball anyway, as that does take us to the end of the 10th now. That is the power play over 38 for 1. Who wins?
I think it's pretty even, Corey. I do think that if you'd picked up the wicket of O'Dowd as opposed to Rasul, you'd probably say that the Seafarers are ahead, but with O'Dowd still there, I'd say you're probably just ahead, in regards to the Hurricanes at this point. Wickets in hand is always going to be important.
Oh, this is interesting. Here's something I didn't expect to see. You can maybe open up a little bit on this. It looks like Michael Levitt is going to be handed the ball in the 11th. Explain to me what he bowls and what's the thought process here.
Yeah, well, he bowled a couple of weeks ago. Look, he's bowled in pre-season, so he came over early. Little medium paces, sort of generally outswingers. Actually quite handy, Corey.
Yeah.
I don't just mean that from a club sense, but I do think, it's not Vikramjit Singh sort of bowling.
Just let me have a look at who else. I mean, if you're Sebastian Brad or Durham or... yeah, Shariz, are you saying, this should be me, or...
Yeah, look, I don't know if... I know Vikram's bowling today. He's fit to bowl, which is great. So maybe he'll follow from Kyle Klein's in for a couple. I think the focus is to try and sort of see, does Michael have a sort of another string to his bow, sort of trying to push for that World Cup qualifier spot? Can you use him for 3 or 4 overs somewhere? So he's a stocky little man.
Oh, and it's been hit hard, but straight to backward point for a dot. So yeah, it looks like it's a little bit of military medium. Didn't seem too medium-esque, maybe medium fast.
Yeah, look, there's a little bit behind it. Like I say, he's not a big, he's not tall, but he's quite well built. He's quite bulky as a. So I'd say it's more like the Kyle Klein sort of like skiddy top of the stump of bowler.
Do you think O'Dowd comes down the crease and try to take him over the top here?
Oh, I don't think he'll be hanging around for too long.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. He has crunched that into a big pocket of space, and they should easily get back for 2, which they will. It's good arm, makes O'Dowd run it out, which he should always do. That's Sebastian Brad, I believe, out there, the Netherlands ace skipper and ETC champion. But yeah, you'd imagine Maxi, who does have good batsmanship and match awareness, would realise someone like a Levitt, you can't let go for 3s and over. If you put him under the pump, you force the opposition captain to make another quick change.
Yeah, I think, and especially with the way that the Hurricanes squad's built, they have 3 frontline spinners plus a bit of Tajanita manure if they want it, whereas for us as the Seafarers, we have 2 frontline seamers. I tell you what, that looks pretty close to me. And the Golden Arm gets the wicket, Corey.
Well, who would have thought that? The old Golden Arm comes in and he decks one back in. I think it's blown his backboard, and no real look of discontent from O'Dowd. It must have been pretty adjacent, and that's a huge wicket. We're saying military mediums, but maybe they're golden mediums, as he picks himself up a wicket, does Levitt, and that's a huge wicket in the context of the game. O'Dowd's gone for 27 off 35 balls, as you're going to get a replay up on your little screen there. And big moment in this Pro Series match.
Let's have another look at it, Corey. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not going over the top of the stumps, is it? I mean,
It seems like the reaction of all the players, and even O'Dowd, sort of knew that it's just out. It just felt out, and well, there goes the little bit of upsetness from O'Dowd as he leaves the field, and you can understand why. He actually got himself in. I think he's 2 matches in the Pro Series this year. He's gotten starts, and I think when you're a batsman, you're actually more angry when you get out after a start than instead of just getting out super early off a snick. When you make a start, you always feel like you should have gone on.
yeah, and that's also like the sign of a high quality batter. You know, that they get frustrated from those sort of situations. Yeah, look, you go, Corey. You've got to jump away for a second. I'll hold down the fort as the guest commentator. Look, nonetheless, big wicket for the Seafarers, and it just sort of turns the tables again. New batter comes to the crease, and I wouldn't be surprised to see if Scott Edwards brings spin into the attack from the airport end. Following this, a couple of comments about a share a bid to get some games. He's a good young player, still quite young. I think only 21 years old, I think. So he's in our thoughts. He played for the Netherlands under 25s in a sort of representative game against the under 18s a few weeks ago and went all right. So yeah, look, I think a player with quite a lot of development still to do, but yeah, nonetheless, he is in our thoughts. I think the great thing that we have at the moment with the Dutch A squad is that we are trying to provide a lot of these Dutch-based players with more opportunity. Trying to get as many of these guys out on tour, trying to get as many of these guys as much competitive game as possible is always quite critical. As Levitt continues, and the energizer bunny that is Shariz Ahmed doing the work there at backward point. He's an absolute live wire. Ricardo, yeah, I'd say so. I would say that Kyle is probably a little bit disappointed not to get the wicket of O'Dowd, but I think the pressure that he sort of put on probably forced Max to try and feel like he had to do something against Levitt rather than just be able to play him. That's a big appeal from behind the stumps, and it's been given. He's taken 2 of the over, Corey.
Well, I can't believe it. And Teja Manuru, well, that is a little bit of upsetness because he does not feel that he has been out there, and it doesn't matter. He has to go. The finger's gone up, and wow, Levitt just adding that string to the bow that you mentioned. What a opportunity he's taken with both hands.
Yeah, what a catch behind the stumps from Ratu Alphonse as well.
Get me a replay up again, Piercy. I'd like to have another look.
That is a stunning piece of keeping, Corey. Not easy to keep up to the stumps to anybody, but in a situation like that was phenomenal keeping.
Yeah, and 2 huge wickets in the context of the game. I'm going to have a look on our miniature replay. Very difficult to tell, obviously, from the angle we're on. It's a full ball. Has he touched the ground? You'll never know.
Looked like a bit of a squeeze sort of situation as well. I mean, everything's happened quite quickly there. So if the umpire has heard a noise, it's then deciphering whether that noise is a nip or whether that's the batter hitting the ground or whether that's just random cricket sort of sounds behind the wicket.
Spikes on turf.
Yeah, and it's just, you don't quite know. Now, Martin Hancock did consider his decision before he made it, and that's what I quite like. It wasn't just a fire straight away or look over to the square leg. He sort of really looked, made a clear thought, and then gave it out. And like I say, as the fielding side, you're never going to be disappointed with that. But Rata was properly, chuffed with that opportunity to take that catch. He went running around the field. So yeah, watch the replay of that. You'll see him do a lap of honour, I think.
Yeah, it brings out a man, Noah Kroos, at 5. A big opportunity to have a day out if he can. And, well, Levitt, well bowled again, and that's well defended. So 39 for 3 all of a sudden after 11 overs. But what a great over that is for Levitt, who came on. We weren't too sure if it was the right call. We've been proven wrong, happy to say. And a little bit of a masterstroke for the Seafarers.
He's, yeah, like I say, I do think he's quite a handy cricketer. You know, and I think coming through that sort of South African system, you know, you play a lot of cricket, Corey. I mean, you've been through the same sort of systems with Australia, myself, and New Zealand, and just being able to play as much cricket as they do.
A lot of days
and
in
Corey,
the
I
sun.
think I don't know if we're seeing another fielding change, but Edwards is where's Edwards off to?
Well, Edwards looks like he's moving himself over to mid-on as we see a very elaborate offside field. It's 4 men at this square point.
So we've got a backward point, a catching point, a square cover, and another cover.
It's good to see, and Musa Ahmed takes one to the twig and berries, and let's hope that he's okay, because that has pinned him, and that could definitely
I know.
be.
You know what I've noticed? I've noticed that the physio is actually on his phone. He's on a call.
Yeah.
He's not even getting out there.
Well, to be fair, if I'm the physio, I'm not too sure I want to see the damage, because the only people that could benefit from this is no one involved, and half the population right now can feel what he's feeling.
Yeah, look. Yeah, no, here we go. Georgie's out there. Take that magic spray, George.
Unfortunately, he's in a heap, and well, there's not many benefits you can get from this. Maybe the swelling in a few days, but overall, it's a lot of pain before then, and it's not a great feeling from Musa Ahmed. And you have to feel for him, and I can tell you for one up in the commentary box that I know exactly what that feels like, and it is not good. It is not good. Right now, you're questioning why you play the sport.
Yeah. And like I say, it's never the ideal situation to be in.
Yeah, the worst thing is when you get hit in the general area of that vicinity, that most people crowd around you and don't know what to do. There's laughter amongst a few, and then there's genuine concern amongst a few.
But it's like the held-in laughter, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like the.
Well, you can see him on the corner. He's just out the corner of our screen right now, and he's taking some deep breaths. And
The hard thing here is you also always feel rushed to get back into sort of face again. You know, you always feel like, I've just got to keep going.
And Moose married recently
He
as
is,
well. Yeah.
he is, last year. Kunal, sorry, the random Dutch cricket scoring system has got it with an extra over. So yes, it is only 11 overs bowled, but it says 12. So yeah, please just bear with us. I don't think that's going to be changed before the end of the game. So there is always one over further ahead than you think.
As we just a little bit of a delay here as Musa Ahmed suffering a horrific injury. One that you can't just shake off. One that stays with you mentally for quite some time.
Oh, meanwhile, Corey, just looking ahead.
You want to do? Yeah, go on.
Some top class cricket on
go
Thursday coming up.
Let's do our tips. I know our tips will be better than Burtis de Jong and Rod Lyle.
You know what I don't like about Burtis de Jong and Rod Lyle at the moment is they're always agreeing on the same picks.
Yeah,
I don't like it. You know, Burtis, show a little bit of originality and start going rogue. It's way more fun.
Anyway, give it
All
to
right,
me.
VOC versus Excelsior, Corey. VOC at home.
I'm going to go Excelsior.
That's a random. That's a random call, Corey.
I think Lorenzo Ingram's due. Matty Hart from WA is due a big game.
Michael
in the ball.
Hart.
That's it. And I just feel that the
Matthew Hart was an off spinner for New Zealand.
Also a good player. I just feel that the yellow steam train is finally going to come, and VOC is going to get the brunt of it.
Okay. Well, if you remember the game here last year, do you remember what happened in the game here last year between VOC and Excelsior?
VOC got up in a barnstormer.
Yeah. Burhan Niaz, 6 for 10.
That's right.
If you remember. And Tim de Kock made a 60-ball 100.
I'm going to have to go Excelsior.
Okay. Harvey S versus Sullen. Now,
ooh,
are you backing Teo Waldborough to score 100?
I hate to say this, but the Crows, my old club, I feel like...
Our old club,
sorry. I think they're going to get relegated this year.
Wow.
Called this at the start.
So my question is to you, okay, on top of that, are you going them to win any games out of the first 9?
Hold on, there could be a concussion test here out there for Musa, because he could be that dizzy that they're doing a concussion test.
Wow.
There's about 15 guys staring in his eyes speaking to him at the moment. That's how hard it's hit him. He's dizzy. He's that dizzy. Unbelievable. Maybe he might actually have to come off here.
Wow. Is he going to come off?
I don't know if I've ever seen a player hit this hard in the Jats Crackers, but he is in absolute peril, and you got to feel for him because he's taken the brunt of that ball, and I have a feeling.
Yeah, I think we're going to see. We're going to see a retired hurt.
Well, can you believe it? Musa Ahmed has taken one that hard to the nether regions. He's going to. Yeah, he's retired hurt.
Oh, sorry. Scorers, because we're in the same box, have started just chirping us. And
pretty sure on all scorecards it'll come up and say retired hurt for now.
Retired? He's been retired, not out, Corey. Well, he's coming back in later, potentially.
Arguably, would he want to come back out? I dare say not. What a controversially interesting moment.
He actually looks quite pale in the face. That's clearly hit him like spot on.
I've seen things in my time, but I've never seen a man have to retire not out after taking one in the, well, what can be best described as the Gangulis.
Yeah, look, he's.
I hope he's okay.
Yeah,
pray for him because it's a bit of a shake of the head as he comes off, and well, maybe we'll see him a little bit later, and I'm dare say he'll go into the rooms and they'll have to have a look.
Yeah. No, I think so. As I see Jack Kingler has popped down to have a bit of a watch of his son this afternoon.
Have you ever seen that before?
No, never seen someone retire out like that. But yeah, look, nonetheless.
Anyway, continue on.
Punjab, Harsasay, Punjab at home. Ooh. Do you see Harsasay pulling one out? Now, you know who the key is here, don't you?
Going back to his old stomping ground.
Going back to the old stomping ground.
Why are HCC off the boil this year?
Look, I think, last year was such a high, Oh, we're going to see two fielders out here.
Yeah, okay. Scotty Edwards getting a bit funky. Maybe they'll test out the bouncer. It's Saqib Zulfikar coming out at number
6. Yeah, like it.
Oh, and it's a little ledge away, and they'll get one in the end.
Kingmar doing the fielding down there at third man.
Tough game to call Punjab HCC. So why HCC off the boil a bit?
Look, I don't think Vandiar has quite sort of hit the heights yet that they would have wanted.
I'm thinking HCC at Punjab away. That's my big one.
I mean, there's obviously a strong rivalry there. Obviously, things have happened there in the past, so I'm sure there's a bit of bad blood between those two teams. So it'll be interesting to see how that game goes.
Yeah, I'm going to tip HCC in a close one.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Minhas coming off 100 last week against VCC, so if
he's due a failure now.
Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, it was an absolutely exceptional 100.
Yeah.
So yeah, look, pleased that VCC got toppled in terms of for competition. I think it was great to see a team like Punjab, who generally have some quite good sort of club cricketers, be able to put up a test. But yeah, you might be right. Hard to say away. Maybe they're just biding their time for a little bit of a late run.
I'm going a hitter over Dyke special with bat and ball.
He did message me today. I've got to reply to his message. So hitter, if you are watching, I have seen your message. I'll reply later. As Kyle Klein continues.
Well bowled. Good pace. He's having a good spell here, Kyle. But you're going game number 4?
Yeah, following game. And I reckon this is an interesting one, Corey.
Talk to me.
Sparta at home, hosting VRA. Now, look, we're yet to know whether Aryan Dutt will be fit and available for. I have seen him running, but
I can't imagine he'll play 2 in 3 days.
Look, yeah. So it's which game does he play? Does he play VOC at home or does he play the Sparta away?
I've spoken to Snoop, who's running the cricket out there at Joost
Martijn Snoop.
Yeah, as that is pulled extremely hard, and it's a misfield, but they'll just get the one in the end. Who is looking after Sparta cricket out there, and he's building a little bit of a one-team dynasty. With G. Tarback and Khalid Ahmadi in the package, Ashar Malik taking wickets for fun, who arguably could go to Zimbabwe. I'm going to say Sparta to take the points versus VRA.
Yeah, look, I don't think you can go wrong there. Bukhari and Ashar Ahmad bowled very well on Saturday versus VOC and sort of put that top order under pressure. So quite interesting. Sebastian Bright's just coming a couple of steps after that last pull shot.
Well timed.
Yeah, he's just gone the floaty full ball, and got to be honest, Daniel Dorham, not probably one of the greatest movers of all time, but he does does do enough of a job to save one, and they get back for 3.
Yeah, does very well indeed. It is 3 runs, takes us to the end of yet another over. A bit of a longer over due to the injury to Musa Ahmed. Hopefully he's okay, and the score is 44 for 3.
All right, and
Final
final
game.
one for me, mate. ACC at home to VCC, and I've seen Jacobus now, one of my under 18s. He said that Heino Kun is due 100 versus VCC.
Look, I understand, but I think that with the surprise loss last week by VCC, I'm expecting them to come back and show why they're probably favourites for this year. So I will tip VCC, which leaves me with Excelsior over VOC, Sulund over HBS, HEC over Punjab, Sparta over VRA, and VCC over ACC. I'll take a photo of that, and we will discuss this on Thursday night.
Sounds good to me. You see Levitt continue. It feels so long ago since he bowled that first over and he got those 2 wickets. We've had that break with Musa retiring hurt. And then, that over was it's been such a long time since he's bowled. So can he find that same rhythm he found about 15 minutes ago?
Oh, a little
Apparently
tickle,
not.
A little tickle. They could go away for 4, no, maybe just rank it back in. He will, just the 2. Hey, Saqib Zulfikar, good player to have come out at 6.
Yeah, look, really disappointed to lose him out of our side. With Ari and Dutt sort of falling injured. We felt, as a selection group that him playing for the Hurricanes would have been a better fit for this game. Got an opportunity to bat at 6 and bowl a few extra overs. From my side, like I said, I think he's one of the more talented cricketers I think I've seen going around. Bats, bowls and fields, and he's exceptional at all 3. Plus, he actually has quite a good cricket brain as well, Corey. I mean, he's obviously captain ACC in the past, now playing at Punjab. There as sort of vice captain. So, he's got a really good understanding of the game. So, yeah, intrigued to see how he goes. And again, a young player that is sort of, again, trying to push his case. Remember, he's only 25.
Crazy. You're absolutely right. I mean, for these 2 men at the crease right now, Noah Kroos and Saqib Zulfikar, a big innings here in front of national selectors and coaching staff can only hold you in good stead. They're behind in the 8-ball Hurricanes. They need something to go their way.
Yeah, that double strike just sort of held them back, didn't it?
Yeah, the double strike of Max O'Dowd and Tajan Ibanura, and then the double strike on Musa Ahmed, arguably, has really dented this chase. And it's going to take a little bit of heroics to get back into this.
Yeah, look, it will be interesting to see how the Hurricanes now go about this. I mean, look, from a real positive point of view in terms of A-team and for the national cricket, it's great to see Noah Cruz get an opportunity to go and make a big score at higher level. Oh, that could have been close as well.
Oh.
We could have had George Dunlop back out there for another one, Corey. But yeah, having Noah Cruz and Saqib Zulfikar there to go and have the opportunity to have bat for a long time and make a big innings and sort of come from a position where they're behind the game now. Be quite interesting to see how they go.
Yeah, you can only gain from having so much time at the crease. Levitt's bowling pretty good length.
Yeah, like I say, it's just a touch heavier than you think. He's sort of that top of the stumps sort of guy. I mean, like I say, he's not tall, but he sort of can just get enough out of the wicket. So, yeah. And not VOC. Sorry, that's my parochialism coming through there, Corey. But for the Seafarers, not having bowled any overs of spin yet, and we're already in the 12 or in the 13th over now, just allows them to use that 20 overs better. I think Scott Edwards is generally very good at managing his bowlers.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, because Levitt is just offering enough, and that's going to take us to an end of another pretty good over this. And right now, the Hurricanes up against the ropes, 47 for 3. And Pierce, looks like I might have one more guest commentator. I want to say thank you for that stint, and thank you for covering me in that little break.
Yeah, look, Corey, I'll be back because I don't know how much longer this special guest will want to speak for after how he's gone today and what he's had to deal with. So, look, all the best, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you very much, Pierce Fletcher. Looks like we will have a very special guest come into the commentary box in a moment, and well, he's got to enjoy this because we do have a new addition. And welcome onto the commentator cam, and say hello. We've got Maxwell O'Dowd out here. Good morning or good afternoon, Max. How are you?
Been better, Corey. I feel like every time I come to the commentary box, it's not a pleasant situation for me, but I'm here.
Just
doing
to
my duties.
Just to let you know that after 2 weeks, we've got a commentators cam. We've got 2 angles now. Look, I mean, this is
It's
fantastic.
game changing, isn't it? The way it should be.
As it should be. So Shariz Ahmed coming in for his first bowl today, and the little live wire is going to enjoy this. 3 wickets down, and effectively maybe 4. Can you give us an update on Musa Ahmed? Because half the population is a little bit worried for him.
Yeah, well, Musa did get hit in the area you don't want to get hit.
The unmentionables.
The unmentionables. Great way to describe it. He was hit in either the left or right one. I'm not quite sure.
As Shariz, Shariz does what Shariz does best, and he scoots one through. And I tell you what, Saqib Zulfikar's a little bit lucky that didn't clatter into the stumps.
Very lucky. Now, just to go back to Musa, I think, yeah, he got hit. And normally when you get hit in that area, you kind of, you take 5-10 minutes and you get back to it, but apparently he was feeling very dizzy and needed to come off. So he's probably got the extreme end of getting hit in the nads.
Yep, fingers crossed that he'll be able to come back, and good luck to his family in the future as we get back to the action. His younger brother Shariz here, he does a good job. Look, it'd be good to pick your brain, and viewers, we've got Max O'Down with us if you want to get any questions in over the next 6, 7 or 8 overs. Maxie, you kept them to 238. I actually think you guys fielded it extremely well today, besides one little mistake by Ollie Ellenbus. But how are you feeling about this contest after the first half? How are you feeling?
I thought we were pretty good with the ball. I'm not going to lie, I thought we were much better than we were last time. I have to give credit to the opposition as well. I think they weathered the storm pretty nicely. I do still think we were probably bowling one bad ball and over, which on this kind of wicket I just think is almost criminal. I feel like if you can bowl 4 very good balls and then 2 decent balls, you actually get away with them, but we were bowling 4 very good balls and then 2 bad ones, which allowed them to get going a little bit. But yeah, if we compare it to the last game, we fielded a whole lot better. I think guys throughout the middle were a lot more patient.
Sorry to interrupt you, but that is absolutely laced by Saqib Zulfikar. He sent that to the moon. It's the first big 6 of the run chase.
Great shot. I mean, you can see there he's quick in the box, deep in the box, and just ploughed it over cow.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I took a while to answer that question there. I just to go back to what I was talking about. I thought the bowlers bowled well through the middle. Used the change of pace quite nicely. I think Scotty batted really well. Sherry batted really well again. So I mean, I think 230 was probably about right. Yeah, if I'm honest.
Yeah, fair enough. So it was a good topsy-turvy sort of innings. One person I want to mention about your first innings, Alex Roy. Mighty impressive. You had 4 slips at one stage. Talk us through the arrogance in that decision.
Well, Big Roy, he was getting it to shape, and I thought he was we spoke about it as a unit. We said we found the shorter balls really sat up, and the fuller balls tended to actually skid on a little bit more. So I was urging him to really get it up there, and I wanted to see Boris drive him in front of square. And I thought if we could get another one and get Scotty in, we could really put some pressure on. But credit to Boris, I think he weathered the storm, and we probably were a bit too attacking maybe. But no, my captaincy, veers on the aggressive side, so I'll always do that.
Yeah, I do agree. You are aggressive, and you're going to stay with us after this drinks break. We'll be back in the next 5 minutes to take you through to that second session of play. The score at the moment is 55 for 3 after 14. Hello and welcome back. We're here at the Seafarers vs Hurricanes Pro Series match. It's match number 3 in the series. The first one was washed out. The second one was won by the Seafarers. And luckily enough, we've got a guest commentator at the moment, Mr. Maxwell O'Dowd, Dutch international cricketer, Dutch international DJ, and also captain of the Hurricanes. Max, Levitt, bowling. He's taken 2 pretty big scalps. He's a bit of a nibbler. This game, how are you going to get back into it as he comes in again and Noah Cross, a little underneath edge for a dot? How are you getting back into it?
I think this partnership's key, Corey. I think Noah and Saki, we're going to have to put on a partnership of over 100 here. They're going to have to weather the storm. I think Levitt has just decided to switch to bowling medium pace. I know he bowls off spin. I didn't expect him to come in and bowl little dobblers.
It's a bit quicker than it looks.
It's not quick. It's just skiddy. It's I'd call it county championship wicket taking kind of bowling.
Timmy
Duke.
Merters.
No, quicker than Mertz. Give him a Duke, he'd take 60 wickets a season.
Yeah, I can understand that. He does look like he offers a little bit of something. And, well, just keeping their noses ahead the whole time, the Seafarers. This partnership, you're right, Moose might be able to come back, but what an opportunity for Noah Cross or Sakib to go, hey everybody looking at Dutch cricket, here I come.
Absolutely. I mean, Sakib's done it before, so people should know about Sakib. I guess Noah's a bit more fresh to the national scene, but no, it's a great opportunity for both of them. Noah's been scoring runs in the top classer, and he looks in good touch, and he's done it before all around the world, obviously. So fingers crossed he's able to do it today.
Rumour has on the grapevine that you're going to be drawn in the group with the Windies over in Zimbabwe, and it looks like maybe potentially Ireland as well, an old foe, but you do have the wood over them. Another full member nation, it has to be said, as Noah pushes that straight to Shariz. And potentially it might be an Oman and a Nepal. This is what I'm hearing. Can't confirm it just yet. If it was that sort of group, what sort of teams there are you looking to maybe avoid or maybe not avoid, or looking forward to the battle?
Yeah, I think avoid's probably the wrong word. I think if you go in with the mindset of avoiding teams, you're always going to struggle. I think, Corey, that we've played enough cricket now against some of the best teams in the world to not really fear anyone. So we're more going to be up to the challenge and really just try and win the battles, the mini battles within the battles against whoever we play. I think that's the key of 50 over cricket. And the cool thing is that we've got a squad of guys who have experienced cricket at the highest level against some of the best teams. So I don't think there should be any fear, or there shouldn't be any fear of failure at least. So I'm really excited for the challenge, and hopefully we can I guess pull an upset, as a lot of people would call it, against some of those teams.
Yeah, fair enough, as well as another pretty efficient over from Levitt comes to a close, and the sun really beats through this glass panel here at VOC, and the score at the end of 15 overs, I believe, is 55 for 3. Well, we were talking a little bit before to a couple of members about VOC Rotterdam. They've put on a show today. We were apprehensive of with the weather around last week and the squebbing wet. I'm sorry, this is a beautiful venue.
I mean, I saw the video you sent me, Corey, of the wicket. I think you threw the ball, it didn't even get up above your ankle. The way Renee's been able to turn this around into a pretty nice wicket, I think is unbelievable, really. Even yesterday's weather was pretty awful. So I mean, fair play to him to create something like this. It's amazing, and I mean, we know, Corey, VOC. It's an amazing club,
stomping ground.
Arguably the best club in the Netherlands. Currently coming off a dynasty of championship wins.
I haven't come off it just yet, but
no, you're right. We're still on track for a bit of a dynasty, to be honest. But no, amazing ground, amazing club, amazing people. Deserves the world, I'd say.
Yep, fair enough. Well says Noah Cross back on strike, only on 1 at the moment. That's well played down the ground. We're talking a little bit of top class cricket today as well, because we're sort of in the middle of the 50 over section now, and you played for VOC Rotterdam, had a despairingly disappointing loss on the weekend. It's starting to look like a log jam. How are you feeling about the 50 over comp, and is there a lot of pressure on yourself and these other clubs to play a really big first month, because it's starting to look pretty tight?
Well, I think every club that's playing in the top class is probably aiming for that top 6 spot, and then you're guaranteed safety, and I guess you can go out and play free cricket, which is what everyone really wants to be playing. So I guess there's a little bit of there's a little bit of pressure. But then again, I mean, it's
Well, we're going to put you in the hot seat. We're going to get your tips for the week because we did this a little bit earlier. I don't want you to have a look. And obviously, we're going to, for you, VOC versus Excelsior, we're going to write that one off because you're going to be tipping VOC. But we're going to get your tips and just to learn a little bit more about what you think. And we've done this with everyone today as that's dragged down. And he's been looking for that and he launches it gorgeously for 6. Well, Saqib Zulfikar showing that if you can come down and punch a few straight, you might get the short one. That's a gorgeous shot.
It's just cricket nous. That's what,
IQ.
That's what that is. I mean, he's come down the wicket. He's forced Sherry to pitch it up a little bit, and just like that, he's given him the little shimmy, sat back in the crease and pumped it over cow.
Brilliant batting. He's raced to 20, considering they're up against the wall here. Shariz in again, and that's hit hard. Well, not hard. Sorry, it's clothed into the pitch. Back to him. Takes to the end of the over. As we're about to get your tips, Maxi. The score at the end of another over is 63 for 3. Now, the reason we're doing this day because we think this round's the hardest round in the world to tip.
Okay.
Game 1. Sunderland versus HBS. Oh, tough one.
Sunderland at home.
Sunderland at home.
Sunderland at home. I'm gonna have to go with. Look, I'll be honest. I think HBS will win that.
Wow, we've got a HBS. Okay, next one.
A HBS off the board?
They aren't off the mark yet.
Yeah, no, HBS will win.
Okay. I went Sunderland, so there's one against me. Second one, Punjab versus rivals HCC.
At Punjab.
At Punjab, Vandy's old stomping grounds. That is pulled beautifully by Noah Cross and into the gap, and that will trickle for 4 as the rear guard resurgence continues. Max, Punjab versus HCC at Punjab, Vandy is, well...
Look, HCC is my old club, and I have a soft spot for HCC. Punjab, great at home.
Phenomenal at home, even.
Not good enough to beat VOC, though. So I'm going to go with Avandia 140. HCC win.
Wow, we agreed on that one as Noah Cross. He gets beaten this time and it beats Rafa Alphonse as well. And they'll get through for a bye, I believe. Yeah, the umpire's got his hands out and we'll see the signal now for the bye. Next one, another tough one. They beat you on the weekend. Sparta at home versus VRA. A young VRA.
That's going to be tough as well.
Yep.
Duddy out of VRA. Sparta looking in pretty good touch.
Is that confirmed? Duddy out?
Well, I'm not sure. He's got a little hamstring niggle. But that's Thursday, Saturday, so he's probably only playing one of those.
Yeah, big call.
I'm going to go with Sparta purely because of the package.
Wow. And the package, Ashan Malik is the name. And that's a beautiful shot. Got to get down, does get down. The big left juke from Scotty Edwards at mid-off. And you and I have a giggle because we know that he isn't the most fluid of movers.
No, and he's also pulled his neck. If you look, I wish we had a player cam where we could really zone in on Scott Edwards because right now,
he's just there in the corner of your screen.
If you can look, he's pulling on his little trap there. Not sure what he's pulling on, not much muscle there, but he's really Randall-esque off Monsters Inc. right now. Oh, that's a glorious cricket shot.
Yeah, pulled away for a single. Yeah, we mentioned before that to hold up his head, the structure of his body is an extended neck, and sometimes he can twang it.
Yeah.
So hopefully
there's a lot of muscles in his neck because he's got quite a thin head.
Yeah. Hopefully he's okay. Peculiar looking man is going to the last one. ACC at home versus VCC. Can they spring a slight upset?
I'm going to have to say no. I think VCC are too strong. Although, in saying that, ACC are a plucky little side on their home ground. They're not. They've got a couple of good players in their side who know,
Dutch cricket,
and many will know the ACC ground is not a high-scoring ground. It's a little.
What did you make that?
No, I scored a few, but I was very fortunate that it was one of those days where everything just clicked.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen very often, especially at ACC where it feels like you're playing on a farm sometimes. Because the outfield's about knee high. So yeah, I'm going to go with VCC.
VCC, interesting. So you've gone VCC, Sparta, HCC. The only opposite one that you and I had was Sunderland and HBS, and I have tipped Excelsior over VOC this week. And I just have a feeling that the Lorenzo Ingram show is about to come to town. It's been a while since he's hit 100.
Well, Lorenzo's record at VOC is not the best. That's all I'll say.
Strong words from a strong man.
No,
So
and I
Dowd.
love Lorenzo. He's one of my favourite
He's a
overseas
good cricketer.
players.
Would he be the longest standing current overseas player in top class of cricket?
How many years? Pierce Fletcher's up there.
No way.
How many years Pierce done?
I thought longer than Pierce. Pierce doesn't play. He hasn't played for 2 years.
No, but he's still here.
Lorenzo feels like he's been around for quite some time.
We've got a question from MD Arman Hassan.
Okay, what's he got?
Don't know.
Okay.
That looks like Urdu.
Yep. You can't tell what that one is, but do feel free to get your questions in. Shariz continues to Noah Kroos, and Noah punches it straight to
Yeah.
Scott Edwards, and that's good running.
It's an easy run there. I personally think you're still running that even if Scotty is fully fit.
Now, interesting to see Scott not with the gloves on for a change. So Keeps Orphic's got himself to 21 though, doing a good job here. Full ball, jars it back to Shariz. He's 21 off 9, it's 20. Sorry, with 2-6. I mean, Floyd's still in the sheds. Musa Ahmed could come back. Long way to go in this game. Long way.
We asked for it. We asked for a big partnership, and I feel like this is the one. I feel like this is probably the time you want to be batting. The sun's out. Conditions are... Oh, great piece of fielding from Vikram Singh.
Vikramjeet Singh saves 2 at least at backward point.
Sorry, back to my point. I feel like now's the time to really strike while the iron's hot. I feel like the wicket is it's flattening out a little bit. It's a little less turn. Bounce is pretty consistent. Not as much nip anymore. So I'll really be hoping these two could put on a big performance. It's a good start.
Yeah, nice drive, and it hits Shariz at the end of the finger, but
Scotty Edwards mops it up.
they're going to get back for 2. Good aggressive running.
Now here's a question for you, Corey. I mean, Scotty, skipper, looks like he's got one neck at the moment, or half a neck I should say.
Yep.
One arm. He's down at long off.
Yep.
Would you put yourself down at long off if you can't throw and you've got half a neck and you're the skipper?
Arguably, I'm not too sure there's a necessity for him to be on the field considering the amount of leadership that's already out there. I touched on this earlier as Shariz comes in against push to Vikram. You've got Sebastian Bright, captain of Hermes, Boris Golay, captain of HCC, and you also had, there was one other one that I'm missing. There was a third captain.
Wesley Baresi.
Captain of Harvey. Yeah, so I feel like if Scott's got an injury, and you and I know that he can sometimes have an injury that could last some time, I'd be getting him off the field. But for whatever reason, he wants to go long off. And
where do you think this injury's come from? Would you say it's excessive napping, possibly?
potentially...
I've seen his pillow. He's got the memory foam pillow and he hasn't quite got that give to
Well,
it.
for many people that probably don't know out there, myself and Max O'Dowd live with Scott at the house called The Kennel up in the Hilligersburg, and we actually all live on the second floor of that property, so we do get to notice the good, the bad, the ugly of Scott, and he does love a nap.
Yeah, now we have some questions here.
Oh no, here we go.
We've got a question from Dean Munsami, the strength and conditioning coach of the Netherlands cricket side. Seafarers looking solid here. Quality team. Now, it seems like Dean's having a sly little dig, or might be chirping. I'm not sure where he's chirping from. I think he's chirping from Mykonos in Greece, possibly, or possibly Corfu, one of those little islands.
Dean, I've only heard good things, and I hope you're enjoying the Greek islands. A little bit of my own heritage there. It was like Johnny Howden's popped into the chat, CEO of Cricket España. John, yeah, don't you worry, I'm working hard behind the scenes. It's coming with a question. As that's slight appeal, big appeal-ish. Got bigger and bigger, but not out. But the question is, I'll give it to you, Maxi. Maxi, who is going to win Hoofed class this year? And I can understand why John's asking that. He's watching all the Hoofed class because he's watching DDC Daniel Dorco play for Hermes.
Look,
Who's winning that league?
I think it's between three sides.
I'm going to write them down.
Kampong,
Ooh,
Quick, and Hermes are my three picks.
Red and White not there?
No,
Rude and Vit?
I love.
Oh, that really takes off, and that's beaten everybody. I think that's buys. It is buys. Well, that has taken off a length, and that's probably the first one today that's sort of shot off.
Well, no, I'll be honest with you. I had a couple that shot off early in my. My
I'm
innings.
sure you did. But look, he asked who you think's going to win. You've given 3 out of 10. So let's narrow it down. Who's winning for Hoofed Class A and getting promotion to the top class of 2024?
Great question. Great question, Johnny. For me, it's a toss-up between Quick and Hermes again.
Shootout.
It's a straight shootout. Now, I personally know the two quick overseas, Cam Jackson and what's his name?
Well, I'm not too sure as they're getting underneath edge for two.
Beckham Wheeler Grinnell, sorry.
So do you know them both, do you?
I know them both, played with them in Otago.
Good players?
Both talented players. Can do a job. And Hermes obviously have Saba, they've got Ollie, they've got DDC.
Yeah.
It's a tough one.
It's tough.
Who's top of the table at the moment?
I'm going to get the table up for you just now to let us know the Hoofter class of table. That is hit extremely hard through point, and that's 4. I'll tell you what, right now, Saqib Zulfikar is playing a lone hand. What a play.
No, that's a phenomenal shot. If we could have a look at a replay, I don't think we can.
We don't have replays, unfortunately, just yet.
I'll just replay it in my mind. You could just see how long he waited to play that. I think that's such a key area of playing a late cut. I always tell my students or guys that I work with that, you know, the squarer you play, the later you have to play. And that was the prime example of just late cutting one at pace.
Yeah, you have to wonder, did they go 1-2 over too long with Levitt? That is respectfully played. Takes us to the end of yet another over. 19 overs gone, 84 for 3. Quickly, Max, the table of Hookler. Quick, 5 from 5. Hermes second, 4 and 1. Bloomendale third with 3 and 2. And then it's a bit of a drop. Dosty. You forgot about little Dosty there, 2 and 2. But Kampong, who were relegated from top class, are 2 and 3. That's a long way to come back.
Kampong in a bit of strife, I'm not going to lie to you. Look, I feel like if a team's 5 and 5, what's that net run rate looking like? Ooh, Hermes are in front. No, look, I will back my The Hague boys. I think Quick might win it. Personally, I'd love to see Hermes in the top class. I'd love to have another grass wicket. Not saying I don't enjoy Quick, because I love the people at Quick, but
Yep.
I think in order to really up the standard of cricket in the Netherlands, the more grass, the better.
One thing about the Quick Cricket Stadium, I used to play there often when I played the derby between them and HBS, is the garden shed they've got out back, where they sometimes have a little party. One of the great social clubs in the Netherlands, as that's pushed to the right of Vikramjit Singh, and little fumble for one. Couple more questions flying in. Entertainment Short saying, Maxi, what's your view on the ongoing IPL?
Oh, that's a question that I don't really have an answer to, because I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really watch the IPL. I watch it every now and then. I'm just a big fan of Rajasthan Royals and Joss Butler. I love watching Joss bat, so I guess that's really where I'm at on that question.
Well, and your favourite commentator in the IPL?
Please tell commentator my favourite IPL team. My favourite commentator.
Sorry, I've read that wrong.
If I had to choose a favourite commentator, it's probably Harsha Bogle.
Yeah?
I like Harsha. I feel like I've heard Danny Morrison and Simon Dool enough in my time. So I like Harsha. He's quite calm. I'm not a big sucker for the loud, bombastic kind of commentators. I like,
I'm glad you're
loud enough, but not over the top.
I'm glad we're not doing a T10 ECN game, because this would be extreme.
Yeah, that's a kind of difference.
James Jabbers has come in with that, saying favourite commentator in ECN.
No, hold on. I've just seen someone go Ian Bishop. That is absolutely correct. Ian Bishop is my favourite commentator. Bishy. He is a mixture of class. He's a mixture of great one-liners. He has a great one-liner every time he speaks. Well, almost every game.
Yeah.
Remember the name?
Yeah.
Carlos Brathwaite.
Do you not think it's put on a little bit?
No, I don't think it's put on. I've met him once. He was lovely.
Favourite
commentator in the ECN?
Well, you've got one of 3 to choose here. Pushed into the offside for another dot.
I do enjoy. I don't have a favourite commentator, but I do have a favourite duo, and it is Vinny and Corey.
I appreciate
I think you guys do bring the most humour.
Sorry, Rico, if you're listening.
Yeah, sorry. Rico's good, but when I think of Rico, all I think was balle. So none of that today.
Yeah. Another over complete as Shariz Ahmed does a job, and while we're having a good old natter here, I can just safely say the Hurricanes slowly getting themselves back into this game.
No, absolutely, and this is exactly what I said. This is what I wanted, but this is going to be the big moment. Big double D, big Danny Dorham, all the way from St. Martin, Daniel Dorham. What a player. I really like Daniel. I think he's a phenomenal talent, and I think he is going to be an absolute handful on this wicket.
Fantastic.
Because I feel like it might slide through, it might hold, it might drip.
Well, you've kept that secret. You can play cricket, you can DJ, and you can also do a fantastic St. Martin accent.
It's more West Indian, but you know, I've dealt with Danny in the past, and I remember there was actually, you know, I played under 19s for the Netherlands with Daniel Dorham and a guy called Shaquille O'Neal Martina.
Any relation to the real Shaquille
I
O'Neal?
don't think there was any relation, but I'll tell you what,
Talk
when
to me.
those two boys spoke to each other, they said they spoke English, but there is no way on earth they spoke English to each other.
Guardian Goleman.
It was a whole nother language.
Anyway, Daniel Dorham, the big man from St. Martin, gets a bit of bounce to start. And John Hounson's, thanks for your insight. Get more questions in. We've got Maxi for probably a couple more overs at the most. So Johnny or James Jabbers and everyone out there want to get any questions into Mr. O'Dowd, international DJ and international opening batsman superstar, as he drags that down and just trying to get into his work here, Dorham. He'd have to be up there with Suleiman Ben for tall left arm off spinners. He is a giant.
He is, but I think Danny's got a bit more. It looks like he's got a bit more size to him than Big Sully. Sully, I felt like may have been a couple of inches taller, but was just skinnier. So he looked longer.
Yeah.
You know? He was a real slender man.
Yeah, well said. Just getting his length. Oh, that's aggressive running. Aggressive direct hit, and I reckon he's gone with the direct hit. But it's not, and just the one.
Even a good throw there could have been dangerous. Corey, here's a question for you. What do you think, which Netherlands player will be going to play in the upcoming IPL season? I'm assuming he means which Netherlands player will play in the next IPL edition.
That's a good question. I'd like to see them give more batters a go. I know you got your chance at the BPL for the Chittagong Chatty.
Challenges.
That's the one. And I think Buster Later is a name that is talked about a lot at the moment. Freddie Klaassen, Big Red, yourself, Max O'Dowd, all possibilities. It would be good to see one get into the IPL.
Would you like to see, Corey, possibly an associate slot for each IPL side? Do you think that would be something worth exploring?
Oh yeah, of course. I don't know why they don't do that already, actually.
Yeah, it's a great question. I feel like every franchise side should have 2 associate players per team. And I think one of them should be in the starting 11.
Yeah, that's not a bad shout. That's not a bad shout. Definitely something that could be considered by big franchises around the world and competitions, as there's plenty of franchise cricket. Another over goes, 21 overs gone, and it's 87 for 3. We got a little message coming in from James Jabbers. Who will win the PGA Championship this weekend? Interesting question. I know you're a bit of an avid golfer.
I am a golf fan, but I don't even know which champion. I'm going to need a bit more.
Isn't that the main PGA Championship?
I don't think the US Open starts for a little while.
Actually,
the PGA Championship is this week.
Yeah, it must be. Well,
This week or next week? 'Cause
actually,
the Masters
while James Jabbers asked that question back off, I'm going to show you a little video of his own golf that I took a couple months ago. And this is James's technique, as I just show you from my phone. Where is it? Alright, let me find it. There it is. This is James Jabbers playing a shot. Here he is. Just tell me what you think of through this week. This.
Oh no, too short. Oh! Yeah, that's in the guggler.
That's cut away to backward point. Yeah, it's in the guggler.
Yeah, that looked a bit short-sighted. That little look, James, I've been in that situation many a time. It's a little 70-meter, 60-degree, and you just don't fully commit to the downswing, and you end up in the water. I completely feel you. Look, I think it's going to be a toss-up.
Oh, hold on. He's
great
clattered
shot.
that. 1 bounce, 4. I don't believe it's gone for 6. And Saqib Zulfikar moves to 34 off 34. What a player.
That is a phenomenal shot. To come down the wicket and just whip it over wide long on like that. Yeah, great shot. No, I think it's between 2 players. 3 players, actually.
Go on.
Scotty Scheffler,
Good option.
John Rahm,
Again,
and Max Homer.
I'm going to tell
I'm a
you.
big Max Homer fan, mainly because we share the same first name. But, that is a glorious shot.
Oh, nice looking shot. That would be one. I'm going to go a little bit outside the box because I think that with a bit of time off he's had recently, Will Zalatoris is going to come and win it, or Matt Fitzpatrick.
Will Zalatoris is actually out for the whole summer.
Okay, so he's not going
playing.
to come back in time. So I'm going to go Matt Fitzpatrick.
Fitzy, yeah, I
I like
don't mind
Fitzy.
it.
And my Aussie,
You're Aussie?
Jason Day, coming good.
Yeah, he's just won actually.
Yep, Jason Day's coming good at the right time, so we'll have to see.
Cameron Smith.
Is he allowed to play?
Yeah, he's
I
allowed
know
to play.
there's a bit of Live Tour and PG. I don't want to divulge into the cricket world or golf world politics, but surely both can coincide.
Well, it's almost like, sports politics and making bad decisions is a thing at the moment. Well, this could be out.
Oh, this could be a bad decision. Oh, he misses just the one, pushed it into the offside for one. James.
Oh, Foxy. I've completely blanked Ryan Fox.
Is he a Kiwi?
Son of Grant Fox.
The
Hero,
Kiwi.
Kiwi hero.
Well, it's
Ryan
very
Fox.
disappointing. Entertainment shorts. Who do you think is the current number one T20 batsman, Max? And you can't say Josh Butler because I know you love him.
I know exactly who he wants me to say. It's the guy with the foam pads from Rajasthan.
What a shot. Saqib Zulfikar is on an absolute stormer here. He's putting away Shariz Ahmed, who's a very good young bowler. And by my account, that takes him up to 41. And the rear guard is on.
This is a great knock. I mean, he's playing with freedom. He's playing with pure confidence. I mean, he's run down the wicket and he's just... I mean, it's not often you see a charge slog sweep, is it, Corey?
No.
No, that's a phenomenal shot. He's just lifted that effortlessly over cow corner.
Well, good to see Maxi Hornweg in the chat as well, the opening bowler for VOC Rotterdam and Sparta over the years. Also played Netherlands A and was also out and about on Saturday evening. Hope you're well, Maxi Hornweg.
Loves his bitter balls, does Max Horney.
Loves his bit of balls, and he's saying club training at 7. And I know a couple of humans that won't be there. Another question for Max. Max, you've come in hot. This is the most traction we've had. Among the cricket grounds you've played at, which is your favourite? And I imagine you've played at over 200 grounds around the world.
Played at a few grounds. I think shot.
Oh, shot. What a sweet shot. That's going to run away, and I reckon the outfield's sped up, and you bet it
Good
has.
fielding.
Good fielding, though.
No.
He keeps it to 2.
Best cricket ground. My favourite cricket ground that I've ever played in is probably Adelaide Oval. Adelaide Oval was a mixture of modern and old, which I loved. I thought Optus was a bit too modern. I thought the SCG. Oh, the SCG.
I'm surprised you're saying Australian grounds. There's no New Zealand ground you got to play on? Devonport Domain?
Devonport Domain. Yeah. You'll love Devonport Domain. There's about 4 grass wickets on Devonport Domain. So if you play for Prems and you're fielding down at fine leg on the number 1, you're actually also at first slip on the number 2, and you could also be at backward point on the number 3. So you're actually overlapping. Devonport Domain is actually a beautiful place. No, I think personally my favourite ground, Adelaide Oval, or the SCG Adelaide Oval. I mean, we played India at the SCG; it was sold out.
That's what Vikramjit Singh said on the air earlier as well.
Yeah, so SCG's.
Nothing in the subcontinent that's stuck out yet? Nothing in Bangladesh? You were
Look,
just
when
there?
we played when we played against the Select Strikers, we played Colin Ackerman actually. Played a night game. It was sold out. It was 30,000 people at night in Select, and probably a capacity 15,000. So you can imagine it was just people on people.
Yep.
That was pretty cool. But no, in terms of actual everything, I think Adelaide Oval.
Yeah.
Adelaide Oval.
Mine, I've got a Pakistani. Rawalpindi is
Rawalpindi.
phenomenal.
Is it?
It's the flattest track in the world. The boundaries are small, and the crowd is screaming. Rawalpindi in Pakistan.
That sounds like a great little spot.
Yeah, I enjoyed Rawalpindi. Good lunches as well. And there's Big Durham coming in once more. And big appeal. That skidded on. It's hit the pad first, and a lean back from the umpire who says no. He gets away with that. 103 for 3 after 23. Another question coming in from Johnny Howden. Who's the best Padel player in the kennel?
Depends who's recovered the best. I think if we're talking full 100% recovery for both players, Corey Rutgers.
Thank you very much.
Corey Rutgers has a phenomenal forehand, a match-winning forehand. Scotty Edwards he's
okay.
He's nuggety.
He's
He's good
nuggety.
around the track. He's fit, so he can move.
He doesn't have an X factor, does he?
Doesn't have an X factor. He doesn't have a special shot that you power up and save. I feel like you do.
Okay, next one coming in. According to you, who is the GOAT cricketer?
Susie Bates.
Did not expect you to say that.
Susie Bates, phenomenal. One of the greatest women's cricketer of all time.
Yeah, men's cricketer?
Men's cricketer.
Tough one. Sachin Tendulkar, Brian Lara. There's some pretty big names.
For me,
Mm-hmm.
Sir Vivian Richards.
Once again, the king, Viv Richards, transformed the game.
I remember clearly. It was like yesterday when old what's his name? Guy bowls rockets for Australia.
That's Vivian Kingma back into the attack, and he's worked away for a single.
Who bowls rockets for Australia? Used to.
Jeff Thompson.
Jeff Thompson runs in, bumps Viv Richards. Viv Richards gets his cap knocked off.
Mm.
You know what he does?
Picks it up.
Picks it up, puts it on his head, next ball deposits him over backward square for 6.
Reminds me of another man that had his cap blown off, Sultan Zirawani, but he actually copped it in the skull, picked it up, and then faced Alan Donald for a couple more overs. And if you ever want to treat yourself to a YouTube video once we're off air, Sultan Zirawani will go down as the greatest cricketer in history. As Vivian Kingma has been brought back by Scott Edwards, and I think our housemate and good friend Scott out there is starting to think, well, if we don't get a wicket soon, well, just getting themselves back into the match.
Yeah, and I think these two are doing a phenomenal job of just weathering the storm, just taking time, just batting, and just enjoying batting. I think that's the key here.
Well, it seems as if as soon as the questions have come in, the runs have piled on, especially from Saqib Zulfikar.
Keep asking the questions.
Yeah, it's good. Noah Cross on strike and a little bit squared up that time. He's probably not been as fluid, but he's doing a role here. He's 15 off 34, so Saqib Zulfikar 43 off 40 with 3 big sixes and 2 fours.
I think it's extremely important that you recognise your role in a partnership sometimes, you know. I think often when I used to open the batting with Tobias Visay in T20s, I would stand at the other end 5 off 5 and Tobes would be on 40 off 12. So you understand that sometimes it's not your time to go. And there's going to be ebbs and flows in relationships, you know, just like real life, just with your wife or your partner or your secret lover or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
Well bowled.
Well bowled from Kingma. Really well bowled again. Hitting a heavy length, just beating the bat. No, ebbs and flows are correct. And you do have to realise what part you are. It's like salsa dancing. You can't both be the lead.
No, you can't. You got to work together, and you got to let someone lead, and then sometimes you have to lead. And I think that's the key in a strong relationship.
Well, that's what Noah Cross is doing right now. Just the second foil to Saqib Zulfikar, who's batting beautifully. If these two can stay out there for another 10 overs or so, this game is going to be pretty spicy. I know the Hurricanes would love to level it up at 1-1. Noah coming down, and that's a tight one, but good aggressive running, and he does get the single. Brings on Saqib Zulfikar. Another good question here from Entertainment Shorts. What do you think about Surya Kumar Yadav? You've watched him bat a bit?
Yeah, well, when we played against him, he was sweeping wide hole Yorkers over deep square. I think he is pretty. He's
a talent.
He's a talent. It's crazy. He does some amazing things which I don't think many other guys can do.
It's really well bowled from Kingma. It's a nice little shot though. I reckon he's opened the face. I'll give him benefit of the doubt. They'll get back for a quick 2 and he keeps on trucking, and another question flies in at the end of the 24th. It's 107 for 3. Jacobus Snell again, Max, besides yourself, who has the best haircut in the Dutch squad? And I want you to give this one some time.
The best haircut.
Who do you always see and you go, whoa, that's a fresh salad?
There's 2 names that come to mind.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Glover.
Yeah, okay. The seamer at Durham.
Yeah, the seamer at Durham. And then Wesley Baresi, the skull cap.
Yeah, interesting decision. I don't think
if you look clear, like I've spent a lot of time with Wes. If I just take off his hat, it's just like it feels like a newborn baby's head. Just very light, very fluffy, but still like a good-looking head. And he makes it work.
One of the good men, Wesley Baresi as well.
Baresi, one of the greats.
I had the pleasure of rooming with him for 6 weeks in Zimbabwe once, and tell you what, it was a pretty funny 6 weeks. Very clean room. I've got a question for you. Who's been your best roommate on tour? Who have you shared a room with?
Baresi's phenomenal.
Great room.
He used to his thing that he used to do on tour, and I don't know if he still does it, but he would when he used to put in his laundry. Oh, I think that's hit the stumps.
No, it's just gone past the stumps. Big appeal, but not out.
So he would put in his laundry the night before, and then if it didn't come back by a certain time, he would call up the front desk in multiple different accents. One day, he did like an Italian, and the next day he did a French accent, and then the next day I think it was a Japanese accent. It was hilarious.
Yeah, he's got a good bit of humour. Doran's in the middle of a good spell here, keeping it tight. Cross gets Zulfikar back on strike. Another question coming over. They're flying in for you. And who do you think is the future star batsman, a future star bowler for the Netherlands? So let's cap it. Let's say people that are under 23 or even 21 if you know a few. Store them to Saqib and Saqib.
Future star batsman, Vikram Singh.
I don't know. I'd like you to go more future than that. I think everyone knows Vikram is that. Is there anyone else that you've
Vikram's
seen?
19.
21.
Same thing.
Same thing.
Okay.
Is there any other young player you've seen that you just think maybe it's going to be one to look out for? Maybe a Shiraz Razul who's playing today, or anyone else out there?
Shiraz the same age as Vikram.
Yeah.
Or
bold.
Look, I can't go past Vikram at the moment. I'm trying to think.
Deep in thought. Oh, gives himself room.
I think bowling wise, I mean, obviously you got your Sherry.
Sherry.
Sherry's very good. How old's Kyle? I was very impressed with Kyle today.
Yeah, you told me off air you two were having a couple of words which got me excited at the end of the over. 25 overs gone, 108 for 3. Kyle's quite young. Another question coming in, and I guess this is obviously from Rahani Islam, who sounds Bangladeshi. How do you feel about Shakib Al Hussain? Did you get to play him in the BPL? Did you come up against Shakib?
Played him a couple of times.
Did you face him?
Yep.
How was
Hit
it?
him for 12.
How was it facing Shakib?
Well, it's interesting. Shakib is. I faced him in the power play, and I actually found him. I mean, he was good, but he wasn't like one of the bigger challenges I've had. But then I faced him outside the power play, and it felt like I didn't even know how to bat. It was crazy. It was like he knew exactly what I was doing every single ball. I think he bowled me 4 dots in a T20, and then he got me out in the 5th ball. No, lovely guy. I think kind of can be misconstrued in the media quite often.
A lot of pressure.
He has a lot of outbursts.
Well,
and people just see the face value of it, and I think there's a lot more to it than just what people see.
It's not easy. I mean, carrying the whole country and being the star of the whole country of, I'm going to say, probably
the greatest Bangladeshi cricketer of all time. So,
well, I'd like Mohammad Rafiqi for me, the left arm spinner. I loved him. And Noah Kroos pulls that in front of square. What a shot from the young Dutch Australian, all the way from Melbourne. He comes, he sees one back of a length, and he says, "I'll have some of that."
That was a glorious shot. It's almost like he was waiting for that, Corey. He was just hanging on the back foot. It was like Viv was almost setting up for a little back of a length ball, but it's well picked up.
I mean, the last wicket fell at 39. I know there was the injury to Musa Ahmed, and let's hope that he's got himself on the recovery bed. But this is a fantastic partnership now.
What's the partnership now? Must
I
be north of 70?
No, because Musa, I can't remember when Musa left the field. I'll have to check. It's
bowled again.
Really well bowled.
This is in my opinion, one of the better one-day wickets. I feel like there's enough in it for the ball, and if you can knuckle down, there's enough in it for the batter. And I feel like every single ball that's bowled, there's an opportunity for both sides to either take a wicket or score runs. I think too often now we just walk out on flat batting wickets, and it's like the bowlers are all they're trying to do is restrict and not take wickets. You've just drawn a circle on a piece of paper. What do you got for me, Corey?
I'm just doing a couple of little diagrams in front of myself, some hexagonal shapes and so on. And as I get through 100 overs of commentary, and well bowled again. And Kingma, to his credit, he's bowling fantastically. He just can't get that wicket. Ghulam Kadir saying who will be the winner? Captain of the Hurricanes, Max O'Dowd. Who's going to be the winner?
Well, I'll back my boys from here.
I mean, a 1-1 series. If it does end up 1-1, how do you split the trophy, and how will you all get a photo together, or is it just you and Scott, the captain of the Seafarers, that would get the photo?
I think the trophy would make its way back to its rightful place.
Who was the winner of the last series between Hurricanes and Seafarers?
I feel like that was an age ago. I have no idea. Jug ball.
Jug ball, and thankfully it's just nudged out for one. I think we'll hold on to one more over. You got one more over in your O'Dowd? So look, if anyone wants to get their last questions in, we've got one more over of Max after this over. He's been fantastic. The viewer chat's blown off the roof, and we've had our most viewers of the day, and here they come. What do you think about the World Test Championship final between India and Australia, which is going to be held next month? Who are you backing in that one? Neutral venue.
Australia, the best Test team in the world. Cummins, Hazelwood, Lyon, Stark, Smith,
Green?
Warner, Green.
Warner, still?
Warner's there or thereabouts.
I'm disappointed you didn't say Uzi.
Well, you didn't let me get to Uzi.
Sorry.
Uzi. Who
Labber,
else?
Labbers.
Oh,
What about Travis Head?
Marnus, Travis,
Green?
Green? I just think Australia's bowling and with a Duke in English conditions will
Look,
be too good.
I don't want to
for
be
India.
devil's
No
advocate.
Jasprit Bumrah.
Don't want to be devil's advocate, but I'm going to go India here. Say Pujara, Kohli, Sharma, Gill. You've got what's his name? Shami with the ball. Ashwin, Ravi Jadeja's a gun.
Yeah,
Ishant Sharma still trucking.
great players.
Javagal Srinath still there. Prasad. All the old Indians are coming back. Ajit Agarkar. A few people in chat saying India are better prepared, but when
Look,
they go...
I feel like this is an argument I don't really want to go into.
Oh, he's bowled him. It's a seed from the big man Durham and a huge celebration. They needed something to give and he's got him. That one skidded through. The leg stump is pegged back and a big moment in the game. And my co-commentator and captain of the Hurricanes, fair delivery that.
Yeah, I mean, big Daniel Durham. The thing with him is sometimes, you feel like when he bowls the ball, it should be coming down, but it sometimes just keeps going up out of his hand. And those are the ones that hold, and this one just looked like he fired a little bit quicker. It just skidded on with his action and has taken out leg stump. I feel sorry for Noah. He was looking pretty nice. He looked in a pretty good position. But now Moose has got a big role to play. Moose and Sakib. A big job to do here.
Well, they always say beware the injured batsmen as Musa Ahmed bravely goes back out there. And warm round of applause for Noah Cross. I know the scorecard only reflects 17 off 40, but if you were to look for salsa partners, you'd probably take him because he was a great foil to Sakib Zulfikar. As Musa Ahmed does come back out to the middle, and Musa suffered a pretty horrific injury before where he was hit in the Gangulis, but thankfully he's been able to come back out and probably one of the last recognised batsmen. Who else is in the lineup to come out after these two that can wield a willow?
We've got Clayton Floyd to come still.
Can bat.
We have got... I'm just trying to think. Clayton Floyd.
Floydie probably next.
Ollie Allenbars can hold a bat.
Yeah,
He's probably not known for it, but can do it. What else have we got? I'm just trying to think.
Yeah, you have a good think.
Alex Roy. Oh, sorry, I've missed the obvious one. Ryan Klein.
Kleiny as well. Ryan Klein can definitely bat a bit. So there's definitely some more batting to come. Sakib, can he go on and score something big? Durham's back to Musa, who's on 4, not out. Funnily enough, comes back out and starts on 4. Obviously, he was batting a little bit earlier. So Durham with the big breakthrough in this game. Partnership over. Can Musa get going? Well defended, little lefty-righty partnership now always helps. Whereas Max takes a couple of minutes just to look at his own shots. Don't blame you. A little 27 today. Got to start. Well bowled again from Durham. He's come in and bowled a pretty tidy spell. No one's really been able to get a hold of him, and field spreads a little bit again. Really well bowled again. Sensational from Big Durham. And one more ball. Max, just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure having you up here in the commentary box. I know it wasn't your day with the bat, but I think you've captained really well. You've shown your personality, and thank you for being such a fantastic guest.
Thanks, Corey. I really appreciate it. It's always an absolute pleasure to be up here. I am absolutely boiling in this heat. I don't know how you're doing this without a hat.
How's my forehead? How's the red tracker?
Yeah, she's like a tornado.
All right, thank you very much, Max Elgard, and I want to wish you the best. Maybe you're going to send up one of the main head coach, Ryan Van Niekerk, for one more, as we look forward to how the rest of this match will pan out. A lot of good questions that flew in for Max there. Good 15 over stint from him. So we get back to the action here. Game on the line. And Sakib Zulfikar Saqib Zulfikar, he becomes the key in this game. He's on 45. He's been batting in his own little world, looking comfortable. He's played Shariz Ahmed, probably the best that we've seen someone play Shariz Ahmed in quite some time. And he'll be looking to turn this into a pretty big score here and keep the Hurricanes in the hunt in this series. Kyle Klein's going to come back for his second spell. Kyle's been pretty effective with the new ball today, even though the scorecard won't say. Max O'Dowd, guest commentator just then, was saying he bowled a fantastic spell. Oh, that's not Kyle Klein, my apologies. It looks like Sebastian Brutt. And has been brought back into the attack, and they'll get 2 of his first ball, so my apologies there. It's not Kyle Klein just yet. Sebastian Brutt brought back into the attack for the first time today. So, back to the action. Saqib Zulfikar, and he's got himself to 47. It's be a fantastic 50 if he gets there. Let's look at the permutations. 23 overs to go. Still don't even have to go over 6s, around 5 and a bit. And a couple of wickets here would really push the Seafarers ahead, but one more good partnership and this will go close. It's down the leg side and should be singled wide, and it is. I think for Musa Ahmed, who we know can be destructive at the moment, he'll be pretty happy to come in and maybe play second fiddle a little bit. Get himself in. There is so much time left in this 50 over fixture. Another 23 overs. Oh, it's blocked again into the offside. Well cut off there by Shariz Ahmed at tight point. Another dot ball. Sun just peeks behind the clouds for a few moments. The weather's been fantastic today. It was a bit wet and a pretty wet Monday once again here in the Netherlands yesterday, but thankfully the cricket gods have been kind to us today and been able to get a full day of cricket action in. Pretty good standard of cricket today as well, as he hits the deck hard, and that's well played. He lets it come the whole way and rolls it down to third man. Vikramjit Singh will take that and do the mopping up. So Saqib Zulfikar, who's come in right at the fire time of this run chase, has played fantastically. And he's 2 runs away from a personal milestone. Musa only on the 4, needs to get himself in. As we mentioned, some good players to come. I think it'll be Floyd next, and Ryan Klein to follow, Ollie Ellenbaas. Yeah, plenty of batting. Oh, what a shot that is from Musa Ahmed. My word, he's hit that well. That is a fantastic cricket stroke. A little bit of width. It's a half V, but you still got to put it away. And for a man that's been sitting down in the ice bath for about an hour, he's got that out the middle of the screws. 4 runs and a beautiful shot. Will that get him going? This game is alive. You just feel this game's back on. They needed a partnership and they've got it through Noah Cross and Saqib Zulfikar. Can the lower order now offer some resistance? This time getting a little bit straight in his line, and it's worked away into the leg side for a single. A lot of people in the chat had plenty of questions in, so don't be afraid to ask more questions throughout. We've got good amount of time here today. Takes us to the end of another over. And the score after 28, 122 for 4. So Scotty Edwards ringing in the changes for the Seafarers, trying a few things. It looks like Doran will continue though from this end. He's been trying to rotate his fielders and try different angles. Durham now to the left-handed Musa Ahmed. That's well bowled. Good line, good length, and respectfully played. 5 men on the leg side, been wicket in the ring trying to save. And well bowled again. Durham's in the middle of a good spell here. Just keeping it back a little bit from them. He's got 4.2 overs, 7 for 1. Yeah, well bowled again. That height, hitting a good length and changing his speed. Very good indeed. Doing a handy job here. Right, this time punch down the ground to Scotty Edwards, who almost trod on a ball hit there out there by Ryan Klein, who's warming up at deep long on, so just the one. Durham to the right-handed Saqib Zulfikar. 48. Can he bring up what would be the third 50 today after Bracey and Edwards? Oh, he's chipped it and it's short. It's just short of cover. You have to wonder, was he a little bit deep? And usually covers a position where you want to be tight at all times. It's a half chance at most. Doesn't carry. It's Wesley Baracey there hovering at cover. Well bowled, pushed into the offside. And a few people in the chat saying get Snoop on the comms. Snoop isn't here, unfortunately. The big man from Sparta. As another over comes to an end, and well, the score just trickling over at the moment. 123 for 4 after 30, I believe. I had a question for James Jabez. Why have you been listening to this network all day? Thought you would have been listening to the ECN, European Cricket Network, doing some good things throughout Europe as per usual. I think they're in Austria at the moment. They're everywhere. Every day, every week, every hour. Sebastian Brutt's going to get a second over here. Needs to get some rhythm. Oh, thanks for your response, James, saying there's a lot of rain in Austria, and that worries me because that's probably costing dollar signs. Let's hope you got a ball in each game. As Sebastian Brutt, top of his mark here, Musa Ahmed back on strike. And that's wide down the leg side, so just not getting his rhythm just yet. Sebastian's actually usually a consistent bowler and can land it in the right spot. His first over went for 9 and he started with the wide here, so a little bit of nerves. Shot for 1. Yeah, crunch that out to deep cover, but just the 1 in the end. Yeah, a lot of people in the chat saying excellent weather in the Netherlands today. It's been good today. 16. Sunny. Can't believe I'm saying 16 is good weather, but considering the amount of rain we had here in April and the first week of May, not normal. It's been a very wet start to the year. Short, pulled, what a shot. He's hit that hard. It's going to take some stopping. Big Durham, that is fantastic. What a stop. I can't believe he stopped that. They're still going to get back for 2, but he actually saves 2. Well done to the big man. But that's a 50 for Saqib Zulfikar and a fantastic 50. He's come out and played a pretty good innings considering they were behind the 8 ball. He's the man of the hour. He gets himself to his milestone. Warm round of applause. He's 50 off 52 deliveries. And right now, while he's there, the Hurricanes will still believe 112 more runs required. Still some batting to come. And still plenty of overs, 21 overs. It's not impossible to go at 5 and over on this pitch with this outfield as he cuts that lavishly through the offside this time. And he'll just pick up 1. And he looks like he's at the peak of his powers. And he's seeing the ball quite well and got himself going. Musa Ahmed, his partner, who's also played a few nice strokes after being retired, not out earlier. Retired hurt, really. He's retired hurt. Punches it again beautifully, but straight to Wesley Baracey at cover. I think it might be time for something a little bit different here from Scotty Edwards. I know He's already bowled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bowlers, 6 bowlers. I just think it's a big moment in the game. You don't want Saqib to get too far. I'd be tempted to go Kingmar 2 more here. He's got 5 left in the locker. He's been your go-to. Blocked again, but another dot ball. Yeah, I'd be tempted to not let this partnership blossom. You had another 30 runs on the board here, and all of a sudden you're only 70 runs away. You bring maybe Kingmar back, take a bit of a gamble, bang a couple in short, see if you can get the wicket now instead of letting it happen when it's the partnership is having both men in. And he's blocked that straight to his brother Shariz, who does the mopping up, and another dot ball. So better over that from Sebastian Bratt. After the first one went for 9. The second over a little bit more compact, only goes for the 5. And at the end of another over, 31 overs gone, 128 for 4. So it looks like the big man, Dorham, from St Martin. 5 overs, 1 for 8. Pretty remarkable, really. It's going to go again. He could just keep bowling here. Not too sure Scotty Edwards will want to take him off. So that's cut extremely hard into the gap. The first shot against Dorham of authority, really. And they'll get back for an easy 2. And right now, don't want to put the kibosh on him, but Saqib Zulfikar is looking pretty complete as a player. Going to take some good fielding or a seriously good ball to dislodge him. If he doesn't make a mistake, keep nudging it around that field. He's in complete control. And he sweeps this time, picks him out at deep forward square leg. So the 1. Good work from Musa as well. Since Musa's come back out, he's been able to just tick over the strike and get his partner back on. 54 now for Saqib Zulfikar. Oh, well bowled. Well bowled again. Dorham a little bit quicker, a little bit flatter outside the off stump. Oh, bowling extremely well. Entertainment Shorts in the chat saying Netherlands cricket have a lot of good left arm pacers. I think we saw Ross de Braak in the previous game and Fred Klaassen as well, left arm seamers. I'm not too sure there's many others I'm missing out on at the moment I can think of. They've got plenty of right arm seamers in Dutch cricket, that's for sure. Cut, hard, gap, 1. Pretty standard 50 over cricket that. These two just building. Getting that target down to 107. Long way to go yet, but if they can get it down to double digits and then just keep going down in 10s, this is going to go close. 132 for 4 after 31. Sebastian Bratt going to get a 3rd over here. Can he make something happen? James Jubbers with a question. Thoughts on the new ECN crew merch? Don't know, haven't seen. So would like a little photo sent. And does the crew merch involve commentary? Because don't think it does. Sebastian Bratt to continue. Oh, it's a thin edge this time. That's going to go away for 4. You just feel the tide turning here. Musa Ahmed a little bit of luck. 4 runs it through past Rather Alphonse. Couldn't lay a paw on it. And that score, 136 now, 103 required. I reckon we're on for a good finish here today. The first game was a bit of a blowout and the Seafarers won it comfortably. This one does feel that it should go down to the wire. And I've been informed by the match referee a tie would result in a super over, as it is proper 50 over ODI rules. So looking forward to a late night super over here at VOC Rotterdam. I'm calling it early. No golden balls here. We play overs. An inside edge. No, it's not an inside edge. What keeping from Rather Alphonse. And decked in, and jeez, Sebastian Brutt unlucky. Yeah, that is some pretty nice new merch. And would like to get this sent to my place. James, Jabas, if you're listening, that would be lovely. Thank you. Full, timed. Wesley Baracey stops it, and they'll just get through 4-1. So I'm just watching that required score down to 102. Once it gets into 2 digits mentally, it always feels a bit better. So Keeb Zulfiqar has a huge opportunity here to go on and make a big daddy 100 and maybe take his team home. An amazing recovery this, really. The run started ticking once Max O'Dowd came up into the commentary box. They were 3 for 39. So they've only lost 1 wicket for the next 100 runs. I reckon we're getting close to a drinks break soon as well. Slow ball, well timed into the leg side, and they'll just settle on a single. They'll shimmy maybe for 2, but just the 1. A couple of clouds coming over the venue now. So Saqib 55, Musa Ahmed 17. We mentioned Floyd to come, Klein to come, Ellen Bus to come. Can all hold it back, especially Floyd. I think Floyd's a very talented batsman. Dot ball. Yeah. Question coming in, asking if I've got any birthday plans coming up soon. Not really, not yet. I'm off to Jim Jeffries this Friday. That's going to be fun. There's a little note gets passed to me. In all other matches, a tie. It's well timed. It's top ball. A tie. The result of a tie will be a tie. It doesn't say anything about Super Overs, but I believe.
Super League, yes.
Really? Okay. So news has been told to me that there will be no Super Overs in ties in ODIs. It's only in the Super League there was.
Yeah, and maybe in a tournament where it's in playing conditions, but no official ODI playing conditions.
Well, I'd like to think that if there's a tie here today, we're playing a Super Over. I would like to think. Let's have a look here. It's 138 for 4. How do you celebrate turning 42? Well, you take 10 years off your life and you enjoy that. But no, I'm off to Jim Jeffries this Friday night. Little comedy show. That's a birthday treat with a couple of friends. And next week, probably, I don't know, dinner, drink. Probably doing some cricket. To be fair, a lot of cricket going on at the moment here in Holland. A busy month, May and June. Always the busiest. It looks like Scotty Edwards is going to go back to his spearhead with the ball. Shariz Ahmed, usually the most consistent bowler. Today hasn't been his day. 5 overs, none for 30. He'll be looking to come back in with a better spell. So Keeb Zulfiqar got the better of him. And he went 3 large sixes. Question coming in again. How's Daniel Doyle Kay? Season started. Good. Hit 100, hit a 50 for Hermes Cricket Club. He's been signed to United CC, some team in the United Cup in Washington. He's off to America this weekend for a 7-day competition. So, looking forward to seeing how he goes there. And he's enjoying himself in Holland. Ran into him on a Saturday night down Vit de Vit. Shariz is back. Well bowled. Top ball. Zulfiqar is playing well. But can he go big? Can he really go big here? And turn 55 into, well, let's say 85 plus at least. Another 30 runs from him. Oh, a little bit flatter and another dot ball. You can see Zulfiqar trying to use his crease as much as possible. Likes to go deep and hoik it over mid-wicket, but can also come down the ground and hit it hard. All the Zulfiqar brothers are good verse spin. Well bowled. Really well bowled from Shariz Ahmed. He got given the ball back from the skipper, and he's responded with 3 dot balls. Oh, reverse Malachi. Oh, he doesn't get it. Not going to be called a wide. So he takes a little bit of gamble then. 4 dot balls now. Good comeback this. Thank you, James Jabez, for joining us today. Hope you enjoy the rest of this game, wherever you might watch from. Maybe on mute. So 2 balls left. 4 dot balls. Good bowling. Yeah, good batting this time. Comes down the ground, hits it extremely hard straight. They might think about 2. They should be getting 2. Moose, a bit of ball watching there and a good throw. Just misses. Well, it's poor running if you ask me. There was always 2 there. Moose got caught ball watching. Hit it straight past the bowler, but they do get back safely in the end. Another 2 runs to the total, to the kitty. And Saqib on to 57 now. Shot. He's crunched that. Just the 1 this time. So they'll take 3 off Shariz's over, and they'll be happy with that, I think. 3's not bad. He hasn't got any wickets, and that's the key. Keep the wicket column quiet. Another over goes by. 17 overs left. 33 overs gone. 141 for 4. So it looks like they might go back to Durham at the other end. It'd be interesting. I don't think they're going to go to Sebastian Bratt here. I think they're going to make a change. Now, it looks like they're going to swap the big man Durham and bowl him at the other end. So we'll have to see if he can be as effective as he was from the pavilion end. He's going to be bowling from the airport end. Interesting decision to swap ends with him. He's got 6 overs, 12 for 1. He's bowled extremely well today. And he's going to come on here. So it looks like they're going to keep the pace in the locker for a little bit later. There's a few people in the room say game on, and I agree. This is going to be close. This is going to be very close. 141 for 4. So Keeb Zulfikar is on 58. Musa Ahmed 17. Durham though 6 overs, 1 for 12. Got to swap ends. Oh, it's a big shot. It's brave batting. Does he have it out the middle? He doesn't, and it lands right in between. And Musa Ahmed, poor running, was watching the ball. They only get 1. That's twice now. Ball watching. That should have been 2. He hit it hard. He hit it dead straight, though, as it landed between deep mid off and deep mid on. But just the 1. They've got plenty of time here. I don't think they need to take big risks. Top ball. Durham back on his line, back on his length. But very well today has the big man. Just trying to get 1 more wicket here for his team. Again, well bowled. Musa Ahmed respectfully playing him down. Can he punch that straight and get off strike? He's 20. No, sorry, he's not 22. Someone else. He is currently 12 off 30. Shorter beats him. Quicker. Well bowled and well kept. Another dot ball. What's that pressure from Durham? He's bowled exceptionally well, the tall left armour. Maybe he's a smoky to go away for the qualifiers. We'll have to wait and see. Again, another dot. No, he's misfielded it. Unfortunately for him. Burst through those big paws. Just a single. Brings back on Saqib Zulfikar, who looked to hit his first ball for 6 this over. I think he might be a bit more cautious here. 30% more careful, and pushes that into the offside for a single. So another good over. They're just ticking along. If they just do this for another 5 or 6 overs, we've got a grandstand finish on our hands. It's 144 off 34. 4 wickets down. There is plenty of time in this one, and I think that will be the call for drinks. We'll be back in 5 minutes to see how the conclusion of this 3rd Pro Series match brought to you by Fairtree will conclude. So a dot ball to start the last little session of this game. 144 for 4, 15.5 overs to go. If my maths are correct, I think it's 95 to win. It should be a good game, good finish. Sakib Zulfikar, he's on 60, he's on strike. And he hammers that straight. I think Scotty Edwards, with his slight injury out there at deep mid-off, will do the mopping up. As he rolls that one back in. And right now, this game, I don't think, right, you can split it down the margin. This is a 50-50 shot now. Which team will go and take the ascendancy and close off the Pro Series? I believe there is rumours there'll be more games later in August, maybe some T20 Pro Series matches. Have to wait and see. Let's have a look at the field here, and a couple of men still tight in that inner ring. As Musa Ahmed try to be brave against his little brother. Might be a psychological test, but not this time, as he pushes it down to deep cover for a single. This game has swung around. It was pretty much all Seafarers, sorry. I had them 3 for 39. They'd had a score on the board, but just in the last hour and a half, thanks to Sakib Zulfikar, they've gone back into it. He crunches that again, and the noise off that blade is fantastic. Another one. And something's got to give here. If they just keep on going 4s and 5s, 4s and 5s, they'll be happy with that, the Hurricanes. They won't be too disappointed. They don't have to go and hit 10 runs and over or anything like that. Just keep working it around and keep those wickets in hand. Short, cut, shot. Top spin on it. Spins away from the man at deep cover. 4 runs. And this battle goes to the older brother. What a lovely shot that is from Musa Ahmed. That'll bring up the 150 and only 4 wickets down. I think if you told us about that an hour and 45 minutes ago, not many people would have thought they'd be in this sort of position. Musa, who's come back after a severe knock to the nether regions, has come back looking good and offering some good support to Sakib Zulfikar. Another over goes by as they're racing through. 15 overs to go now. And after 35, the score's 151 for 4. So what's that? 49 plus 39. That's 58. 88. 88 required off 90. 6 and over. Yeah, that question coming in. That favourite player in the Netherlands is Max O'Dowd from Entertainment Shorts. Who's mine in the Netherlands? I like Ryan Klein. Good kid. So, Big Durham, who's been one of the pick of the bowlers today. He's going to continue. Oh, it's a big moment. Big appeal. Jake says not out. Sliding down leg. It hit him on that back leg. And that was close. No signal. So, a little inside edge. Big appeal. Flying through to short third man in the end. Maybe an inside edge is the only thing that saved him. Shorter ball, easy for Musa just to knock that in the leg side for a 1. So when you need to go at 6s, the odd boundary obviously helps, but if you keep ticking over these 1s, keep the wickets in hand. Ryan Klein sitting there, Clayton Floyd sitting there, Hurricanes putting themselves into a very good position to close this out. Short, cut, burst through the hands of short point. That's Shuriz Ahmed. Another one. 3 singles in a row. Really good composure from Sakib Zulfikar at the moment. Just going about his business quietly. He's got the power game to hit a boundary when need as well. As Durham looks to Mankad. And it's given not out. No, just loses his run up that time. Dead ball. Short. Oh, spins in this time. You can just see with the way he was shaping up, was looking to play his favoured cut shot, but spins in and high up on the bat for a dot ball. Another dot ball. St Durham, despite the couple of singles at the start of this over, still bowled very well today. Probably the pick of the spinners today, I'd have to say. Tall, tricky, not many people have gotten him away. And a bit of yes, no, maybe to close out yet another over. So 3 singles, 3 dots. We've got over from the big man. And there's this game still a bit of a knife edge here. 154 for 4 after 36, 14 overs to go, 84 deliveries. Basically a runner ball. Having a look at the bowling scorecard, Vivian Kingma still got 5. I feel like could come back for a couple. Kyle Klein, that is 4. Levitt 5. Shariz a couple. Durham a couple. Brutt plenty. Very interesting indeed. Shariz, who's always been a pretty good wicket taker, hasn't got one today. He gets another. Hit extremely hard down the ground, and what a lovely shot that is from Saqib Zulfikar. Down the ground, turns it into the half V, hits it to the right of Scotty Edwards at deep mid-off. 1 bounce 4, and it's beautiful batting. It really is. This time a bit shorter, the natural adjustment from the spinner, and he works that away for a single. So a 4 and a 1 to start this over, already 5 off it. Now they can maybe relax a little bit, try and work a couple of singles and put it away only if it's a seriously bad ball. But Saqib Zulfikar, this is a fantastic innings from the big man. Flighted this time and jarred out from Musa straight to tight cover. Flighted again, hit extremely hard again. Vikramjit Singh does the mopping up at mid-off. He's in the ring. Another dot. Musa Ahmed, a couple of dots in his last 6 balls. 6 dots in a row for him personally. Needs to make sure he keeps ticking it over. Flat up, spun in. 7 dots in a row to Musa. Just these little things. You've got Saqib Zulfikar ticking along, who's 69 off 71, almost as if he's playing his own little game here. And Musa's doing a good job, but needs to make sure he doesn't get stuck. Flat. Cut away, that's better. Made a little bit of room for himself to get off strike. Does mean that's the end of the over. So a 4, 2 singles, 6 off it. Another over gone, and I believe that's 160 for 4 now. 37 bowled. Looks like they're going to continue with this spin attack. So Durham to continue. And then maybe they'll be relying on the pace and the medium paces to come back at the back end, and I think look to Kingma especially to have a big finish and pick up a wicket or 2. Shorter, punched away, good batting. Musa gets the single straight away. Now Saqib Zulfikar's last few overs looked to hit a boundary off his first ball in previous 2 or 3 overs, so I'll be curious to see if he's going to go again and be aggressive off his first ball of this over. Have to wait and see. Right, a little bit flatter this time, and he picks out Shariz Ahmed at backward point. Oh, well bowled. Saw him coming. Pitched it a little bit shorter. Another dot. Really good bowling this from Durham. He's been good all day. Short crunch shot. Well, a bit of a pressure reliever. The valve was tight and he just loosens it. He gave himself a little bit of room and he made him pitch it a bit short, and he clatters that through the offside for 4. Saqib Zulfikar playing a marvellous hand here. He'll be looking to turn this into 100 and bat the whole way against some very good opposition. Flighted, dot ball. Just finding that one boundary at the right time. 12 overs left after this one. Slow again and tries to work into a gap. Another dot. So last few overs, a bit of cat and mouse between the two teams. They're running through the overs. The over rates have been exceptional today. As that ends another over. It means 12 overs left in the day. 72 balls left. And another 74 required of 12 overs. So 72 balls, 74 runs, 6.07 and over required. Six wickets left. Long day in the commentary box. Going to sleep very well tonight. Probably meant to be at VOC training, but I can safely say won't be there. I'll be tucked into my pillow. So it does look like we're going to get a little bit of a change here. Kyle Klein. I think it's a good option. He bowled a good spell earlier today, especially to Max O'Dowd. Bowled extremely well. He's got 6 overs done for 26. Probably doesn't give him justice how good that spell was. He's going to come on. He's going to come from around the wicket. I think Musa Ahmed will enjoy this though. He does like pace on the ball. He's on 25. Here we go. Short, cut, and dropped. Oh no, it's a big moment in the game. It was shortish. It ballooned to him at backward point. I think that's Levitt there at backward point, but he definitely got 2 hands to it, and at this level, he'll feel like he should have held that. I'm going to have to put that down in my little notebook. 165 for 4 is the big drop. Unfortunately, no one means to drop him. He got there, and he should have held on to that. Sort of sums up Kyle Klein's day. He's bowled extremely well for not much reward. There's a bit of cloud cover rolls over. Keeping it nice and cool here in Haslerweg, Rotterdam. Tucked away beautifully off his legs. They're going to think of 2 if Moose is quick enough, but he's not. That's really good mopping up from Sebastian Brudd out there. Interesting to see how Saqib Zulfikar plays the pace here. He's been pretty calm against the spin for maybe an hour now. So bring the pace back on. Does he take a risk? Moose has trickled himself to 27 off 53. I mean, every other batsman hasn't gotten flying. O'Dowd 27 off 35, not bad. Cross 22 off 46. It really is Saqib Zulfikar, 69 off 71, who's played a fantastic innings at a runner ball. Shot, timing, really good timing, in a gap as well. They'll think about 2. Shariz is a gun fielder, and that's a good arm, and that could be out, and it's not out. Oh, that was close. That was brilliant fielding from Shariz Ahmed with the one-handed pickup out there, and you can see that fielders feel that was extremely tight. Tough to tell from this angle. They do get back for 2. Good aggressive running. Easy to say good aggressive running because he's not out. But it does feel like it was pretty close. .75 now for Saqib Zulfikar. 25 away from a pretty big milestone. Right, he comes down the ground. A little bit of luck this time. It balloons over backward point. They'll definitely get to a little bit more comfortable this time. Took the risk. Mid-off and mid-on were in the ring, and he thought, let's go at it. Spliced away another 2. Things just falling his way today. Hasn't given many opportunities though. He's been pretty calm. 77, fantastic innings. .77 off 78, 4 4s, 3 6s. Mid-off and mid-on are in the ring again here. Scotty Edwards is taking a gamble. That's a great shot. Short on the hip. He goes with it. He'll get it away for 4. This is a big over in the end. A couple of 2s, a boundary, a single to Musa, and a fantastic shot. Kyle Klein just losing his length on that final ball. And good batting. Moves into the 80s. 81 not out. Musa Ahmed, 27 not out. The score at the end of 39, 174 for 4. 11 overs to go in this one. 65 runs required. 5.94 required and over. 6 wickets in hand. They've done a lot of the hard work. They just need someone to stay there. Looks like another bowling change. So Edwards probably realising that this game's drifted away from him a bit innocuously as well. Just solid batting in the middle overs, and well, Saqib especially has played outstandingly. 81. Levitt coming back in. He's had the golden touch today, Levitt. And he's got 5 overs, 2 for 18. What can he do here? They need a wicket desperately. Get into that middle to lower order. Now, I dare say they need the wicket of Saqib Zulfikar. If they don't get Saqib Zulfikar out, this game's over. He'll end up on 110 not out. Tucked straight to mid-wicket, handy dot ball. Boris Gourlay does the mopping up. So Levitt, he came in earlier today. He had the golden touch. He got Max O'Dowd off his 3rd delivery. He got Teja Nidamanuru off his 5th delivery. 2 big fish. Can he come back and get a wicket straight away? They need one. Two straight this time. Well tucked. They should get 2. Touch and go. He has to move a long way. They will get 2. Easy running. Good batting from Musa Ahmed, who seems to have recovered from that horrific injury earlier today, where I'm sure that his family and friends at home weren't chuckling, especially his wife. Hope she's well. Again, 2 straight. You're going to tuck that away. If you come around the wicket, that's that angle. Musa Ahmed does enjoy it coming in onto the stump. So another 1. And I need a breakthrough now. Does feel like while these 2 are at the crease, they will get there. They're timing their run perfectly. Maybe we will get that super over. Who knows? Crunch. Wow, he's hit that so hard, but unfortunately for him, he's picked out Vikramjit Singh at deep cover point. Just the 1. There's 82 now. Musa Ahmed 30. 3 for 39 they were. They've put on 139 for 1 wicket since that point. Short, easy batting, flicks it away, maybe 2 again. He's deep, it's a big throw, and they go. Good aggressive running, yeah it is, and I reckon that's good running. That's a big throw from out there. He touched and went. 2 more runs to the total. Slipping away from the Seafarers now. Yep. Need a wicket. Otherwise, we're going to have a tied series 1-1, and I think that might be the conclusion with a washout, meaning they would split the trophy and all the prize money would go to the commentator. Let's hope it's a 1-1. Again, a little bit straight, pushes into the offside. Good batting. Musa Ahmed, seriously good over from him. Running extremely well. He gets himself a single there. Levitt, not as effective that over as earlier when he's first over today. At the end of 40 overs, it's 181 for 4. And still just under 6 and over now with 6 wickets in hand. They need something special. 181 for 4. What a fantastic innings this has been from Saqib Zulfikar. Just doing all the right things. And this is the final power play, the final section of today. It's been a fantastic day. And it must be said, we're almost at the crescendo, where for the first time in a long time, it feels like, this might be the Hurricanes to lose. Kyle Klein bowled well without luck. Scott, good batting, clips it into the hole. They should go too. He's going to touch and go. He does go. Could be tight with a gun throw, but no. Easy 2 again. And Musa Ahmed, just in the last 2 overs, has come to the party with his running and his placement. They're just ticking along, just doing enough. And, well, thankfully, gives me a great opportunity to bring back at the right time for the last 10 overs today. Ryan Van Niekerk. Yep.
Getting there.
Got it. How are you? What a chase. What a turnaround.
No, it's absolutely. Look, we knew that the Hurricanes had it in them in terms of their skill sets. It just it's required a really mature knock from Saqib Zulfikar, who's been absolutely fantastic. Hello to everyone out there. But Saqib Zulfikar has been fantastic, and Musa's come in and took his time, I think, originally, but he's really sort of starting to kick on in the last 5 overs that he's been in. Starting to find his flow again, which is nice to see.
Yeah, Noah Kroos as well, I think, played a nice little second fiddle to Saqib when it was 3 for 39. And then Musa went down with a horrific injury that half the population's still reeling from.
Absolutely. We've really put an emphasis on putting partnerships together.
Yeah.
And whatever that contribution is, I think just making sure that you can get your team back in the game, give yourselves the opportunity to compete. So I thought Noah played a great role with Saqib there to get the team back on track. And pity he got out when he did. I thought he was really starting to look good, but Musa with his experience that he's gained over the last while has certainly come in, and he's starting to, great cricket shot, starting to find his flow here now.
Yeah, he just stays leg side of it that time and he cuts it away for you. You're absolutely right. Just in the last 3 overs, it's almost as if he's clipped. He's clipped a lot of 2s off his legs. He got a pull shot away, and now that cut shot. This is an amazing comeback. They've from 3 for 39, they've put on 150 for 1 since then. And it sort of felt the whole series, Seafarers have had their thumb over the Hurricanes, but this last hour and a half has flipped everything.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Scotty does as captain. Be interesting to see what tactics he employs now. He had Dorham going really well in his spell, and had him swap sides, which I thought was an interesting tactical call to get Sherry maybe on this side. But I think with a little bit of luck, and it's going to be an interesting last 10 overs here, where it's exactly what we sort of, I suppose, wanted from a national interest point of view, is getting games where they're competing like this.
Yeah, you want a little bit of pressure, and everyone will be feeling it, I can imagine. And well, it's okay, but you're right, 83, and he's played a different game. He's 83 off 81, where everyone else has maybe striked at about 65 or 70, besides Scott earlier. He's looked a cut above the rest. I love the way he took on the spin early in his innings, deep in the crease, coming down the crease. Kyle Klein's also, I think, bowled very well without much reward today. There's been a proper 50 over fixture this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's certain guys that have really kind of come forward. I thought Kyle's first spell was up there with some of the best swing and seam bowling we've seen in a little while. He was really consistent and challenged the openers. I had a chat with Max as well when he got out, and he just said that was that was some of the best bowling he's faced in a very long time. So good to hear. And then I just think Sakib, his busyness and willingness to use his feet and also just utilize the crease a little bit, going nice and deep, has been fantastic to see. It's something that we've asked the batters to explore and work on. So they've spent the last month really understanding how to play spin. We've watched a lot of stuff on guys like Heinrich Klaassen from South Africa.
Yep.
We've watched
Good point.
some of the best international players in the world do it and try to get to a point where we're upskilling to that degree, and it's just fantastic to see the guys doing it.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. One question I've got for you is a little bit on, I was looking at the bowling figures before, and Kingma, is he on a workload today? Because he's bowled 5, and my only thing that I would say, I think Scotty's captain well, I would have brought him back for 2 at some point. Is he on workload, or is...
No, so his overs are wrong actually on that. On
there
that
you
board.
go. Well, what are you meant to do if the stats
exactly.
are wrong in front of me?
Stats are wrong in front of you. Not your fault, but nonetheless, he bowled 5 up front.
Okay, I thought
and he bowled 2 from the bottom end.
Okay, so he did get his 2.
He's bowled 7 as it stands right now, and I'm pretty sure he'll be back. He'll be back to try lock it out here as Scotty leans on maybe one of his more experienced bowlers, or the most experienced bowler we have. So it'll be good to see him under a bit of pressure coming back and seeing what he does with his change of pace and use of Yorker. So I'm keen to see that, but I'm also keen for a player like Sakib, who has just played a fantastic innings. I'm touching a lot of wood here at the moment, but it'll be good to see a guy.
Top fielding, he hits, he's gone. He misses. I reckon that one would have been out. Shariz read it really well. You almost put the kibosh on him. Almost.
Well, then I'm going to keep quiet about it. But I think I'm hoping the public out there know exactly where I'm going with this. But let's hope to a good finish for the innings here.
Yeah, let's see. What is it now? We got another 47 runs off about 52 deliveries. So it's not over just yet. They're going to need a wicket or 2 here, Seafarers, and they know it. They're going to have to find a little bit of magic in the field or with the ball, as that's driven beautifully. Good fielding. And just the one there, I think that's Kingma at mid-off. It's not over yet. You add 2 wickets to that scoreboard, I think, but still with the batting of Klein, I think's next listed, or Floydie. You got Ellenbaas.
No, there's both these teams bat a long way down.
Yeah.
But also good for guys to come in under pressure. We're going to need this. We're going to need this pressure to be understood.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot, and probably just the one as Sebastian Bratt mops it up at deep square.
The pressure in Zim is going to be something to try and understand, and there's no better place than replicating it here right now in a Pro Series fixture with quite a lot on the line, I might add.
Yeah, there's a lot of bragging rights. You don't want to be losing 2-0 to some of your best friends. There's a question come in from Jacobus now. Ryan, what do you think of Levitt's bowling today?
I think Levitt's done a great job. He's someone that doesn't miss the stumps very often, and on a wicket that is nipping around a little bit and just offering enough. I think he's bowled with good intent. He sort of put the strike in early with the wickets of Max and Tasia, which were 2 huge wickets in the scheme of things. So I think if you had to look at his overall kind of spells that he's put in, he's bowled nicely.
Yeah, that stump to stump sort of bowler, as we put the kibosh on him as well. That one's probably the first wide he's bowled all day. I know he looks like one of those good little change bowlers, a 5th, 6th option that stump on a slow track in Zimbabwe or wherever it might be, just to could be handy.
It might be an opportunity to bowl a lot of change ups. He seems to have some good variations about him, and like I said, if the pitch is doing just a little bit up and down or got a little bit of seam movement, he seems to exploit that. So it's been good to see him bowl a fairly length. Oh, what a shot!
Oh, what a shot! My word, this man is seeing it like a football at the moment. It wasn't the worst ball you'll ever see, but he picked up the length so quickly. He brings up the 200. He moves on to 89 personally. And right now, Saqib Zulfikar, this is a man of the match performance.
Absolutely. His figures also when he bowled probably didn't do him justice. He took none for 30 and 6. You don't have to worry about bringing up those. Don't have to worry about bringing none for 30 and 5, should I say? So he, those figures don't really replicate what he did. I thought he bowled really, really nicely. and had a bit of pressure on that when he was bowling. So, but this batting performance, is only as good as hopefully getting his team over the line, really. So, but it's fantastic to see someone batting with this intent and really kind of going after his shots.
Yeah, I think the hallmark for me was at 3 for 39. That the next 30 runs, pressure was on, and Scott brought Shariz Ahmed on, and we know what Shariz does. A few top spinners, hits a lot of pads, but he hit him at 6 and over with control, and I think just that, there's a lot of people that would have gone into their shell, and that's what Shariz thrives on. But that little counter attack for 30 minutes just swayed everything here today, and it's class batting, and it's good to see Saqib go on and potentially turn this into a match-winning innings, as it looks like Vivian Kingma, the big man's going to come back, and well, he's 2 overs.
It's going to be a big 2 to 3 overs from the big man.
This is it. This really feels it. He's bowled well all day. He could have had a couple of more wickets. I thought his opening spell was good.
And his second spell from the bottom end was fantastic as well. He beat the bat a number of times when he came back, so but unlucky.
Oh no, Musa, please not. Oh well, deja vu strikes twice. What a movie, Denzel Washington. Have you ever seen someone come off the field being hit that hard? It must have.
No, but I have seen someone. I did sit next to Musa when he came off the field. He was seeing a couple of stars. He was, he had a bit of a cracked box.
Did he really?
Yeah.
So hit him flush.
It was flush. It was one of the good ones. But he's done well to come back out and really sort of push on here. Let's see if we can help his team get across the line.
Yeah, he's done his job. He really has, coming back after what happened earlier, and offering Saqib a perfect Robin to the Batman sort of innings. Kingmar's bowled well without as much reward, same as Kyle Klein. It feels at the start they could easily have had a couple each. Saqib Zulfikar 89, staring down the barrel of what would be a fantastic 100. Still 38 to get, 1 or 2 wickets. You never know.
Yep, wickets are always the one thing that always puts a bit of a cat amongst a pigeon. Gets the butterflies a bit scrambled in the stomach. So it's going to be interesting to see what goes on. Yeah, there's the first piece of variation we've seen from Kingma. So I think there's very much like the first side did in the first innings. I think we're going to see a lot of change-ups here. Trying to see if they can be smart around which areas of the field they can make the team target, make the Hurricanes target here.
Another question come through. If you want to ask you after this delivery from Big Vivian Kingma coming in from the pavilion end, needs a wicket, digs it in, not the worst option, but he's crunched it again. Shariz Ahmed will do the mopping up. He's a good fielder out there. But question flying in, I'm sure you did a little bit of work with young Buster later when you were in Zimbabwe and South Africa, and he's off at Durham. And what do you think of him as a player? And saw he got Johnny Bairstow out the other day. Not a bad one to have first in your first class career for Durham.
Yeah, he's just made his first class debut for Durham, which is absolutely fantastic to see. But Buster's an unbelievable young cricketer coming through the ranks. I was fortunate enough to work with him in Cape Town. He came through to our academy in Cape Town, which was great, and spent sort of 5 to 6 months with him in that period of time, and it's been fantastic watching his progress. I think from a batting point of view, everyone's always seen the talent, but to kind of start realising that and put innings together is great to see. But I think his bowling is just something that's come on.
He picked up a yard. It seems to be a bit nippier, a bit sharper.
Yeah, he can get it up there to 140 now, which is fantastic to see. He's got strong, and he's just. But outside of his cricketing skills, he's actually just a great kid.
It could be an opportunity. Could be. No, it's going to be one bounce out to third man. He didn't really get it, and Kingma a little bit upset. It's tough to tell. I don't think it's an opportunity. I think it's falling well short.
But I think great kid, is Buster Leder, and someone that'll be huge for Dutch cricket for a very long time.
Big question in the room is availability for qualifiers. Is that allowed to be?
We do have him available.
Oh, good.
Which is great news.
If selected.
If selected, that is correct. If selected, but no, he is available. Which we're very fortunate about.
Yeah, that's very good indeed. Talented young man, Kingma again. Slow ball again, not picked, and I like it when Kingma gets fired up. You can see there remonstrating to himself, I think, but not the worst over. 7 overs to go here, 205 for 4, 34 runs required. Yeah, tough here for the Seafarers, who have been baking out in the sun. Has it gotten warm out there yet, or is it still a bit nippy? It's warm in here. The glass panels is coming through.
It's very warm in here, but out there is still very cold.
So let's have a look who they're going to go to here. They need something, a bit
Subba.
of magic. A Subba? Yeah, you're right.
Going to the Hermes, boys.
Yeah, I don't mind it. He's got a good head on his shoulders. Probably a little bit loose in his first spell, but he has played a lot of cricket. So Sebastian Brat, the captain of Hermes Cricket Club, and almost feels like it's a last chance saloon now. If they can you get one, and then you squeeze. You never know.
Yeah, I feel like if they can open an end here, they feel like they've got a chance. You know, it's amazing what a couple of dot balls, a new batter, puts the pressure on the in batter that's on the other side, and it's always interesting how that always pans out. So. Yeah, we've got 2 set batters, yeah, be good.
Yeah, you've got Klein and Floyd, who I know are a little bit more recognised with bat. I haven't seen much of Swampole or Roy. Ellen Barson, Lit Bossavane, so there is a little bit of a tail there. If you can get 2 wickets on the board, get Floyd and Klein out there, remove one of them, you're right, you could open up an end and stay in it. You can see points tight, covers tight, big hole on the leg side, you could just drop it in there. In comes Sebastian Brat. Big slow ball, wow, what a shot. He just picks it up off his legs. It goes for 6. Well, wickets just will not fall. He moves high into 97. What a shot.
Unbelievable cricket shot. And I was just about to say that at 4 runs and over needed here, that nothing, or 4.5, nothing silly needs to happen. And he's got a full toss on his legs and does what he needed to do with a delivery like that. So, but yeah, it's going to be an interesting finish here. I still think that there's a twist in the tail. There always is.
I reckon you got the coach's nerves. I can't see it now. Surely not. 28 to go. 97. I hope the social media manager's got the phone and videos ready, because this will go down as one of the better hundreds I've seen live in quite some time. Good batting.
Great cricket.
Yeah, calm. He just, you know what it is today, tempo batting. He's nailed the tempo. He's picked the right times to be aggressive. I watched about 5 or 6 overs ago when it was getting to about 6-7 over. He'd always attack the first ball of the over. He'd get that boundary and then he'd sit and chill. And it's been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, I think for anyone watching out there around the world, it's just a really good performance where he's been sensible. He's put bad balls away. He's played the spin really well. He's been nice and busy against the spin, and I think that gave him his momentum. And then, he hasn't been afraid to use his feet. He's understood the wicket, and then he's picked his pockets. So it's been a great innings to watch.
Yeah, it has been. Well, I guess now everyone's rooting for him to get to that 100, unless you're a huge Seafarers supporter. Let's have a look. Sebastian Brat. The field comes in. They're trying to squeeze. They're trying to create something. Crunch. Should be 2. It's gone to the left to deep cover. No, they're going to sit on the 1. Good mopping up there from Wesley Baracey. So an opportunity here now for Keeb Zulfikar to hit a 100 in a Pro Series here. And as to, I know top class 100s mean it, but this does mean you're up against a genuinely high level attack. This must mean a lot to him.
Yeah, I think any sort of, if any 100 in this environment is right up there. We've got the best 20 players available in the Dutch system at the moment, and so getting 100 in this environment under pressure, they lost the first game, so it's also with your backs to the wall, and at 30 for 3, as you mentioned earlier, just an unbelievable cricket knock.
Punched down the ground. They might think about the 2. I don't think so. Sakeeb's happy to jog it through for the single. He'll move on to the magical 99. You ever had a 99 in your career?
I have not, Corey. Unfortunately, I used to bat far too low down to get anywhere close to 90. But thanks for caring.
Hey, you never know. Every dog has their day, they say. Musa Ahmed on strike is also closing in on 50, and considering he went off retired hurt earlier, deserves probably the accolades. Sebastian, another slower ball and nicely timed another single. So a fantastic over the boundary off the first ball, as we've seen a few times. 1 ball left actually in this one, so here's the moment that we think we might be seeing 100 in the Pro Series. Only 2 games available this year due to the weather. We might have some later in the year, I've heard, maybe T20s, but Scotty Edwards not bringing too many people in. 99, Sakeeb Zulfikar, and he clips it to short fine leg, and he gets there. gets a warm round of applause. Fantastic innings. Saqib Zulfikar, 10 out of 10. He entered the frame at 3 for 39. There was 2 wickets in that over to O'Dowd and Nidamanuri, and he has come out here and hit 100 in no time. Fantastic batting, putting his hand up in front of coaches and selectors around Holland. That's all you can do, and at high level. I haven't got the amount of balls just yet. I'll check to the scorers to see. 100 not out though, and 91 deliveries. Coach, how good?
Well, I've got the head coach on the ticker right now, Mr. Ryan Cook.
Hello, Cookie.
So he's dropped me a couple of messages. He says the scoring app has unfortunately failed him in India. But I've just updated him, which he's going to be a very excited head coach with what we like to call in the national setup lids off. It's one of our big things that we like to celebrate, lids off. So fantastic knock there by Saqib, and now the icing on the cake. Take his team home.
Get a not out. Get yourself a not out.
Get a not out. But yeah, just fantastic to see. I love celebrating other people's success, and he's someone that certainly over the last 3 weeks has made time outside of work to put in the extra time to hit balls late in the evening. So great to see him do well.
So King Mark, last chance saloon. Can he pull out a freakish over? No.
Shot.
Crunch. That'll at least be 2, maybe 4. Well fielded.
Fielding.
Tell you what, Wesley Baracey turning back the clock there, the young man. I'm guessing the celebration lid off. You said lid off, it means helmet off, and that's what you're celebrating, taking your helmet off for the 100.
Yeah, taking your helmet off for the 100. But more than that, just it's a bit of appreciation for the hard work being put in, and also just our players really sort of wanting it. You know, we've understood that a lot of players can score good 60s, good 70s.
Yep.
But it's getting to a point where, you know, we really go big once we're in, and it's just great to see. We've, you know, over the last 4 weeks, that's the 4th 100 in the last 4 weeks from a national or an A-side player.
Good.
And in the bigger scheme of things, that's boding hugely well for Dutch cricket.
Yeah, absolutely. 100 he made off 91 balls with 6 4s and 4 big 6s. The boy can clear the ropes when he's needed. And at 3 for 39, this might go down as one of his best individual hundreds, I'd imagine. King Mars given it his all today. It hasn't had the reward. He's such a trooper. Coming into it, Zulfikar is on 102 now. Make that 103. Tucks off here. But Musa Ahmed as well, we have to touch on that. I mean, he was injured, all jokes aside. Never nice when you get hit and have to leave the field. He's come out, he's 48 not out.
I think he's, you know, it's shows a little bit of his experience and a little bit of his class.
Bit of ticker as well about that.
Yeah, he's certainly stood up today. It's great to see. Reminded me a little bit of that South African knock in the last ODI where he took on
Shamsi.
the likes of Shamsi. He had a hell of a spell being bowled at him by Norkia as well.
Right. Yeah, he kept pinning him.
So, you know, he's got the guts. He's got the ticker about him, and good to see him shot. Sit down.
Yeah, and there you go. Well, don't worry about sitting down. I reckon that's gone the whole way. It depends on the honesty of the fielder, and the fielder's honest. He gives
There
it
you
6,
go.
and well, another round of applause. So, has to be said, he was hit earlier today. He had to leave the field. He's come back. He's come good. He's on 54 not out. A marvellous milestone. A bit more of the Robin to Zulfikar's Batman today, but doesn't matter. They're both a fantastic duo. And the Hurricanes look like they're going to coast to a victory here. And 2 hours ago, I don't think anyone would have thought this.
No, but you know, Corey, it is certainly something that we've sort of spoken heavily into in a national setup. We've you know, we've worked really hard. We've understood sometimes we are stuck in situations where we're 30 for 3. We find ourselves there quite often actually, and it's you know, it's finding out whether our middle order can really stand up, and with that role clarity, with a little bit of patience, as well as their upskilling that they've been putting in.
Yeah.
It's just great to see innings like this, partnerships like this. It'll be, what is this partnership? It must be 100 plus.
I'll look to my my scorers over there who've been right on the money all day, but yeah, I'd say it's over 113 now, I believe, something around there, and that is crunch, and that's make that 117. And as a batsman, this is party time, and they're basically bowling it. You're seeing it that big. Enjoy yourself.
Yeah, no, it's you know, in the first game, the Seafarers, they you know, they put on 100 with Baresi and Vikram in that partnership.
Yep.
which got them to 150 for 1 in that game, and then potentially just set the whole match up. And then this one, if you look at it, they've put on 117, as you mentioned, and
74 with Noah Kroos also at the wicket with Saqib. So, yeah, brilliant. I mean, you're right. What's the word you said there? Role identification of people's roles is massive in cricket, and it just seems like everyone's in a calm, good spot, and it's good to witness. It really is. Only 9 runs to go now.
Yeah, so just understanding that, and then players really wanting it. I think Ryan Cook's done an incredible job in creating a culture and an environment for each player to thrive in what they're doing. And so, when performances come out like this, it's certainly don't want people to sort of be surprised by that performance or any of these performances. It's players have put in the time, they've put in the hard work, and that it might go for 4-2 as it runs down to fine leg.
A bit of an arm ball, and he caught up with it, got a little underneath edge, and they'll get back for the 2. So we're within striking distance, 7 runs to get. But look, the Pro Series has been such a positive. I think a lot of the viewers, especially when Max O'Dowd was on there, surprising. A lot of people asking questions. A lot of people had tuned in at one point, and they were saying they're loving that. Just a little bit higher than the top class. They get the best players here. They've loved the format. And it is party time. Does he have enough? He just has enough. So just the 1 run in the end. It ballooned over, I think, Kingma there at mid-off. A little bit of luck there. So 6 runs to get. I know the Pro Series has been good, hasn't it? Shame we had the 1 washout, but the last 2 games have been great.
Yeah, our last 2 games have certainly showed us a lot that we were looking for. It'll be great to sort of take all of this now into the rest of the summer. We've obviously got a big summer with the qualifiers coming up soon. So I think there's certain players that have really put their hands up, and it bodes well going forward.
Absolutely, and hopefully it's something we can do more in the future. The whole season of Pro Series would be great fun. A little 5-match series, why not?
Absolutely, I think context is important. These games, they've really had value added to them.
It's not just rocking up for the sake of it. There's something on the line, isn't there?
No, absolutely, and I think just that context has been so important you can see the players out there, how much they want it, and that context is so important in making sure that these games are valued for what they are.
So, within 1 stroke now, does Musa go for it? No, respectfully pats it back. I think he might have learned his lesson from that half chance he might have given on the previous delivery for himself. So, context is an important word. You give cricketers context, you'll always get a little bit more out of them instead of just rocking up on a Saturday for no apparent reason. Is pushed into the offside. They will scamper through for 1, so it takes us within the 4 now. Another over gone. 235 for 4, and just to remind anyone that's tuned in of late, it was 3 for 39, and I have to admit, I had the early crow in my mind. I thought, well, here's a little 140 all bowled out, so fantastic to watch. And
the coach, I was downstairs with Hano Kun, and he asked for a 150 run partnership.
Did he?
He did, and he said it would be fantastic if these 2 could take it through, and that was when Noah was batting. So they put on 70 for that one and 130 for this one. So it's just been an unbelievable 2 partnerships back to back, which it just shows you, bar the individual performance of Zulfikar, I think just the individual contributions to the partnerships have just been really valuable, and I think there hasn't been any sort of major rush. And just the ability to do the simple things really well has got them to within touching distance of victory with 5 overs to go.
Well, a lot of people in the chat have been saying he looks so patient while he's batting. He looks calm, and it's just tempo batting. He knew when to be aggressive and he knew when to be sedate. He's picked his moments well, and he's had 2 very good supporters in Noah Kroos and Musa Ahmed. As Musa will face his younger brother Shariz. 4 to get. Full toss, hit hard. That will be the winning runs, and well done to the Hurricanes, who have come back in this game unbelievably. It's Saqib Zulfikar, the man of the hour, 108 not out. Musa Ahmed, 61 not out. What a fantastic Pro Series. Thank you for joining us, Coach, and
thank you so
I'm
much,
sure
Corey.
You're going to enjoy a big wrap-up with the boys.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you, everyone.
So, what a fantastic couple of games we had. Unfortunately, the very first one at VRA was washed out. The second one was a little bit lopsided as Seafarers took the win versus the Hurricanes. And today, the Hurricanes showing the depth of Dutch cricket at 3 for 39, chasing 239. They then went on to put on 200 runs at the loss of 1 wicket. Some outstanding batting from Noah Kroos, Saqib Zulfikar and Musa Ahmed. And overall, it's going to be a split series, 1-1. And probably the deserved result. Both teams had a lot of talent. And I am looking forward to seeing all these players play for the A team soon, the national team, also the coaches 11 versus some of these players as well. As VOC Rotterdam have put up a really good showing out here, and the pitch has been fantastic for the match today. So that will do us for the day. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm off for a beer or 10, and hopefully you'll hear from us later in the summer. Thanks for now.